Chapter 50. KCC was annihilated and PG easily took down the magic dragon. Then, KCC didn't even have a chance to fight back. In the end, the match ended at 15 minutes. KCC didn't get a single kill and lost completely. This was without a doubt a crushing match. Whether it was the audience or the commentators, they couldn't tell if PG was too strong or KCC was too weak. Or maybe, it was just the style of the two teams that decided their success or failure. PG, a team whose tempo is so fast that it's inhumane. After gaining an advantage, they're invincible in the early stages of the game. KCC, a team that dislikes each other so much that they steal the dragon and seize the opportunity to make a comeback. If PG can't win without losing the dragon was a joke that most people didn't take seriously, then KCC can't win without stealing the dragon was the reality. KCC knew that their members were limited, but they didn't expect to be crushed by PG to this extent. When they saw the word fail appear on the screen, the atmosphere of the entire team became gloomy, as if the end of the world had come. They said, "It's all Momo's fault." If Momo didn't steal the dragon, PG wouldn't be so cruel. But in their hearts, they knew that this was an insurmountable gap. It had nothing to do with Momo stealing the dragon twice and angering PG. It also had nothing to do with PG's jungler using sword burial on a whim. In short, the current KCC was no match for PG. They couldn't compete with PG just because they had a strong magical creature. Maybe it was because they were too shocked, but in the second round, KCC's performance was comparable to Momo's after she was defeated by PG. They made all kinds of mistakes and even their junglers were missing. The economic gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. Jingyu's Moonshade Spider was banned and Sword Burial was stolen. He was relieved to use Heart of Ice, but his performance was no worse than the previous round. This time, the comments could finally be confirmed. Frowny face, so it's not Sword Burial that's too strong, it's KCC that's too weak. How can KCC be so weak? How did they get into the group stage? KCC is so bad, I'd be better. There were also comments that attributed it all to metaphysics. Frowny face looks like PG's seal has been broken. Who can reseal PG? One person's blood letter asking for PG's seal. Luckily, the commentators didn't lose their minds. Yo, let's congratulate PG for winning the second group stage. So far, PG had already gotten 4 points and safely passed the next round. Now, let's see if Ain can beat Momo and get the second spot. Fong Luofan, KCC, is a new team of the second round, and he was extremely focused during the first 2 matches. Now that the second match was over, he could finally relax. He felt like all the energy in his body had been sucked out. He didn't want to do anything but sleep. Since Fong Luofan wasn't there, he only needed to ask for Qin Fei's permission. Qin Fei nodded without hesitation. Jingyu, call me for dinner. Qin Fei, totally okay. After watching Jingyu leave the practice room, Qin Fei subconsciously looked at the others. The group stage wasn't over yet. Their match with A&E hadn't even started yet, but they were already talking about the knockout round. Luo Yiming, I'm really looking forward to the knockout round. What's the offline tournament like? Will I get to go on TV? Hanlang, are you sure you want to appear on TV with your yellow hair? People might think you're a delinquent. Luo Yiming, are you looking down on delinquents? Is that the main point? Yi Hong was a bit helpless. Why do you want to play in the offline tournaments so much? I don't want to show my face in public at all. He was the only one in the entire PG team that didn't have any special features. Hanlang, I don't care. But when I think about what the other team members look like, I feel like it's really interesting. Someone like Dane Hai, who makes sarcastic remarks in every sentence, must have the face of an uncle. Yi Hong, don't think we'll be the oldest team out of all of them. Han Lang. I suddenly don't look forward to the offline tournament at all. Qin Fei smiled, got up, and left the training room with his phone. Yi Hong's eyes followed his back. He only reacted when he heard him go upstairs. Why does it feel like Brother Fei is really happy? Luo Yiming, of course he's happy to win the tournament. Han Lang. Do you think everyone is like you? Qin Fei was indeed very happy because he had just received a message from someone with the username Qi Xian. He was in a hurry to go upstairs because he wanted to reply to this person. Qi Xian, yo, you made it out of the group stage. Your new teammate is pretty good. After Qin Fei went back to his room, he sat on his bed and replied, Qin Fei, yeah, not bad. Qi Xian, do you have a high evaluation? He's even better than you. Qin Fei, I'm the top laner and he's the jungler. It's different. Qi Xian, what's different? Don't think I don't pay attention to the pro league. I watched the live stream of the group stage. They got a pentakill. What did you get? Qin Fei, Qi Xian, looks like he's the main PG player now and not you. TSK, the new generation excels the old one. Qin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sometimes, he really didn't know how to reply to this woman. Qi Xian, what does he look like? Is he better looking than you? Qin Fei, yeah, he's quite good looking. He's probably your type. Qi Xian, oh, a gigolo. Qin Fei. Qi Xian, didn't you say that he's my type? I like gigolos. A few days ago, I even wanted to keep one. Qin Fei, Qi Xian, do you have a photo? Send it over. I want to see if he's good enough. Qin Fei. Good enough. Good enough for what? Good enough to be kept. Qi Xian's words really scared Qin Fei. After sending 3 question marks, he felt that typing was too troublesome and directly made a voice call. Not long after, the call went through. A teasing female voice came from the phone. Ha ha ha. Seeing that I want to keep him, you anxiously called me. Looks like he's already your prey. Qin Fei's lips twitched. He instinctively wanted to retort, but before he could, the woman beat him to it. How far are you two? Have you had a meal together? Yes, Qin Fei replied almost instinctively. Qi Xian, have you kissed? Qin Fei. Madam Qi Xian, should I remind you that he's a man? Men are better. How can they be together if their genders are different? Qi Xian complained. Besides, although I haven't been in contact with you all these years, you're still my flesh and blood. How can I not understand you? Don't think that I don't know that you used to secretly read my male model magazines. Cough, cough, cough. Qin Fei coughed violently and interrupted Qi Xian. He knew that he couldn't hide it anymore, so he decided to be frank. Okay, I'm interested in Jingyu, but we haven't even started dating yet. Don't go around spreading rumors. Tisk, I'm spreading rumors. Who can I tell? Besides, am I that kind of person? Qi Xian said disdainfully, okay, if there's nothing else, go on. I really don't want to hear your voice at all. After she finished speaking, she seemed to want to hang up the phone. After a while, she hesitated and asked tentatively, when are you guys on vacation? Will you come back to live with me after the holidays? Qin Fei hesitated for a moment and didn't respond. Qi Xian, when the time comes, bring your little Jingyu over and let me examine him for you. No need. Qin Fei refused without hesitation. I don't want him to know that I have such an unreliable mother. Oh, now you know that I'm your mother. Qi Xian sneered. You call me mother, but what do you call that woman? Qin Fei, I only acknowledge one mother, and that's you. Qi Xian was stunned. After a moment of silence, she couldn't help but laugh. Okay, your mouth is getting sweeter. When you get little Jingyu, you have to bring him over for me to take a look. Do you hear me? Okay. This time, Qin Fei didn't refuse. I'm hanging up. Talk to you later. Okay. Bye. As soon as Qin Fei said the word bye, the phone was hung up. He put down his phone and stared at his phone screen in a daze. Just like that, he came out to his biological mother. So easily. Qin Fei didn't acknowledge his father or his father's current wife, so he didn't care what they thought of him. Whether it was dropping out of college, founding PG, or coming out to his teammates and cousin, he didn't hesitate at all. Only in front of Qi Xian, his biological mother, he couldn't bring himself to say that he liked men. Unexpectedly, even if he didn't say it, she had already noticed it. Ha! Qin Fei turned off his phone screen and threw it on the bed. Then he leaned back and lay down on the bed. Chasing Jingyu. First, he had to find a way to confirm whether he was the same kind of person as him. He didn't want to be treated like a brother when he wanted to sleep with him. On the other hand, after Qi Xian hung up the phone, the smile on her face disappeared completely. The male secretary next to her handed her a stack of documents. President Qi, I need your signature on this contract. Qi Xian took the contract and skillfully flipped to the last page. After signing her name, she said calmly, help me look up a person, PG's new jungler, Jingyu. The more information you have, the better, but don't alert him. The male secretary took the contract and nodded respectfully. Okay, President Qi. I'll give you an answer within a week. Chapter 51. Before dinner, Qin Fei woke Jingyu up as promised. He knocked on the door for a long time, but there was no response, so he pushed the door open and went to the bed. Jingyu was lying on his side on the bed, wrapped tightly in the blanket, only showing his head. His long eyelashes fluttered with his even breathing, looking a little cute. Qin Fei stood by the bed and admired his face for a while. Then he reached out a hand to grab his shoulder and shook it a few times. Get up. Jingyu made a sound, frowned slightly, and shrunk into the blanket. Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh and patted his shoulder. Don't sleep anymore, get up and eat. This time, Jingyu shrunk into the blanket, leaving only a few strands of hair outside. Tisk, why are you sleeping more soundly than me? Qin Fei sighed helplessly. At this time, of course, he had to lift the blanket. Qin Fei wasn't Jingyu. Not only did he not dare to lift the blanket, but he was also shy when he was halfway through. He grabbed a corner of Jingyu's blanket and lifted it without thinking. Ha! The cold wind swept through Jingyu's body, and he woke up with a start. Confusion and panic were written all over his face. Qin Fei was about to call him downstairs to eat when his gaze fell on him, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Jingyu's upper body was bare, so Qin Fei could clearly see that there was an obvious scar on his lower abdomen near his waist. It should be an old scar, but he didn't know how it was caused. Qin Fei looked at it in silence for a while, then calmly covered Jingyu with the blanket. You're not eating dinner. I'll eat. Jingyu grabbed the edge of the blanket with both hands. After saying these two words, he buried his face in the blanket, only revealing a pair of eyes to look at Qin Fei. Obviously, he was completely awake and a little shy. Thank you, Brother Fei. You can go down first. I'll come down after I get dressed. Yes. Qin Fei responded, but he wasn't in a hurry to leave. He glanced at the blanket and asked tentatively, how did you get those injuries on your body? Sure enough, he saw it. Jingyu sighed inwardly and no longer tried to hide it. He poked his head out of the blanket and said, "I had a car accident when I was young, but it's fine. It doesn't affect me now," he answered casually as he sat up from the bed. His hand gripped the blanket tightly, preventing it from slipping off his body. Qin Fei gave him a deep look and left the room without saying anything. However, before he closed the door, he casually urged, "Hurry up." Yes, I'll be quick." Jingyu agreed and waited for Qin Fei to close the door before he hurriedly put on his clothes and got out of bed. While combing his hair, he used his other hand to touch the scar on his waist through his clothes. He was absent-minded for a moment. If Brother Fei found out about this, it shouldn't be a problem, right? After dinner, the five of them returned to the training room and changed their lineups a few times. They wanted to train until Fang Luofan came back to review the game. However, Fang Luofan didn't come back. In the end, Xiao Yun called Qin Fei and told him Luofan went straight home. He said that there's nothing to review from today's game. You guys can train as you wish. Oh, by the way, Ain and Momo's game today was pretty exciting. You guys can watch it when you have time. Qin Fei relayed the message to the four of them and then brought them into the meeting room. When he turned on the projector and searched for the live stream on his laptop, his teammates were already in a heated discussion. Luo Yiming, fuck. Ain lost to Momo in the first round. Yi Hong, I heard that Momo stole the dragon and made a comeback. Luo Yiming, Momo stole the dragon in the second round too, but still lost. Han Lang, Momo lost the third round even more miserably. It's a common problem for new teams. After losing a game, their mentality collapses. It's impossible for them to win again. Yi Hong, yeah, it's just like last season. We were really muddle-headed towards the end of the game. We had the illusion that any random noob could crush us. While they were talking, Qin Fei finally found the video and clicked play. The five of them discussed as they watched. In the beginning, it was quite serious, but towards the end, it was all ha 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 laughter. People who didn't know better would think that they were watching a comedy. Luo Yiming, ha 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 ha. Jeez is too funny. Even if he dies, he'll die on the magic dragon. On the screen, Jeez, who was being chased by Fly, ran all the way across half of the map and crashed into the dragon pit. In the end, Fly took his head and his body lay at the feet of the magic dragon. It was a tragic sight. Yi Hong, ha 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 ha. In order to steal the dragon, he even used sorcerer's equipment. How can Jeez be so good? On the screen, Ain was fighting the dragon. Just as she was about to get the dragon, Jeez rushed in and was instantly attacked by Ain. In order to save his life, he had to use Sorcerer's golden body. For 5 seconds, he couldn't be attacked, but he also couldn't attack others. After 5 seconds, he used his teleportation skill and rushed in front of the magic dragon to use punishment. He successfully stole the dragon, but in the next second, he was killed by Ain in the dragon pit. Han Lang, ha 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 ha. Jeez is really unscrupulous in order to steal the dragon. On the screen, Ain and Momo were fighting in the dragon pit. In order to steal the dragon, Jeez lured all of Ain's monsters to his teammates and sold them out. Then, he teleported in front of the magic dragon and used punishment to steal the dragon. Jingyu was also amused by Jeez's actions. He couldn't help but comment, "This player is really unique." Qin Fei subconsciously turned to look at him. When he saw the smile on Jeez's face, his own lips couldn't help but curl up. The next day, PG had their last match in the group stage. It was their match against Ain. Now, the score for Group A was as follows: Number 1, PG, 4 points no. 2, Ain, 3 points no. 3, Momo, 3 points no. 4, KCC, 4 points. With this score, no matter who won the match between PG and ANE, both teams would advance to the knockout stage. However, it was impossible for these two teams to shake hands and make peace or go easy on each other. In ANE's eyes, PG was still a weak team that had made it into the top 8. Even if they had a new jungler, they still couldn't beat them in the training competition. If they were defeated by such a team, ANE would be too embarrassed to call herself a top 8 team. As for PG, it was purely for revenge. After being beaten up so many times, it was time for them to retaliate, right? A few minutes later, the match began. It was broadcasted live on the platform. Aban, hello everyone, I'm commentator Aban. Tangwa, I'm Tangwa, Aban, wow, it's finally the last match of the group stage. It's between PG and ANE. Tangwa, first of all, congratulations to both teams for making it out of the group stage. As expected, you can't underestimate both teams. Aban, yes, SOS from Group B also made it out of the group stage. It seems that no new team can shake the top 8 teams this season. Tangwa, no, Aban, did you forget about the match between SOS and PH this morning? Although PH lost to SOS 1-2, they're still strong. They're definitely the dark horses of this season. Aban, I'm not convinced. The biggest dark horse of this season is clearly Jingyu. My Jingyu's Heart of Ice is invincible. Tangwa, hahaha. Aban, you're having a stroke again. Be a good commentator, Aban, cough, your tone makes me feel like a naughty child. Isn't that the case? Tangwa couldn't help but laugh. Okay, let's stop joking. Let's watch the last match. On the live stream screen, PG and ANE's members were ready to ban the demons. Tangwa, ANE went first. They gave their first ban to the Moonshade Spider. A ban, it seems that Jingyu's Moonshade Spider won't be released this season. Tangwa, of course. A Moonshade Spider that can kill 5 monsters in one go with the help of Flower in the Mirror is unbeatable. Unless someone can think of a way to deal with it. A ban, or the officials can make some adjustments to the Moonshade Spider. Tangwa, speaking of which, a new monster should be released soon, right? I heard that it's an assassin-type monster, a ban, wow, I'm looking forward to Jingyu using a new monster. Okay, we can see that ANE's 3 bans have been released, Moonshade Spider, Lilith, and Nine-Tailed Fox. PG has banned Kamal and Heijiao. Tangwa, the last ban has been chosen, Flower in the Mirror. A ban, yes, with Hai on the other side, it's reasonable to ban Flower in the Mirror. Many people underestimate the role of a support in a match, but the truth is that a good support can lead the team to victory. Hai might be a support, but she's definitely ANE's core. Tangwa, now let's look at the pick segment. How will both sides choose their monsters? As soon as she finished speaking, ANE chose Sword Burial without hesitation. Tangwa couldn't help but be stunned. Aban couldn't help but be surprised. Ha! She didn't choose Dark Cupid, but Sword Burial. Is it because she's traumatized by Jingyu's Sword Burial after watching PG's match yesterday? Tangwa, but this way, PG's lineup will be very strong. As expected, Dark Cupid and Satan are instantly eliminated. When Luo Yiming chose Dark Cupid, he was completely dumbfounded. Without turning his head, he said to Yihong, Yezi, pinch me. Tell me I'm not dreaming. Yihong didn't hesitate to pinch him. Luo Yiming, ouch. It hurts. Fuck, can't you be gentler? After he finished howling, he didn't wait for Yihong to respond and screamed again, oh my god. I actually got my natal monster. I got my natal monster in the Pro League. What's so strange about that? Did you think that we were just playing around in the first few rounds? Yihong said seriously, if Jingyu's Moonshade Spider and Sword Burial weren't so good, you wouldn't have gotten Dark Cupid in your lifetime. Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh. My Satan was also released. He's amazing. Hearing his laughter, Jingyu couldn't help but laugh as well. Annie chose Centaur and Azrael, while PG chose Scarlet Fury and Sarier. After some hesitation, Annie chose Peacock Plume and Mermaid. Without a doubt, PG chose Heart of Ice. After Jingyu chose Heart of Ice, he took a deep breath and said firmly in his heart, Annie, this time, I won't lose to you. Chapter 52. Aban, both teams have very strong lineups. Tanghua, yes, Annie has the number 1 top laner, Azrael, and the number 1 jungler, Sword Burial. Mid laner, Peacock Plume, is also very strong. Not to mention the bottom laner, Centaur and Mermaid. They are very domineering in the early stages of the game. Aban, as for PG, Qin Fei's Satan and one's Dark Cupid are all must-ban monsters. Yezi's Scarlet Fury is also very difficult to deal with. Sarier's Health Lock is simply a bug. Finally, Jingyu's Heart of Ice is invincible. Tanghua, excluding the invitational tournament, this should be the first match between the top 8 teams, right? Aban, yes, that's right. At the same time, this is also the first time that Jingyu is in the top 8 in an official tournament after joining PG. Tanghua, there is no doubt about the strength of the top 8 teams. I wonder if Jingyu's Heart of Ice will be as amazing as it was in the preliminaries against Annie. Aban, I believe that he can. Jingyu has created too many miracles. Those who have watched him play should have some understanding of his strength. He is really an outstanding jungler. Therefore, even if his opponent is Ane, I believe that he will be able to make Heart of Ice shine. Tanghua, so, how will this match turn out? Let's wait and see. Following the 2 commentators' foreshadowing of the match, the countdown ended, and both teams of monsters entered the battlefield. The match between PG and Ane had officially begun. At the beginning of the match, the archers and sorcerers received buffs. When Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid received red buffs, Jingyu immediately used Heart of Ice to farm the surrounding monsters. Heart of Ice was the monster that he was most familiar with. After using it for an entire week in the preliminaries, he had already figured out the fastest and safest way to farm monsters. Therefore, when his opponent's Sword Burial reached level 6, his Heart of Ice reached level 6 at almost the same time. Heart of Ice was so fragile that it would be lucky if it didn't get killed in the early stages. However, Jingyu used Heart of Ice to farm all the monsters in his own jungle. When he killed the last monster, he still had 1/3 of his health left. This was an incredible feat for Heart of Ice. Aban, as expected of the number 1 player in the country, Heart of Ice. His farming speed is almost on par with Fly's Sword Burial. How many people can do this? Tanghua, when Jingyu was farming, he was constantly moving to avoid the monster's attacks. Whether it was his grasp of timing or the range of his movements, they were all incredibly precise. Aban, I think Jingyu must be a very cautious person in real life. Wow, I'm suddenly looking forward to the knockout matches. Tanghua, because it's an offline match. Aban, yes. Don't you want to see what these strong players look like? Tanghua, ha, I really want to. I hope it won't disappoint me. While the 2 of them were talking, Jingyu's Heart of Ice floated to the middle lane and tried to gank Peacock Plume. However, the enemy's Sword Burial quickly rushed over. After exchanging pokes with him, the 2 of them retreated and pretended that nothing had happened. Aban, Jingyu tried to gank the middle lane, but was discovered by Fly. Tanghua, both teams are playing very carefully. Heart of Ice and Sword Burial didn't leave. The live stream was from a bird's eye view, so it could be clearly seen that after a short confrontation, Heart of Ice and Sword Burial seemed to have left, but in fact, they were both squatting in the bushes near their own defense towers. Neither of them gave up on ganking the opposing mid laner. As for the mid laners of both teams, Scarlet Fury and Peacock Plume, they didn't seem to know that their junglers were nearby. They didn't show any intention of seducing them, and each of them was busy gank their own junglers. It was a peaceful scene. Seeing that another wave of monsters was about to spawn, if they didn't leave, the junglers of both teams would fall behind in economy. However, whether it was Jingyu's Heart of Ice or Fly's Sword Burial, neither of them had any intention of leaving. Tanghua, as expected of the top 8 teams, they're all so calm. Scarlet Fury is going up. Just when the two commentators thought that the two teams would be in a stalemate for a while, Yihang's Scarlet Fury flashed into the enemy's bushes and cast a blood coil. His target was Sword Burial. Only Yihang would be able to flash as if it didn't cost him anything. However, almost as soon as he controlled Sword Burial, Jingyu's Heart of Ice cast Snow's Traction and connected with Sword Burial. Immediately after, Heart of Ice did a beautiful spin and approached Sword Burial, then took a step toward Peacock Plume and activated his ultimate. A wild blizzard howled and engulfed Sword Burial and Peacock Plume, and the two monsters were immediately frozen into ice sculptures. They were controlled. In the next moment, Heart of Ice's combo and Scarlet Fury's ultimate intertwined. Peacock Plume, the weak mage, didn't even last a second and fell miserably to the ground. First blood was born. System, Heart of Ice, 1 kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has been killed. After getting the enemy monster's head, Heart of Ice's teleportation skill refreshed and immediately connected with Sword Burial. At the same time, the freezing effect disappeared and Sword Burial used flash and teleported. Without looking back, he rushed into his own tower and left with his 40-meter-long sword. It was a bit of a pity to let Sword Burial escape, but at least he was at critical health and wouldn't come back to gank them for a while. Scarlet Fury comfortably finished off a wave of minions and went to the bottom lane for a stroll. Heart of Ice also comfortably returned to his own jungle and started farming the second wave of minions. Beautiful. Aban couldn't help but praise. Scarlet Fury's timing and direction of flash are too perfect. It's as if he's in the enemy's line of sight. Jingyu's timing when he uses his ultimate is impeccable. Tanghua, yeah, he crowd-controlled Sword Burial and Peacock Plume in one go. Or rather, his target from the start was Peacock Plume, right? Aban, I think so too. At this level, Heart of Ice can't kill Sword Burial in a short period of time. Peacock Plume is different. After all, mages are very fragile. Tanghua, I have to say, Ane's Fly reacted very quickly and escaped as soon as the crowd control was released. If it was any other team, Heart of Ice might have been able to get a double kill. Jingyu really didn't think about getting a double kill. Although he had only played one practice match with ANE, he had a rough understanding of the strength of all the members of ANE. He was very clear that Sword Burial would definitely be able to escape from the situation just now. Therefore, Tanghua's guess wasn't wrong. Jingyu's target from the start was Peacock Plume, and only Peacock Plume. He had let Yihang's Scarlet Fury crowd control Sword Burial so that Sword Burial wouldn't stop him from killing Peacock Plume. Yihang loved this suicidal style of blinking over and crowd controlling the opponent. When Jingyu first joined PG, he was almost driven crazy by this style of play. Every time he cooperated, he was challenging his own limits. But now, after getting used to Yihang's risky style of play, Jingyu wasn't scared by him anymore. Instead, he learned how to use this style of play to catch the opponent off guard. The kill just now was the best example. After taking down the first kill, PG's morale was greatly boosted. The top, middle, and bottom lanes all exploded. Satan is in the tower. Is he trying to jump the tower and kill him? Azrael reacted quickly and immediately blinked away. Looks like he won't be able to catch up from this distance. As expected, Satan left the tower. Tangwa, Sarier is going all out. Dark Cupid is in the tower. Mermaid is holding her shield, Centaur is blinking. Aya, he escaped, what a pity. In the top, middle, and bottom lanes, PG completely suppressed Annie. The situation was completely in PG's favor. However, PG still couldn't get a second kill. Annie played very cautiously. If he couldn't win, he would run. He would rather give up a tower than let PG get half a kill. Just like that, 10 minutes passed, and the score was still at 1 o'clock. Magic Dragon was respawned, and no one had fought Magic Disc in the bottom lane. The two teams are in a stalemate. We have to rely on Magic Dragon or Magic Disc to change the situation. Tangwa, so far, PG still has the advantage. Annie's economy is much lower than PG's. Chin Fei's Satan took down the top lane first. Tangwa, he's going to the middle lane. Is he going to team up? As if to confirm Tangwa's guess, not long after Chin Fei's Satan reached the middle lane, the other devils also gathered there. PG was faster. All of them hid in the bushes next to Magic Dragon, waiting for Annie to team up. Soon, all of Annie arrived. Peacock Plume threw a skill at the bushes. All PG members dodged, but some of them were still hit by the skill and lost some HP. After discovering the PG in the bushes, Peacock Plume didn't hold back anymore and went all out. Almost at the same time, Azrael hooked his scythe into the bushes, but it hit nothing. I'll team up. Jingyu shouted. He connected his Heart of Ice to Peacock Plume, who was standing in the middle of Annie's team, and used Blizzard. However, the moment he released the skill, Sword Burial moved over and blocked it. Fuck! Jingyu cursed in disbelief. Even though he reacted quickly and used Flash to escape, he was still hit by a few arrows from the Centaur. He was instantly killed. System, Centaur, 1 kill. System, Heart of Ice has been killed. Don't team up. Retreat. Jingyu looked at the revival countdown on his screen. He couldn't help but feel irritated. He didn't underestimate Annie, but something unexpected still happened. This feeling drove him crazy. His teammates heard him shout, "Retreat," and retreated instinctively. However, even though they wanted to leave, Annie didn't intend to let them go. The mermaid flashed to the middle of the PG and spat out a bubble, crowd-controlling Scarlet Fury. The Centaur immediately rushed over and attacked crazily. System, Centaur, double kill. System, Scarlet Fury has been killed. Immediately after, Annie's entire team chased after the remaining PG members with the help of the mermaid. Hurry up and leave. I'll bring up the rear. Han Lang shouted. He had Saria use Lock Blood to increase his health. No. Old Han, you can't die. I'll save you. Luo Yiming shouted. He had Dark Cupid move in the opposite direction and aim at the Centaur. However, Azrael used Death Harvest and his health dropped rapidly. System, Centaur, triple kill. System, Dark Cupid has been killed. System, Centaur, quadruple kill. System, Sarier has been killed. Chin Fei. Luo Yiming, is there something wrong with your brain? Luo Yiming, do you want me to watch my support die for me? Han Lang, Yi Hong, Jingyu, supports. Aren't they supposed to protect archers? Their own C position was probably poisonous. Chapter 53. Jingyu finally understood why in PG matches, either the archer or both the archer and the support would die. There had never been a case where the archer survived alone. The archer who would rather die to protect the support was either a newbie or a lunatic equals Qin Fei was too lazy to complain about Luo Yiming. No matter how many times he said it, Luo Yiming could not change this bad habit of his. He also refused to change positions with Han Lang. TSK, speaking of which, if all his teammates died, what was he going to do? Qin Fei pondered for a moment. He had Satan's circle around the magic dragon. While calculating Ane's damage and the magic dragon's health, he chose the best route to steal the dragon. Yes, he planned to steal the dragon. Jingyu was also nervously calculating. When he felt that it was about time, he shouted, "Go!" Almost at the same time, Qin Fei's Satan activated his second skill, Demon King's Deterrence, and sped toward the dragon pit. When Ane discovered his presence, she threw all sorts of crowd control skills at him. Qin Fei did not even look at them. He blinked and appeared beside the magic dragon. He released a skill, exploding magic flames. His target was the magic dragon. However, Ane's jungler, Sword Burial, used punishment at the same time. The result was System, Sword Burial, conquer the magic dragon. System, the magic dragon army is about to attack. Aban, what a pity. Tanghua, what a pity. As expected, Satan's skill was no match for Sword Burial's punishment. After failing to steal the dragon, Satan, who had broken into Ane's encirclement, had nowhere to run. Knowing that he was going to die, Qin Fei did not even blink. He calmly locked onto the low health troops and released his ultimate skill, Hand of Darkness. System, Satan, kill. System, the enemy troops are dead. System, Sword Burial, kill. System, Satan is dead. Even if he, Qin Fei, were to die, he would drag someone down with him. Even though they had been wiped out and lost their dragon, they had still managed to kill the enemy's sea. This loss was still within the acceptable range of PGs. Not long after, the magical creatures on PG's side resurrected one after another, and all of them cleared out the magic dragon army in an orderly manner under Jingyu's command. Aban, this wave of PGs has suffered heavy losses. The score had been reversed, and their finances had also been surpassed by Ane. However, PG's rhythm wasn't messed up at all. They still displayed the standard of a strong party in dealing with the magic dragon army. Tanghua, PGs are very good at fighting against the magic dragon army. Their teamwork is very good, and there's no extra movement. Aban, everyone went to the middle lane, but before the magic dragon army could reach the middle lane, most of them were cleared out by the PGs. Tanghua, everyone split into two groups. The archers went to the bottom lane, and all PGs moved to the bottom lane's first tower. Aban, PGs cleared out the magic dragon army in the bottom lane, but Ane took down the top lane's first tower. Tanghua, they're really evenly matched. Ane's offense is very strong, but PGs are also very decisive in clearing out the magic dragon army. After a while, all three waves of magic dragon army were cleared out by PGs, and the entire battlefield turned from dark to bright. PGs lost a total of 2 towers, one in the top lane and one in the middle lane. The bottom lane's first tower was also reduced to half its HP. This loss was completely acceptable, but it wasn't optimistic. After all, PG's opponent in this round was Ane. We have to win in 30 minutes. Jingyu said, if we can't defeat Ane in the early game, then we'll only become more and more passive in the later game. Indeed, all members of PGs were well aware of this. As an extreme early game team, no matter how fierce PGs were in the early game, they couldn't avoid a decline in the later game. Even if they had been training for the later game, it was impossible for them to train better in the later game than in the early game. Therefore, if they collapsed too badly in the early game, they couldn't be saved in the later game no matter what. They had to race against time to make up for the lost economy. Jingyu, archers, clear out the bottom lane after you're done. I'll let you have the economy. Luo Yiming, oh, Jingyu, mages, follow me. We have to take down the middle lane's first tower. Yi Hong, coming. Jingyu, the other side is fighting the magic board. Brother Fei, go to the bottom lane and cooperate with Yiming to snatch the magic board. Qin Fei, okay. Jingyu, support, before protecting the archer, protect yourself first. Han Lang, makes sense. Therefore, while Dark Cupid, Satan, and Saria rushed to the bottom lane, Jingyu had Heart of Ice and Yi Hong's Scarlet Fury clear out the middle lane together. Then, they followed their own troops into the tower and focused their fire on the enemy's first tower. Dark Cupid used his nimble positioning to dominate the bottom lane. He cleared out all the junglers as fast as he could, and his economy rose to the highest in the team. Then, he immediately rushed toward the magic board. Saria was always by his side to protect him. Satan was also restless in the bushes near the magic board. Just as Ane was about to take down the magic board, Satan activated his Demon King's deterrence and pressed down on the 5 players as fast as he could. Saria saw the opportunity and activated his ultimate. He locked on his health and increased his speed, causing many of Ane's skills to be ineffective. Then, Dark Cupid used his positioning to get close to the enemy's centaur. He threw out all his skills as if they were free. The centaur's health dropped to critical levels in an instant. He tried to escape by blinking away. Satan did not hesitate to use his ultimate skill, Hand of Darkness. Countless black hands rose from the ground, grabbed the centaur, and dragged him into the abyss of eternal damnation. System, Satan, 1 kill. System, the enemy's centaur is dead. Dark Cupid did not stop attacking. After the centaur escaped by blinking away, he decisively changed his target to Peacock Plume. Peacock Plume had already used his ultimate skill, but it was blocked by Saria. Now, he only had 1 damage skill and 1 speed reduction skill left. He threw out the speed reduction skill first. Dark Cupid immediately blinked behind him and continued to attack. He turned around and used his damage skill. Dark Cupid dodged the attack by a hair's breadth, causing his skill to miss. Finally, his health dropped to 0. Dark Cupid took his head with an arrow. System, Dark Cupid, 1 kill. System, the enemy's Peacock Plume is dead. At this time, Satan's health was almost depleted. Azrael's scythe missed. He immediately used Death Harvest, which missed again. Yi Hong was not the only one who knew how to zigzag. Qin Fei's control was very calm. He calmly controlled Satan to zigzag, dodging all of Azrael's skills and even the mermaid's crowd control. Then, he pounced on the magic plate and used all his remaining skills and attacks. Unfortunately. System, Sword Burial, conquering magic plate. Once again, Satan's skills were no match for Sword Burial's retribution. After taking down the magic plate, Sword Burial immediately moved to Satan's side and took his head. System, Sword Burial, 1 kill. System, the enemy's Satan is dead. Han Lang, retreat. Jingyu, no need. I'm coming. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold light connected to Azrael on the screen. Then, a snow-white figure, accompanied by sparkling snowflakes, approached Azrael with a whoosh and used the ultimate skill, Blizzard. The cold wind whistled and controlled Azrael, Sword Burial, and the mermaid. Almost at the same time, a blood-red special effect bloomed under Azrael and Sword Burial's feet. It was Scarlet Fury's Blood Pool Purgatory. Dark Cupid took the opportunity to attack Azrael. System, Dark Cupid, double kill. System, the enemy's Azrael is dead. System, Scarlet Fury, 1 kill. System, the enemy's Sword Burial is dead. After the control effect disappeared, Annie's only surviving support saw that the situation was not good and immediately flashed away. However, Yi Hong's reaction was extremely fast and immediately flashed after him. He used Blood Coil to control him and then used Bloodlust to suck away the last bit of health he had left. System, Scarlet Fury, double kill. System, the enemy's mermaid is dead. This was a team battle that started before the PG players were all present. However, it was a 1-for-5 exchange. Annie was wiped out, and only Satan died. After the team battle, it did not matter whether they obtained the magic plate or not. The score is tied at 6-6. PG's economy is on the rise. PG's economy is once again higher than ANE's. Tanghua, oh my god, this is too exciting. As expected of a match between two of the top 8 teams. Based on the current situation, it's hard to say who will win. It's a pity that PG lost. They controlled the timing of stealing the magic plate and stealing the magic dragon very well. However, ANE's jungler Fly was not to be trifled with either. He always used retribution at the most crucial moment. Although PG won this team battle, the magic dragon has not respawned and the minions have not been brought over. It's a pity. That was indeed the case. Jingyu sighed in his heart. Fortunately, their economy had caught up. At worst, they could just team up again. There was nothing to be afraid of. Jingyu, archers, bring the bottom lane. Brother Fei, bring the top lane. Mages, follow me. The PG players split into 3 groups. They cleared out ANE's minions and brought their own minions over. Finally, they managed to take down the bottom lane's tower before ANE's entire team respawned. Gather in the bushes in the middle lane. I'll start the team battle. Jingyu ordered again. All the PG players hid in the bushes near the dragon pit and waited patiently for ANE's arrival. Why was this scene so familiar? It's the same as the first team battle. PG once again has the advantage in the terrain. Can they win this time? Tanghua, took the same route as the first team battle. Peacock Plume zoomed into the bushes. ANE's mid laner rushed to the dragon pit and zoomed into the bushes without hesitation. All the PG players were caught off guard. Fortunately, Saria reacted quickly and activated her ultimate, Light of Protection, Lockdown, and Haste. Satan immediately activated Demon King's deterrence and attacked ANE's entire team. At the same time, Heart of Ice connected to Peacock Plume. However, she didn't teleport over immediately. Instead, she waited for half a second. Sword Burial wasted a block, and Heart of Ice teleported to Peacock Plume's side and activated her ultimate. With Peacock Plume as the center, ANE's 4 monsters were all controlled. Only the Centaur escaped with Flash. However, in the next second, Azrael and Sword Burial used CC removal skills to protect Peacock Plume, who had only a sliver of HP left. Then, they focused their attacks on Heart of Ice. Frozen Heart kept dodging, but he still lost quite a bit of HP. At the same time, Crimson Rage used its crowd control skills, ultimate skills, and damaging skills. It landed a complete combo on the Grim Reaper that was charging at the front. The Grim Reaper was stunned, unable to move. Jingyu, go! With this order, Satan and Dark Cupid activated their ultimate. All the PG players rolled their keyboards and attacked ANE in a frenzy. However, all the enemy players activated their ultimate at the same time and charged at the PG players. Soon, the freezing effect disappeared, and all the ANE players rolled their keyboards. The following battle could only be described as corpses littered the field. System, Dark Cupid, 1 kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has been killed. System, Centaur, 1 kill. System, Scarlet Fury has been killed. System, Dark Cupid, double kill. System, enemy Azrael has been killed. System, Centaur, double kill. System, Dark Cupid has been killed. System, Satan, 1 kill. System, Sword Burial has been killed. System, Centaur, triple kill. System, Satan has been killed. ANE support protected their center in all aspects. On PG's side, Dark Cupid had been killed to protect his teammates. Now, ANE only had Centaur and Mermaid, the powerful bottom lane duo. PG only had Sarier and Heart of Ice left. No, they couldn't win. Hanlang roared, Jingyu, run. I'll cover the rear. No, I can counterattack. Jingyu stubbornly roared these few words and connected his Heart of Ice to Centaur. At that moment, the sound of his fingers tapping on the keyboard was unbelievably dense. Displacement, skill after skill, attack after attack, mixed in with constant movement. Heart of Ice, who only had a sliver of health left, dodged all the attacks from Centaur and landed all his attacks on Centaur. System, Heart of Ice, 1 kill. System, enemy players have been killed. Chapter 54. Just as Heart of Ice killed the Centaur, Mermaid came over and was about to kill Heart of Ice. Sarier quickly blinked in front of Heart of Ice and blocked the attack for him. Jingyu, beautiful. Retreat. Hanlang, okay. Heart of Ice with a sliver of health retreated back to his own turret under Sarier's protection. Both of them clicked the return button. Current score, 10-9. PG is leading by 1 kill. Amazing. That was amazing. For a long time, there was only one word left in Auban's mind, wonderful. Jingyu with a sliver of health counterattack. That was amazing. Tanghua was also carried away by Auban. Her mind was filled with amazing. After a while, both of them regained their senses and asked their teammates to replay the previous scene. Auban, this team battle was full of twists and turns. PG had an advantageous geographical position, but ANE took the initiative. Peacock Plume's ultimate was too decisive. Fortunately, PG reacted quickly. First, Sarier's opening was crucial. Then, Jingyu's Heart of Ice seized the opportunity and turned the situation around. Tanghua, Sword Burial used his block too early. No. Heart of Ice must have slowed down on purpose to avoid Sword Burial's block. Auban, yes, that's right. After Heart of Ice connected to Peacock Plume, it was obvious that he paused for a moment before repositioning himself. He paused for a moment. However, ANE seemed to have expected this. The Centaur decisively blinked and escaped from Blizzard's attack range. Azrael and Sword Burial immediately used Dispel crowd control spells. Tanghua, I can tell that ANE has studied PG's new jungler, Sword Burial. The timing of his block is obviously targeted at Heart of Ice. Auban, to be honest, when Dark Cupid fell, I thought that PG wouldn't be able to handle it. I didn't expect Heart of Ice to counterattack. He was actually leading by a single kill. Amazing. Tanghua, yeah. Jingyu's last sliver of HP was truly spectacular. Heart of Ice is definitely the MVP of this team battle. Auban, as expected of the number 1 player on the server, Heart of Ice. Jingyu. Jingyu. Tanghua, hahaha, Auban, pay attention. You're still commentating. A ban. Okay, we can see that after Heart of Ice healed, he immediately rushed to the mid lane and took the magic dragon's vision. This way, PG has a huge advantage in stealing the dragon. Tangua, the match is now 25 minutes old. The economy of both teams is slightly in the lead, and PG has one more kill. I feel like we should be able to determine the winner in the next group battle. A ban, maybe PG will consider stealing a dragon. Ha, that's what PG was thinking. Jingyu, our team can't handle A&E. How about we steal a dragon? Qin Fei, it's not that we need to team up. However, the main problem is that A&E always starts a team battle. We're too passive. However, stealing a dragon isn't a bad idea. Jingyu, then let's do this. Brother Han will take Yiming to steal the dragon. The others will follow me to distract A&E. After a pause, he said, we might die. Yi Hong laughed. It's not a might, it's a certainty. Yiming, seriously, don't let our sacrifice go to waste. Jingyu was just about to tell him not to pressure Luo Yiming, when Luo Yiming laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha. Leave it to me. When I steal the dragon, I'll kill them all. Jingyu, == okay, the biggest advantage of their C position was that no matter what he did, he always felt that he was awesome. He never had to worry about being crushed by an opponent or being despised by his teammates. If Yi Hong made more mistakes in the later stages of the game because he was mentally exhausted from maintaining a high level of concentration for too long, then Yi Hong was the one who made the mistake. Luo Yiming, on the other hand, was purely because he was high and unrestrained. Should I say, as expected of a PG archer. Letting go of himself, his style became a mystery. A ban, all PG members are in the mid lane. Are they ready for another team battle? No. Sarier is protecting Dark Cupid as they charge into the dragon pit. They're planning to steal the dragon. Tangua, on A&E's side, Sword Burial is leading the way in the mid lane. After the others noticed PG's movements, they started to gather in the mid lane. It's worth noting that A&E doesn't have the vision of the mid lane, nor does it have the vision of the magic dragon. They can only see Satan, Scarlet Fury, and Heart of Ice, who are clearing the enemy troops. They can't see Dark Cupid and Sarier who are going to steal the dragon. Aban, PG is very decisive in his attempt to steal the dragon. Dark Cupid is going straight for it. Tangua, will A&E notice PG's intentions? Ah! Sword Burial is heading towards the magic dragon. Almost at the same time that Tangua exclaimed, Jingyu seemed to have realized something. He frowned and said, that's not right. Sword Burial could have destroyed the tower, but he didn't. He noticed that we're stealing the dragon. Yiming, come back. Luo Yiming, huh? Just a little bit more. A&E rushed to the mid lane. Without looking at the PG in front of the tower, they charged towards the magic dragon. Tisk, Jingyu had no choice but to change his strategy. Forget it, steal the dragon. Brother Fei, form a team. This time, no matter what, they had to take the initiative to form a group. Qin Fei, who was already prepared, immediately had Satan activate his second skill, Demon King's Deterrence, and charge towards A&E's entire team. Jingyu, Brother Yi, control. Yi Hong had Scarlet Fury use Blood Entanglement to control A&E's top laner and sorcerer. Azrael immediately dispelled the crowd control, but in the next second, a cold light connected to him. Then, a violent blizzard engulfed him and turned him into an ice sculpture. After Heart of Ice connected to Azrael, before Sword Burial arrived, she immediately used her ultimate to control Azrael, Peacock Plume, Centaur, and Mermaid. Azrael had already dispelled the crowd control, so Centaur and Mermaid dispelled the crowd control without hesitation. Then, Mermaid activated her shield to protect everyone, blocking Scarlet Fury's ultimate. Centaur couldn't hit Heart of Ice, so he changed his target to Satan, who was at the front of the PG. However, was Qin Fei's Satan easy to bully? Hand of Darkness appeared under Centaur's feet. Together with the damage from exploding magic flames, Centaur's health bar was reduced by more than half. Heart of Ice immediately blinked to Centaur's side and took his head with a single skill. System, Heart of Ice, 1 kill. System, enemy Centaur has been killed. Enemy Centaur has been killed. The morale of all the PG players was greatly boosted. Heart of Ice, who had refreshed her position, quickly connected to Azrael and pulled herself over, dodging Peacock Plume's ultimate. Jingyu, Brother Han, protect me. Upon hearing the order, Hanlang immediately had Sarier activate her ultimate and lock her health. Azrael used Death Harvest, sweeping 360 degrees and slashing Heart of Ice, but did not deal any damage to him. Heart of Ice took advantage of the fact that Sarier's ultimate was still active to escape to Satan's back. Peacock Plume's skills all landed on Satan. Qin Fei stared at Satan, who had taken a large amount of damage and only had a sliver of health left. He did not even blink. Instead, he continued to push forward. As soon as the skill refreshed, he aimed at Peacock Plume and cast it. With the help of Lifesteal, his health bar increased a little, and he tanked Azrael's attack once again. System, Satan, 1 kill. System, enemy's Peacock Plume has been killed. Immediately after, Dark Cupid arrived. Scarlet Fury's skill refreshed, and he launched a combo at Azrael. In the end, Satan, who had taken the most damage, was the first to leave the battlefield. Azrael followed closely behind, but he was killed by Dark Cupid's arrow. System, Azrael, 1 kill. System, enemy Satan has been killed. System, Dark Cupid, 1 kill. System, enemy's Azrael has been killed. Up until now, A&E had lost 3 generals, while PG only lost Qin Fei's Satan. However, at this moment, a figure rushed in from behind PG. The special effect of 10,000 swords was domineering and cold, and it was followed by a series of combo attacks. It was Fly's Sword Burial. He's here. System, Sword Burial, 1 kill. System, enemy Scarlet Fury has been killed. System, Sword Burial, double kill. System, Dark Cupid has been killed. Sword Burial. It's Sword Burial again. Luo Yiming was so angry that he almost flipped the table. Fly's Sword Burial seemed to be much more difficult to deal with than in the previous mock competition. Whether it was his awareness or his skill, he had reached a new height. Perhaps it was because of Jingyu's Heart of Ice that he had been stimulated. Now, both sides only had the jungler and support left, and the magic dragon was on the verge of death. With Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid at the front, and PG and ANE at the back, the magic dragon did not have much health left, and the jungler could fight it alone. Therefore, at this time, of course, they had to steal the dragon. Jingyu's Heart of Ice and Fly's Sword Burial rushed toward the magic dragon at almost the same time. However, the moment the two of them reached the magic dragon, Sword Burial changed his target and rushed toward Heart of Ice, wanting to take his head. At this time, Heart of Ice only had a thin layer of health left after the previous team battle, while Sword Burial's health was almost full. Seeing that Sword Burial was about to use his skill when he rushed to Heart of Ice, Aban's heart was in his throat. Is Heart of Ice going to die? Ha! Tanghua, what the hell? The two commentators exclaimed at almost the same time. On the screen, the moment Sword Burial rushed to Heart of Ice and used his skill, Heart of Ice turned golden and froze on the spot. This was a mage's equipment, Golden Body. Aban, Jingyu changed his last equipment to Golden Body. Tanghua, that's crazy. Golden Body, this was a mage's equipment that increased magic power. It came with an active skill, Golden Body status for 5 seconds, and it couldn't be attacked or attacked. Sword Burial couldn't kill Heart of Ice, so he had to change his target and fight the Magic Dragon in a hurry, trying to take down Heart of Ice before Magic Dragon's Golden Body status disappeared. However, Golden Body only lasted for 5 seconds. After 5 seconds, Heart of Ice, who had regained his freedom, decisively used discipline on the Magic Dragon. Fly's Burial Sword also handed over retribution at almost the same time. The result was System, Heart of Ice conquered the Magic Dragon. Seeing this system notification, the members of ANE almost smashed their keyboards. Jingyu, however, couldn't help but laugh. Golden Body is really useful. Thanks, Jeez. In Momo Club, Jeez, who was watching the live broadcast, said, "Fuck. Not only does PG have the Magic Dragon bloodline, he also has the Sharingan." Chapter 55. System, Heart of Ice, conquer the Magic Dragon. System, the Magic Dragon army is about to attack. System, Sword Burial, triple kill. System, our Heart of Ice has died. System, Sword Burial, quadruple kill. System, our Sarier is dead. Unable to snatch the Magic Dragon's fly, he annihilated PG in a fit of rage, turning the score to 13-14, leading PG by 1. But what did it matter? The fact that Jingyu had snatched the Magic Dragon didn't change the fact that the PG team had been wiped out and the number of kills had fallen behind. After some time, all the magical creatures on both sides were revived. PGs followed the Magic Dragon army and swarmed toward Ain's defense tower. Everyone revealed their ferocious nature. Abayan, it's here. Satan carried the tower and killed. Scarlet Fury flashed and zoomed in. Dark Cupid DPS. The system prompt of the death of the enemy demons slid across the screen one after another, and the live broadcast screen was full of 66,666 comments. Tangua, this PG team seems to have suddenly exploded after being suppressed for too long. With an unstoppable momentum, he crossed the tower and wiped out ANE. Once PG grasped the opportunity, it's simply inhumane. Half explained with a carefree tone as if he was elated. At the same time, it can be seen that Ain is not as proficient and smooth as PG in dealing with the Demon Dragon army. After the PG forced the team apart, a lot of ANE's damage landed on the minions. It seems like the outcome of this round is already decided. Just like what Ain had said, within a few minutes after Ain's party was wiped out, PGs, under the advance of the Magic Dragon army, had completely destroyed all the towers on the top, middle, and bottom lanes. All of them had charged into Ain's territory and were crazily attacking it. Even if everyone in ANE managed to revive at the last second, there was nothing they could do. They could only watch as their territory was destroyed. The word victory appeared on the screen of all the PG members. At that moment, Luo Yiming cried out in excitement, "Ah!" Honling took off his headphones and slammed them on the table. He shouted excitedly, "We won! We've won!" Yi Hong looked at the two of them. Although he didn't say anything, the smile on his face said it all. Jingyu took off his headphones, leaned back, and relaxed against the back of the chair. His whole body felt soft, and he didn't want to move at all. This round was so tiring, his nerves were always in a state of high tension. The more he played, the more he didn't allow himself to make any mistakes. Even after the match ended, his nerves were still tense and he couldn't relax for a long time. At the same time, his hands didn't seem to listen to him, just as he was thinking this, his left hand was suddenly grabbed by someone. Jingyu was startled. He subconsciously turned his head and saw Qin Fei looking at his hand with a serious expression. Jingyu followed his gaze and looked at his own hand. It was actually trembling slightly. "You're too hardworking." Qin Fei seemed to say this sentence casually. He held Jingyu's hand with both hands and gently massaged it. Feeling the touch on his hand, Jingyu felt like his brain had exploded. He lost the ability to think for a long time. He allowed Qin Fei to massage his hand. After a while, he reacted and said tentatively, "I'm fine, Qin Fei, give me your other hand." Jingyu obediently put his other hand in Qin Fei's palm. Qin Fei looked at him in amusement and helped him massage his other hand. Then, he said, "Not bad. Let's win the next match in one go." Jingyu lowered his head and said, He felt like he should pull his hand back, but for some reason, he couldn't move it. Although he said, "I'm fine," he couldn't help but want Qin Fei to massage him for a while longer. He kind of enjoyed this feeling. He must be crazy. Qin Fei took in his reaction and couldn't help but laugh. However, he didn't say anything. After letting go of him, he got up and went to the toilet. Jingyu subconsciously looked up and was lost in thought as he watched his back. Until Yi Hong raised a hand and waved it in front of his eyes. "Little Jingyu." Jingyu came back to his senses. Yi Hong raised his eyebrows. "You were so fascinated by Brother Fei." Jingyu's face reddened. He was a little shy, but he still spat out 2 words with a straight face, "No." Yi Hong couldn't help but laugh. He pretended not to notice his absent-mindedness and started talking about the game. "Your Dragon Stealer maneuver was amazing. ANE's jungler must be furious." "Ha ha ha ha, my mind is full of ANE's reaction after the Dragon Stealer was stolen." Luo Yiming suddenly came over. "I suddenly realized that Dragon Stealer is much more exciting than a team fight. Maybe we can learn from Momo. We can lose the team fight, but we have to steal the magic dragon." Jingyu pretended not to hear anything. At this time, the technical statistics were out. The MVP of this match was undoubtedly Jingyu's Heart of Ice. Jingyu's Heart of Ice turned the tables several times. It played a very important role in the team fight in Dragon Stealer. He deserves to be the MVP. Tangguo, congratulations to PG for winning the first match. The second match will start in 10 minutes. Let's rest for a while. See you in 10 minutes. 10 minutes passed quickly. On PG's side, everyone was trying to find ways to relax. Some were walking around, some were listening to music, and some were lying on the sofa to empty themselves. The atmosphere on ANE's side was unusually heavy. For a long time after the match ended, the 5 ANE players maintained a terrifying silence. They didn't even take off their headphones. In the end, ANE's support and commander, Hai, was the first to take off his headphones and put them on the table. With him taking the lead, the other 4 took off their headphones one after another. Then, they heard Hai say in a very serious tone, "No, Heart of Ice is too troublesome. If I don't use flower in the mirror, I can't do anything to him." There was another period of silence. Then, he spoke again and made a decision. "We can only ban him." Hearing this, ANE's members were stunned. They clearly didn't agree. Jungler Fly was the first to object. "If we ban his Moonshade Spider and Heart of Ice, what will he use as a jungler? What if he brings out an even more troublesome monster? Heart of Ice might be troublesome, but we've spent time researching it and have a plan to deal with him." "Hi, you said it yourself. We've spent time researching it and deliberately targeted him in the match. What happened?" In the end, Heart of Ice turned the tables several times and won the MVP. Mid-laner Wing hesitated for a moment before suggesting, what if we release Moonshade Spider and steal Flower in the mirror? Hi, if we make the first move, will PG still release Flower in the mirror if he knows that we'll steal it? Wing, even if we don't have Flower in the mirror, all of us have dispels. Moonshade Spider won't be a big threat. Hi, did you forget that PG's mid-laner can use Soul? Wing, TSK, Yezi is really. His card pool is too deep. It's like there's no monster that he's not good at. Fly, then what should we do? Do we really have to ban Moonshade Spider and Heart of Ice? Then Qin Fei's Lilith will have to be released. As a top laner, she'll be even more troublesome than Satan. Top laner PL, I can steal Lilith. Archer GY, no, you can't. Lilith's HP is too low. When we fight, her HP bar goes up and down. It makes me nervous. PL. Then what do you think we should do? GY, I don't want to. Hai felt a headache coming on. He had really underestimated Jingyu and his Heart of Ice. Now, the reason why ANE was so conflicted was all because of Jingyu. If there were enough ban slots, Hai really wanted to ban all the monsters that this person was good at in one go. Knowing that this was unrealistic, after a moment of silence, Hai calmly said, whether it's Qin Fei's Lilith or one's Dark Cupid, they're all monsters that we're familiar with. Even if it's troublesome, we know how to deal with them. If it's really not possible, we can drag it out as long as possible. In the late game, Lilith won't be able to take damage, and will have a great advantage in the team fight. However, with Jingyu's Heart of Ice, if Fly's Sword Burial can't block his big move in time, all of us will be crushed to the ground by PG. It actually made a lot of sense. Everyone in ANE fell into a long silence. In the end, Fly was the first to speak. Okay, ban them all. Then I'll blind snipe him. He might take out Flower Petal of Datura. Ha! PL was shocked. Isn't that more troublesome? Flower Petal of Datura is much stronger than Heart of Ice and Moonshade Spider. At least, in the Pro League, there were still many players who used Flower Petal of Datura. This monster could be said to be the #1 assassin jungler. Hai had obviously thought of this point, but he had his own considerations. I just want to take a gamble. According to the information circulating on the internet, Jingyu has only been in contact with LD for a few months. I don't believe that he even knows how to use Flower Petal of Datura. After a pause, he smiled helplessly. In any case, whether it's Heart of Ice or Moonshade Spider, our chances of winning aren't high. It's better to ban them all and test the depth of his card pool. Fly, that's true. After all, we've already confirmed that we've qualified for the group stage. It doesn't matter if we lose to them. We'll win back in the knockout round. With that said, the others thought about it in their hearts and let go of their worries. PL, okay, let's take a gamble. Wing, yeah, it's better than me matching Yezi's soul. GY, if we lose, we lose. The important thing is that we can't lose in the knockout round. Just like that, Annie happily made the decision to ban Jingyu's Heart of Ice and Moonshade Spider. After all, they had deliberately targeted Heart of Ice and lost the match. If they released Heart of Ice in this round, their morale would drop by a lot, and it would be even harder to win. 10 minutes later, the second match began. Annie made the first move and gave Heart of Ice the first ban. This shocked the commentators, the bullet screen, and even PG. Luo Yiming, what the fuck? Yi Hong, did little Jing use Heart of Ice cause autism? Hanling, so they're trying to steal Flower in the mirror to deal with Jingyu's Moonshade Spider? Jingyu, ban Flower in the mirror. After PG banned Flower in the mirror, it was ANE's turn to ban the demon. ANE didn't hesitate and instantly banned Moonshade Spider. All PG members. Tangwa, ANE's second ban spot is also given to the jungler. Oh my god. Giving 2 bans to junglers, this is the first time in the LD Pro League. A ban, yes, that's right. It's obvious that ANE is very wary of Jingyu's strength. But if that's the case, what jungler will Jingyu use? What kind of surprise will he bring us? Tangwa, wow, I'm looking forward to it. Let's wait and see. Chapter 56. After ANE banned Jingyu's 2 monsters, PG, and the others were stunned for a moment before they laughed in schadenfreude. Luo Yiming was laughing. Ha 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 ha, ANE is digging his own grave. What gave them the wrong impression that Jingyu's Heart of Ice is more difficult to deal with than Brother Fei's Lilith? Yi Hong was laughing at Jingyu. Ha 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 ha. Little Jingyu, I didn't expect you to have such a day. The other side had 3 bans in total, and 2 of them had been given to Jingyu. Before today, only Qin Fei and Yi Hong had experienced this kind of treatment. Jingyu clearly didn't expect ANE to target him to this extent. After being stunned for a moment, he couldn't help but laugh. These 2 monsters aren't the only ones I know. If you have the guts, ban all of them. Qin Fei, Ain, I haven't even figured out what you can do. Yi Hong, ha 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 ha. By the time they figure it out, they won't know which one to ban. Luo Yiming, don't forget, Jingyu said that his Heart of Ice is the weakest. Ha 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 ha. Han Lang, hey, brothers, don't just laugh. So, which one should we ban? Jingyu and Qin Fei spoke at almost the same time. Sword burial. After speaking, the 2 of them were stunned and looked at each other. They were going to cause trouble together. Yi Hong clearly wanted to join in as well. Of course we ban sword burial. Since they're targeting our little Jingyu, their jungler won't have an easy time either. Okay, Han Lang happily banned sword burial. Seeing PG's choice, Tangguo couldn't help but exclaim. PG gave his second ban to sword burial. Abin, hahaha, should I say, as expected of PG. As long as he lives, he won't stop causing trouble. I'm guessing that this is PG's retaliation against ANE for banning Jingyu and his 2 monsters. ANE clearly didn't expect PG to ban sword burial. Seeing this choice, she was dumbfounded and couldn't decide on the 3rd ban for a long time. It wasn't that she couldn't make a decision, with Yi Hong on the other side, Nine-Tailed Fox had to be banned. But, what after banning Nine-Tailed Fox? What should they steal? Following a tense countdown, ANE entered a heated discussion. Hi, steal Dark Cupid. Fly, no. What if Jingyu's mouth? Then, I'll have to use into Kwanggu. Wild Bones is fine as a top laner, but his harvesting ability is too weak. PL, yes, I also think we should steal Satan. What if PG gives his last ban to Azrael? I'll have to use Kwanggu. In that case, once Jingyu locks onto Satan, what will Little Fly use? Flower Petal of Datura. Hai was convinced. Okay, we'll steal Satan. After making the decision, ANE banned Nine-Tailed Fox and rubbed her palms in anticipation of stealing Satan. However, not long after they banned Nine-Tailed Fox, PG decisively chose the last ban, slapping ANE's face until it was swollen. It's Satan. Tanghua excitedly shouted. 6 bans, 4 junglers. Ha ha ha, this match is too interesting. It's PG. This team is too interesting. A ban laughed. ANE banned 2 of their junglers, and they immediately retaliated by sending out Kamal and Heijiao. PG's team is the toughest team I've ever seen. They're so tough even when it comes to banning a demon. Seeing the 6 bans chosen by both teams, the bullet screen was filled with excitement. Ha ha ha. They're going to force Fly to his death. Ain, you've shot yourself in the foot, right? Damn, I'm looking forward to this match. Fly, who am I? Where am I? What happened? Jingyu, I'll use newbie gift pack. Do you dare to use flower petal of Datura? Ha, that's what PG was thinking. Jingyu, let's see what's on the first ban. If it's flower petal of Datura, I'll use Wendy. Yihong, newbie gift pack. Awesome. Can I use Fair? Jingyu, no. Qin Fei, how are you playing with Wendy? Jingyu, better than Heart of Ice. Qin Fei, oh, no problem. Luo Yiming, ha 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 ha. Better than Heart of Ice. The meaning of these words coming from your mouth is completely different from when they come from someone else's mouth. Jingyu, ha ha. On the other side, Annie was on the verge of breaking down. Fly. Is there something wrong with PG's people? Hi. It's not like they've been sick for a long time. Wing. They're seriously sick. PL was going crazy. So what do we have to fight for? High side. Kamal. GY, okay. Aw hi, protect me. Help me carry Pentacle. Hai looked up at the sky. Let's gather our lineup first. Tangwa, Annie has locked up Kamal. This is the first time Kamal has appeared in the group stage. This powerful demon known as the Angel of Destruction can be an ADC or an APC. It's very tricky. How will PG deal with it? Aban, PG has locked up Lilith and Dark Cupid. This season, Qin Fei's Lilith has been on screen a lot, and her results are quite impressive. Dark Cupid has always been the first in line. In order to suppress Jingyu, Annie had no choice but to release these two demons. I hope they won't regret this decision. Tangua, Annie has locked up Azrael first, and then the other position. Centaur. Double Archer. Is this imitating Kid's Double Archer? Aban exclaimed. After seeing Fly lock onto Centaur, he immediately adjusted Sprite Commandeering to Punishment. Only then did he react. No. It's Jungler. Ane's Fly is planning to use Archer to Jungler. This is going to be interesting. As Tangua spoke, she became more and more excited to see how this match would turn out. Next is PG's pick. This time, it's rare that they hesitated. Locked. Heijiao. Aban, Heijiao also rarely drops. This demon is in the first tier like Nine-Tailed Fox, but it's much easier to control than Nine-Tailed Fox, so it's the first choice of many teams. PG has locked up Sarier in the other position. Okay, this way, PG's bottom lane combination will be the same as the previous round. I wonder what support Annie will use. Tangua, Annie has locked up Ali. Aban, this healing type support is indeed very suitable for Annie's lineup for this round. Tangua, Annie has chosen Peacock Plume for the last position. Although she's not as agile as Heijiao, in terms of damage, she's the only one in this version who can compete with Heijiao. Aban, it's finally PG's last position. PG now has a top laner, mid laner, archer, and support. There's only one jungler left. What jungler will Jingyu use? When he said this, Aban couldn't hide the excitement in his voice. He was really looking forward to Jingyu using the new demon as a jungler. This professional player, who could get Heart of Ice and Moonshade Spider banned and was targeted by ANE, who was also in the top 8, seemed to be able to carry the entire team no matter what demon he used. Aban had no doubt that even if Jingyu used the newbie gift pack in the professional league, his results wouldn't be worse than Heart of Ice's. Just like that, under Aban's expectant gaze, PG chose the last demon, countless purple petals fluttered and fell in the middle of the screen. They suddenly sped up and swirled together. Layers of petals peeled off and fell down, forming a gorgeous dress. The snow-haired girl woke up from the petal dress and stretched her limbs, revealing her small and tender face. Flower petal of Datura. Ah! Flower petal of Datura. The moment he saw that PG had locked onto the demon, Aban shouted excitedly. My life! Ah! Flower petal of Datura was recognized as the #1 assassin jungler. She had a dreamlike image of a young girl with gorgeous and beautiful skills and special effects. Who knew how many people had gone crazy for her, training her day and night. Then, they were taught a lesson by her battle results and win rate equals. In fact, compared to other assassin-type demons, Flower Petal of Datura's skills were already very well designed. They were not as easy to give as Heart of Ice's skills, nor were they as complicated as Moonshade Spider's skills that made people want to strangle the game designers. However, as an assassin-type jungler, Flower Petal of Datura still had the common problem of assassin-type junglers: low health and low defense. Therefore, even though this demon's appearance rate in the professional league was much higher than that of other assassin-type junglers, there were still very few players who could really use her as a carry. Those who have been paying attention to this season must have seen Jing use Heart of Ice and Moonshade Spider. Both of them have achieved miraculous results. I believe that his Flower Petal of Datura can also bring us unexpected miracles. Tangua. In this round, the lineups of both sides are quite different from previous LDPL competitions. ANE's jungler is Centaur, while PG's jungler is Flower Petal of Datura. How will the battle between the two sides turn out? Based on the current lineup, PG is suitable for the early stages. The sooner the game ends, the better. Once ANE's Kamal and Centaur are up, the damage will be very considerable. Lilith will not be able to tank at all. PG had obviously realized this as well. Jingyu, we have to play faster in this round. Yi Hong was a little worried. Can your Flower Petal of Datura be fast enough? Jingyu had used the Flower Petal of Datura during training before. Because its damage was not as high as Heart of Ice, it did not have a control skill like Heart of Ice, and it did not have a bug-like combo like Moonshade Spider. Its final results were not outstanding. It was very rare for it to become the MVP as judged by the system. This gave PG's entire team the illusion that the Flower Petal of Datura was not as strong as Heart of Ice and Moonshade Spider. But in reality, Jingyu moved his fingers and looked at the loading screen. He smiled. If you use the Flower Petal of Datura, you don't have to rely on your skills, but your brains. Don't worry, I'll carry you guys in this round. He paused for a moment before adding confidently, the Flower Petal of Datura, am very good. Chapter 57. The battlefield loaded, and the match officially began. In this round, the lineups of both teams were as follows: PG, Lilith, Heijiao, Dark Cupid, Flower Petal of Datura, Saryurin, Azrael, Peacock Plume, Kamal, Centaur, Ariel. Many demons that had not been used before appeared. At this moment, Aban didn't look like a proper commentator at all. He was completely like a little fanboy. The match has begun. Jingyu, go. Flower Petal of Datura, go. Jingyu. Jingyu. Tangua smiled helplessly at the side. Aban. Hey, Aban. Are you still in your commentator mode? It's barely working. As Aban spoke, he finally switched back to his commentator mode after both teams took down the red and blue demons. Okay, we can see that after the archers of both teams took the red arrows, they started to line up in the bottom lane. Both teams' junglers chose to farm and develop first. Ain's jungler was a Centaur. He had too little health in the early game and didn't have any big moves. He definitely needed to develop for a while before gank. What about PG's Flower Petal of Datura? Just like how he knew that his opponent wouldn't cause trouble in the early game, he also focused on his own jungle. Relying on his quick cooldown, he flew around the jungle. After killing all the monsters in the jungle, he only lost a little health. A ban, just by looking at his farming speed, I can tell that Jingyu's Flower Petal of Datura is different from mine. Tangua, ha ha ha, a ban, that's enough. Be serious. A ban, I'm very serious, okay? Look at the bullet screen, did you see that? They all said that there's nothing wrong with my words. Tangua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Alright, you win. While the two of them were talking, Jinyu's Flower Petal of Datura shifted and turned into a small purple flower that floated into the bushes in the middle lane. Aban immediately reacted. Are you going to gank the mid laner? At this moment, the Flower Petal of Datura's other skills had all been unlocked. He quietly crouched in the bushes for a while, waiting for his teleportation skill to respawn. Then, he immediately used it and floated directly onto the enemy Peacock Plume. Peacock Plume reacted very quickly. Almost reflexively, it used Blink and escaped into its own defensive tower. However, the Flower Petal of Datura had no intention of letting him go. She used a skill in his direction, Flower Strike. She used the flower as a dart and hit Peacock Plume right in the middle. Peacock Plume couldn't stand the harassment and threw out a slow backhand. Flower Petal of Datura didn't dodge and took the hit head-on. At the same time, the three hidden skills on Jingyu's screen suddenly lit up. Jinyu didn't hesitate to use invisibility. On the live stream, the Flower Petal of Datura turned translucent. From Peacock Plume's point of view, it looked like the Flower Petal of Datura had suddenly disappeared into thin air. Jingyu, brother Yi, use Blink. Yi Hong, I couldn't ask for more. Heijiao used Blink and chased into the tower. Then, he used Water Spout to send Peacock Plume into the air. Then, he used Dragon's Tail to hook Peacock Plume back to himself. Right after that, the Flower Petal of Datura used Blink to attack Peacock Plume while in invisibility. The double damage instantly reduced Peacock Plume to a sliver of health. Jingyu, get out of the tower. Yi Hong, huh? Peacock Plume wasn't dead yet, but the Flower Petal of Datura had already left. Although Yi Hong found it strange, he believed in Jingyu and turned back to withdraw his troops. The next second, two system notifications appeared on the screen. System, Flower Petal of Datura, first kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has been killed. First kill. After Tangua shouted these 4 words, she realized that something was wrong. How did Peacock Plume die? Can you please replay it? Soon, the live stream showed a replay of the moment just now. After the Flower Petal of Datura left, Peacock Plume immediately fled in the direction of his own territory. However, his health dropped at a frightening rate. Even if he used heal, it was useless. In the end, he died between the first tower and the second tower. This health drop is too frightening. Can you please show me Peacock Plume's perspective? As Aban spoke, he looked at the changing perspectives on the live stream and finally found the answer above Peacock Plume's status bar. It's poison. 6 stacks of poison. Tangua, oh my god. How can there be 6 stacks? This time, just replaying Peacock Plume's instant of death wasn't enough to find the answer. He had no choice but to replay the entire process of the Flower Petal of Datura gank. Second skill, Flying Flower, Poison Stack 1. First skill, Flower Assault, Poison Stack 2. Passive skill, Flower Fury, Poison Stack 3. Unlocking invisibility after Poison Stack 3. Attacking enemy demons while invisible would double the damage and double the toxicity, 6 stacks of poison. Just like that, Peacock Plume was poisoned to death. After analyzing the entire process, Aban couldn't help but exclaim like Tangua, "Oh my god. Is this the correct way to play Flower Petal of Datura?" This process seemed easy, as all it took was 1 stack of poison. However, there was a time limit to stack poison. Compared to stacking from 1 to 2, stacking from 2 to 3 allowed a shorter time. For many people playing Flower Petal of Datura, stacking up to 2 stacks was the limit. Often, when they wanted to stack up to 3 stacks, the poison on the enemy demons would have disappeared, and they would have to start from the first stack again. As for stacking up to 6 stacks, that was a fantasy. But Jingyu did it. He deliberately took on Peacock Plume's speed reduction skill and used his passive skill to stack up to 3 stacks of poison. Then, he attacked while invisible, directly doubling the poison on Peacock Plume's body. Then, of course, he could leave without looking back, 6 stacks of poison. Peacock Plume was a fragile mage. Even if he had 1/3 of his HP left, he would be dead, let alone a sliver of HP. Countless slid across the screen. Aban couldn't hide his excitement. I remember Team PG's coach, Luo Fan, once said in the previous match that Jingyu's calculation ability was very strong. I didn't think much of it before, but today was an eye-opener. Aban, because I play Flower Petal of Datura myself, I know very well how difficult it is to stack up to 3 stacks of poison. I tried to get hit by the other party first before using 2 skills one after another. However, it was impossible for the other party to stop after hitting me once. Most of the time, they would use a series of attacks to kill me directly. Even if they couldn't kill me, they would be alert and avoid my teleportation. Tangua, judging from Flower Petal of Datura's stealth and assassination, stacking up to 3 stacks of poison isn't a coincidence. Jingyu really calculated it. Aban, of course. Otherwise, he wouldn't have turned around and left while Peacock Plume still had HP. Hahaha, this reminds me of a saying, true heroes never look back at explosions. Even Jingyu's teammates were stunned by Jingyu's performance, let alone the commentators and the bullet screen. Yi Hong, holy shit, that's awesome. Jingyu, huh? You have such a strong taste. Yi Hong, Luo Yiming, ha 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 ha. The degree of Jingyu's antics is directly proportional to his skill. Han Lang, the better you play, the better you talk. Yi Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But don't accidentally hurt your allies. Jingyu, I'll be careful. Everyone thought that Jingyu's performance was too good, but Qin Fei saw through it. 6 stacks of poison. That's amazing. Jingyu couldn't help but laugh. You figured it out. Qin Fei, so this is what you meant by playing with your brain. Jingyu, yes, compared to Heart of Ice. Heart of Ice relied purely on skill. Without the support of skill, it was just a vase that would die. In comparison, Flower Petal of Datura's survivability was much stronger. However, because its damage wasn't as high as Heart of Ice, it had to calculate how to maximize its damage if it wanted to kill the enemy in one go. Qin Fei, how does it compare to Moonshade Spider? Jingyu, Moonshade Spider. After figuring out the combo, it can just mindlessly type on the keyboard. Speaking of which, Moonshade Spider is the most reckless demon I've ever used. Its survivability is even lower than Heart of Ice. Moonshade Spider's self-created combo gave other teams a headache, but in Jingyu's hands, it was just mindlessly typing on the keyboard. Who knew what the other teams would think if they found out? Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh. Picking you out of a sea of people, I'm really too lucky. On ANE's side, if it was said that they were still struggling on the edge of being autistic after losing the previous match. Then, in this match, all of them were really going to be autistic in the end. 5 minutes later, it was a small team battle at the bottom lane. Devil's Snare Flower forcefully entered the battle and stacked 3 layers of poison on Carmel's body. Then, Devil's Snare Flower used stealth assassination to double the poison. Then, without even looking at Carmel, Devil's Snare Flower chased after the fleeing players and used a skill. Flower Petal of Datura's big move, Sky Blooming Flower Burial. It was hailed as the pinnacle of special effects in the game Devil Lord. On the screen, a girl in a purple dress was torn to pieces, turning into countless petals that instantly caught up with the escaping team. Each petal was like a sharp blade, sweeping him away. The team leader's HP dropped rapidly, finally reaching 0. Flower Petal of Datura condensed into human form on his corpse and moved out of the tower. System, Flower Petal of Datura, 1 kill. System, Enemy Kamal has died. System, Flower Petal of Datura, 2 kills. System, Enemy Team Leader has died. When others saw Kamal and the team leader, their first reaction was, Ane's late-game damage is heaven-defying. When Jingyu saw Kamal and the team leader, his first reaction was, aw, brittle little cutie, watch how I carry you with 5 kills. In the first 10 minutes of the match, Flower Petal of Datura was in the limelight. At the 10-minute mark, the first full-scale team battle erupted in the middle lane. Lilith had 2 kills, while Dark Cupid had 3 kills. Ane was completely unable to retaliate. In comparison, Flower Petal of Datura's presence didn't seem as strong. However, as a fan of Jingyu, a band still exaggerated Jingyu's performance in the team battle. All Ane members were stacked with poison by Flower Petal of Datura, so their HP dropped very quickly. Flower Petal of Datura relied on big moves to kill, but in this team battle, Jingyu directly used big moves to start the team battle, greatly reducing Ane's HP. This was a very wise decision. Flower Petal of Datura played a huge role in trading 0 for 5. This bragging. Tangguo couldn't bear to listen to it. Qin Fei's Lilith is indeed domineering. She didn't retreat when her HP was low, and instead, she advanced. She chased after him with big moves and killed him above the tower. Dark Cupid directly attacked Kamal's face. A Ban A&E team wiped out, and PG started to fight the dragon. As expected, when playing against a team like PG, which is too early in the game, you can't choose a team that's too late in the game. A&E's team formation was indeed late in the game, but was this what they wanted? The top laner and jungler were all banned, and Flower Petal of Datura's unexpected performance, Fly, let's continue researching Heart of Ice later. Fly, I'm sorry, we won't ban Heart of Ice anymore. Chapter 58. In this round, Ane had shot himself in the foot. They did not expect PG to ban Sword Burial and Satan. They also did not expect Jingyu's Flower Petal of Datura to be so strong. Ban was also taken aback. He believed that Jingyu's Flower Petal of Datura was not weak. However, even though he said that he hoped for a miracle, he was still worried that his expectations of Jingyu were too high. In the end, Jingyu really created a miracle once again. This was no longer a matter of whether or not his expectations were met. It had completely overturned his imagination. Flower Petal of Datura is really suitable for a player like Jingyu who is good at calculation. A Ban could not help but sigh. It's like Nine-Tailed Fox. It's a test of a professional player's awareness and grasp of timing. However, if you can't keep up with the mechanics, it's useless no matter how good your calculations are. Tangguo added. Jingyu's strength lies not only in his precise grasp of timing, but also in his understanding and familiarity with assassin-type monsters. In this round, Ane's problem is very obvious. They don't understand the flower petal of Datura well enough. Therefore, when faced with the flower petal of Datura stacking poison, their many attempts were in vain. They were unable to break through even after being wiped twice. PG's team was wiped twice by ANE. After the first wipe, they took the dragon and destroyed several of ANE's towers. They only had one tower each in the top and bottom lanes. The second wave of team battles erupted near the magic board in the bottom lane. Yihong's Heijiao obtained a quadruple kill. One of the kills was taken by Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid. In the end, ANE's team managed to snatch the magic board. However, it was useless. PG still had the minions. Under the lead of the minions, they destroyed ANE's last two towers. 28 minutes had passed, and the score was 18-6. PG had 3 times more kills than ANE. There was no longer any suspense. Even if ANE managed to revive everyone before the territory was destroyed, there was nothing he could do. Aban announced the result of the match in advance. Congratulations to PG for defeating ANE 2-0 and becoming the champion of Group A. However, at the same time, congratulations to ANE for successfully advancing to the elimination round. Tanghua, the next time the two teams meet, it will be in an offline match. At the same time, the performance of the players in the 3D world would be broadcasted live. I'm looking forward to seeing PG's style in the 3D world. After that, Fang Luofan did not care about what the two commentators said. He looked at the flower petal of Datura who had been selected as the MVP on the screen and felt his blood boil. They could really win the championship this season. However, in the training room a few steps away, PG's players didn't care about the upcoming match at all. All of them began to unscrupulously scroll through Weibo, forums, and live streams. Yihong said, "Wow. Momo defeated KCC 2-0. Luo Yiming said, What? I want to see." When he heard the name of Momo's team, Jingyu stretched his neck out curiously. He leaned his head closer to Yihong's computer screen, completely forgetting that Qin Fei was sitting next to him. Qin Fei leaned back, allowing Jingyu to lean in front of him. His eyes were filled with helplessness, but he also wanted to laugh. Yihong's screen was playing the match between Momo and KCC. Momo's jungler, Jeez, was as good as ever when it came to stealing dragons. KCC's overall ability was not as good as Momo's, so they could not steal Jeez's dragons. They were swept by Momo in both matches. Luo Yiming said, Ha. Jeez is really good at stealing dragons. Yihong said, they're willing to do anything to steal dragons. Hanling said, I heard that the members of this team are all very young. They have a bright future ahead of them. Jingyu couldn't help but laugh. Just as he was about to comment, he stretched his neck too far and lost his balance. He almost fell onto Qin Fei. Luckily, he had the speed of a bachelor for 20 years. He was able to support himself with one hand between Qin Fei's legs, the chair. Qin Fei said, Fuck. Jingyu said, Fuck. Qin Fei was shocked, but he was only stunned for a moment. He quickly calmed down and said jokingly, What is this? The end of posterity palm. Jingyu moved back as if he had been electrocuted. He retracted his hand and said, I'm sorry. Jingyu, who felt that he had done something wrong, immediately stopped being flirtatious. He put away all his arrogance and obediently looked into Qin Fei's eyes. Brother Fei, I didn't do it on purpose. Qin Fei obviously knew that he didn't do it on purpose. He just said it casually. Seeing Jingyu's "Don't hit me, I'm super obedient" look, he couldn't help but laugh. And he did laugh. Ha, you're a wolf in sheep's clothing. As he spoke, he raised his hand and ruffled Jingyu's hair. Then, before he could react, he got up and left the training room. Jingyu looked at his back and was absent-minded for a while. He only felt that the part of his head that had been rubbed by him was numb. Yi Hong looked at him and then at Qin Fei. He couldn't help but complain, always running away after flirting. Serves you right for being single. Jingyu. Seeing Jingyu's surprised gaze, Yi Hong realized that he had accidentally spilled the beans. He quickly corrected himself. Oh, Brother Fei, if he runs away after flirting with his girlfriend like he did with you, he'll be single for the rest of his life. I see. Jingyu replied. He turned his head and looked at his computer screen. He was in a daze again. He couldn't explain why he felt so disappointed. By the time the match with Ain ended, it was already very late. Seeing that everyone was tired, Fong Luofan didn't force them to train. After Jingyu showered, he walked over to Qin Fei's room in his pajamas and knocked on the door. Brother Fei, I'm done showering. You can go shower. There was no response. But after a while, the door was pulled open. Qin Fei stood at the door with his upper body naked. He yawned lazily and said, "Got it." Jingyu stared at his chest in a daze. He didn't react for a long time until Qin Fei raised his eyebrows and said, "Is there anything else?" Nothing." Jingyu came back to his senses. He felt embarrassed for being in a daze. He hurriedly turned around and opened his door. However, Qin Fei had no intention of letting him go. He chuckled and said, "How many days have you been here? Why isn't there anything on the door?" Jingyu turned around and looked at Qin Fei's door. "Death to those who disturb my sleep" was written on it. He then looked at his empty door. "Do I have to put something on it?" He was confused. "It's not necessary," Qin Fei said carefully. "It's just that, don't you think you'll be happy if you put something on the door? She would feel like she had taken over this room for herself." Unfortunately, Jingyu didn't get Qin Fei's point. "Why would I be happy?" Qin Fei's lips twitched. He didn't know what to do with Jingyu. "Whatever. It's okay if you don't want to. I'm going to take a shower." "Okay," Jingyu replied. Seeing that Qin Fei was about to turn and leave, he didn't know why he didn't want him to leave. He asked tentatively, "Can I put up a picture instead of words? Like Heart of Ice or something?" Qin Fei looked back at him and replied casually, "Up to you." Then Jingyu was about to say that he could find a picture online and print it out when Qin Fei suddenly interrupted him. "Oh, you really like Heart of Ice?" Qin Fei sighed. He didn't know why, but he added, "I remember that you like me too. How does it compare to Heart of Ice?" Qin Fei paused. As if he was afraid that Jingyu didn't understand, he reorganized his words and asked again, "Between me and your Heart of Ice, who do you like more?" After he asked, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. Can they be compared? What are you thinking? However, before he could think about how to take back his words, he heard Jingyu reply without hesitation. "Of course it's you, Qin Fei." After Jingyu said this, he seemed a little embarrassed. He instinctively took a step back and pressed his back against the wall. This angle was too convenient for Qin Fei to cabin. However, in the end, Qin Fei still restrained his urge to cabin Jingyu. After his Adam's apple trembled, he smiled and said jokingly, "My name is Lilith. You know what to do, right?" Jingyu blinked. After a while, he reacted. "Oh, then I'll put Lilith on my door." As he said this, he suddenly thought of something and said, "But can you give me an autograph? Sign on Lilith." In this world, there was more than one Lilith. However, Qin Fei only had one Lilith. Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh. Okay, wait for me to take a shower. Jingyu, okay. The next morning, everyone in PG saw that there was an extra piece of paper on Jingyu's door. Lilith was printed on the paper, and Qin Fei's signature was at the bottom right corner. Next to the signature was a playful heart. Love. Heart. During lunch, Yi Hong looked at Qin Fei as if he was looking at a pervert. Finally, before the afternoon training started, he found an opportunity to speak to Qin Fei alone. Do you have any shame? Qin Fei was dumbfounded. What about me? Yi Hong, Jingyu is still a child. Qin Fei. I'm only 6 months older than him. Yi Hong, you even know his birthday. Qin Fei, it's in the contract. Yi Hong, it's not your contract. Qin Fei, that makes sense. Well, I secretly looked at it, and then. Yi Hong, do you have any shame? Qin Fei. I can't communicate with you. Get lost. Yi Hong, so, Jingyu is also that. Qin Fei, is he? I'm not sure. Yi Hong. If you're not sure, then why are you flirting with him? Qin Fei, I'll flirt with him first. If he is, he'll react sooner or later. If he isn't, then we're all good brothers. Perfect. You're awesome. Yi Hong was speechless. No, he still wanted to say, as long as you don't burn yourself to death when the time comes and you have nowhere to vent your lust, it'll be fine. Then he was sent flying by Qin Fei's kick. The knockout round would not start until next week. According to the official announcement, there would be a version change before the knockout round. Some demons would be adjusted, and 2 new demons would be added. Now, the whole world was guessing which demons the officials would change, and what type of demons the 2 new demons would be, and what their positions would be. The forums were also discussing this matter. 58L. I think the Moonshade Spider will be weakened. 59L. It can't be, right? Jingyu's Moonshade Spider is so strong that it's like a bug, but not everyone is Jingyu. 60L. The Moonshade Spider might not be weakened, but Kamal and Azrael will definitely be weakened. 61L. There aren't many people who can turn the Moonshade Spider into a bug, but if there are people who can do it, does it mean that the Moonshade Spider's skill does have a bug? Then, it's possible that it will be weakened, right? In the past, it wasn't weakened because there wasn't anyone who could bring out the full potential of the Moonshade Spider. 62L. According to the previous poster, are the Heart of Ice and the Flower Petal of Datura going to be weakened too? After all, these 2 demons are like bugs in Jingyu's hands. 63L. Hahaha, isn't the title of this post no prize guessing which demons will be weakened? Why is everyone discussing whether or not Jingyu's demons will be weakened? If you're so afraid of Jingyu, why don't you suggest that Jingyu be weakened? 64L. The previous poster is right. How can you have the nerve to weaken a flower petal like the Heart of Ice? Rather than weakening the Heart of Ice, why don't you weaken the person? 65L. I bet 50 cents that the Heart of Ice won't be weakened. A few days later, the official Weibo account released the list of demons that needed to be adjusted. Brother 65's face was slapped swollen. The Heart of Ice was on the list. However, a few days later, 2 days before the start of the offline tournament, the official Weibo account released the official announcement of the demons being adjusted. Congratulations, Brother 65, he won the bet. The reason why the Heart of Ice appeared on the adjustment list wasn't because it was weakened, but because it was strengthened. Aang, who had just decided not to ban the Heart of Ice. Who's the organizer? Come out, we promise not to beat you to death. Chapter 59. Heart of Ice's HP, defense, and damage were not adjusted. Only one skill was changed. The second skill, Snow Traction, was originally only able to connect to enemy magical beasts, but now it could also connect to friendly magical beasts. When Heart of Ice connected to an enemy demon, it would cause a certain reduction in speed. When Heart of Ice connected to a friendly demon, it would increase the movement speed of both itself and the friendly demon for a short period of time. This adjustment could be said to have greatly increased Heart of Ice's survivability. This way, after Heart of Ice killed an enemy demon, its second skill would be refreshed. It could connect to an enemy demon to continue harvesting heads, and it could also connect to a friendly demon to escape. Seeing this adjustment, all the teams that were about to fight PGs wished they could send a stack of blades to the officials. Jingyu's Heart of Ice was already very heaven-defying. Not only was it not reduced, but it was also strengthened. How were they supposed to fight it? And all the players who originally had Heart of Ice turned into Jingyu overnight. If Jingyu had not used Heart of Ice in the Pro League, the officials definitely would not have noticed this demon. They would not have spent so much effort on modifying this demon. This enhancement was all thanks to Jingyu. Similarly, because Jingyu had used it in the Pro League, the Moonshade Spider had also attracted the officials' attention. However, unlike Heart of Ice, the Moonshade Spider had really been nerfed. The officials had extended the cooldown of some of her skills. This had no effect on Jingyu's self-created combo. He could still use that combo. However, after using that combo, he had to escape. He could only use that combo again after the cooldown was over. Other than that, Kamal and Nine-Tailed Fox were also nerfed. Kamal's damage was lowered, and Nine-Tailed Fox's defense was weakened. There was also a strengthened demon, which was an elemental soul. Soul's position was as a control-type mid-laner. However, those who played mid-laners were more inclined to use magic damage to wear down the enemy's magical beasts or directly kill them in one move. As a result, there were very few people who could use their soul to summon this demon. It was even less effective than the Heart of Ice. Therefore, in this revision, the officials greatly increased the spell damage of the soul. Although it couldn't be compared to a real mage-type demon, the soul's troublesome skills were enough to make up for the lack of damage. The officials are really friendly to us. After reading the revised content, Yihong couldn't help but sigh. To sum it up, Yiming doesn't know how to use Kamal, so Kamal has been removed. My Nine-Tailed Fox was stuck in the ban position, so the Nine-Tailed Fox was nerfed. My soul is slippery, so my soul has been strengthened. Jingyu's Moonshade Spider was stuck in the ban position, so the Moonshade Spider was nerfed. Jingyu's Heart of Ice was slippery, so the Heart of Ice has been strengthened. Luo Yiming, ha 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 ha. After hearing what you said, I suddenly feel that this revision is super beneficial to us. Hanlang, isn't that right? What we know has been strengthened, and what we want to take but can't get has been removed. The officials are really friendly to us. Pfft, Qin Fei sneered and directly pointed out the truth. It's just because we don't play by the rules. Others used whatever was strong, and PGs took whatever was weak. Wasn't it natural for weaker demons to be strengthened? Then, those strong demons would never be able to get off the ban position in the PG's hands. It was normal for them to be nerfed. Therefore, the officials weren't biased towards any team or any person. They just made reasonable adjustments based on the actual situation. That afternoon, the game was updated, and all the demons on the list were adjusted. As for the two new demons, there was no news at the moment. They would probably appear after the finals. The elimination round was in 2 days. As the first offline competition of the LDPL, they had to decorate it grandly. First, they confirmed the location. It was in B City. PGs would have to take a 2-hour flight from S City. Then, the officials planned to film an opening video and play it on the big screen before the elimination round officially began to warm up the audience. In order to film this video, they invited all the top 8 teams, including ANE and SOS. PG's was also among them. When she received the notice, Xiaoyun almost thought that she had heard wrongly. We're filming too. Are you sure it's us? PG. Play gaily. After repeatedly receiving confirmation, Xiaoyun regained her composure. Okay, I got it. I'll be there one day in advance. Okay, thank you. Sorry to trouble you. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyun immediately left the room. She found Fong Luofan and told him what had happened. Fong Luofan was also in disbelief. The opening video and photos of the players. Xiaoyun, yes. They said that they want us to arrive at the venue one day in advance to take photos and videos. Time is a little tight. I'll book a plane ticket for tomorrow morning later. Let them pack their luggage tonight, we have to pack too. Fong Luofan, okay. After a brief discussion, the two of them relayed the news to the members of Team PG. Compared to the two of them, their reactions were much calmer. Qin Fei, oh, got it. Yi Hong, Tisk, I really don't want to film. Luo Yiming, you have to make me look more handsome. Han Lang, okay, I'll pack my luggage later. All four of them responded, except for Jingyu, who remained silent. Fong Luofan subconsciously looked at him and saw that he had his head down and seemed to be thinking about something. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Jingyu, is there a problem? Jingyu was stunned. He subconsciously raised his eyes and looked at Fong Luofan. After a while, he asked tentatively, do I have to show my face in the video and photos? Also, can I wear a mask in the offline tournament? Probably not. Fong Luofan responded. One of the purposes of the offline tournament is to prevent substitutes from playing. Pro players aren't allowed to cover their faces. Also, it's not convenient to command with a mask on, right? Yeah. Jingyu responded, seemingly a little disappointed. Fong Luofan, what's wrong? You don't want to show your face. Jingyu, it's okay. Fong Luofan, it's okay, you can tell us if you have any problems. If we can help you solve it, we'll do our best to help you. When he heard this, Jingyu clearly hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he responded calmly, it's nothing, I just don't want to show my face. If you have to, then go ahead, I don't mind. Although he said this, his expression didn't seem to be indifferent at all. However, since he said this, Fong Luofan didn't ask any more questions. He pretended as if nothing had happened and said, okay, then everyone go pack your luggage. After he said this, he turned around and walked to his room. He didn't notice that Xiaoyun, who was next to him, was looking at Jingyu's back with a thoughtful expression. After Jingyu returned to his room, the first thing he did wasn't pack his luggage. Instead, he took out his phone and opened a chat with someone. That person's ID was Jiao Wei-Qin. Jingyu, I made it to the knockout round. After sending this sentence, he hesitated for a moment before sending another message, Jingyu, the knockout round is an offline competition. After a while, the person with the ID Jiao Wei-Qin replied, Jiao Wei-Qin, congratulations, keep up the good work. I've been watching the live broadcast the whole time. When Jingyu realized that the other party didn't get the point, he couldn't help but frown. He carefully organized his words and sent a whole paragraph in one breath, Jingyu, the knockout round is an offline competition, so I have to show my face. I look like you. If someone notices us and investigates, it'll be easy to find out our relationship. If someone finds out what happened back then, what should we do? After sending this message, Jingyu waited for a full 5 minutes before he received a reply from the other party. It was only these 6 words, Jiao Wei-Qin, are you happy playing? Jingyu almost didn't hesitate to reply, happy. Jiao Wei-Qin, then don't worry about anything, just continue playing, Jiao Wei Qin, Xiao Yu, remember, we didn't do anything wrong, so you don't have to take responsibility for anything. Jiao Wei Qin, even if someone doesn't want to let us go, your mother isn't someone to be trifled with. I'll definitely protect you. Jingyu stared at these 3 messages in a daze. He felt his eyes sting. He wanted to reply, but he couldn't see the buttons at all. Jiao Wei Qin, as long as you're happy, I have nothing to fear. Your happiness is my greatest happiness. Jingyu held back his tears and replied with one word, okay. Seeing this, Jiao Shi, who was removing her makeup in the dressing room, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She turned off her phone and smiled, good luck. Almost at the same time, Qin Fei's mother, Qi Xian, looked at the thick stack of documents submitted by her male secretary with a playful expression. Jingyu, Jiao Shi. Ha, interesting. Chapter 60. Jingyu's eyes were a bit red as he carried his suitcase out the door. Qin Fei opened the door at almost the same time as him, so he keenly noticed Lu Zhou's strange behavior and asked, "What's wrong?" Jingyu quickly shook his head. "Nothing, you can go now." "Okay." That night, Xiao Yun bought a plane ticket and came back. She briefly explained the process of taking photos and videos to the PG team. During the process, Jingyu looked like he wanted to say something several times, so it was hard for Xiao Yun not to notice. After explaining the process, she asked tentatively, "Jingyu, do you have anything you want to ask?" Jingyu was about to give up, but after Xiao Yun called him out, he hesitated for a moment before asking, "Can I wear makeup without a mask?" "Xiao Yun, light makeup is fine, but definitely not Halloween makeup." Jingyu, "Okay, thanks." "Forget it." Xiao Yun stared at him for a few seconds, and after a moment of hesitation, she made a decision. "Jingyu, come with me, let's talk alone." Jingyu looked up in surprise. "Huh?" Xiao Yun smiled. "Don't be nervous, just talk." Jingyu, "Okay." Just like that, Jingyu was led into the conference room by Xiao Yun. After the conference room door closed, the other PG team members couldn't help but discuss. "Hanling, what did Sister Xiao talk to Jingyu about?" "Luo Yiming, I don't know, does Sister Xiao have a crush on him?" "What are you talking about?" Yi Hong slapped Luo Yiming on the back. Sister Xiao probably saw that Jingyu was a bit nervous, so she wanted to talk to him and help him relax. "Hanling, isn't Jingyu a streamer? Why would he be nervous when participating in an offline tournament?" "Yi Hong, he never showed his face when he was streaming." "Hanling, oh, I think so." Qin Fei sat silently at the side. There was no expression on his face, but his mind kept replaying the scene of Jingyu when he opened the door. His eyes were a little red. Had he cried? Why did she cry? After closing the door of the conference room, Jingyu sat opposite Xiao Yun, feeling a little nervous. He felt that Xiao Yun must have known something. Xiao Yun did realize something. Not long after Jingyu sat down, she directly asked, "Do you know Jiao Shi?" Jingyu's heart skipped a beat. He tried his best to reply calmly, "I've heard of it. Many people say that I look like her." "You do look alike, you can tell at a glance." Xiao Yun said, "So, this is why you don't want to show your face in the offline tournament?" "Yes." Jingyu didn't refute and readily admitted, "If someone misunderstands my relationship with her, it won't be good for either of us." "You're really strange." Xiao Yun commented bluntly, "There are many people in the world who look like celebrities. They can't wait to ride on the popularity of celebrities, but you only want to avoid suspicion." Jingyu frowned. He was unhappy with Xiao Yun's tone. "Everyone has different thoughts. They can't represent me." "Oh, that's true." Xiao Yun obviously noticed the aggressiveness in her tone and quickly restrained herself. Jingyu, there's a good saying that you can't have your cake and eat it too. If you want to play professionally, you'll have to show your face in front of the public. I know. Jingyu impatiently interrupted her and said what she wanted to persuade him first. Since I've decided to play professionally, nothing can stop me. If I want to show my face, then so be it. I'm just casually asking if I can put on makeup. In short, I'll play well in the tournament and won't think about anything else. You can rest assured. Jingyu said this firmly and strongly, which made Xiao Yun absent-minded. It was as if she saw Qin Fei who ran away from home years ago. Years ago, when Qin Fei insisted on dropping out of school to play professionally, he also had the same expression and said something similar. I want to play professionally. No one can stop me. If I want to cut ties, then so be it. You said it as if that man cared about me. In short, I'll stick to what I've decided. I won't regret it. Recalling Qin Fei's words at that time, Xiao Yun couldn't help but laugh. Jingyu looked at her with a puzzled expression. Did I say something funny? Xiao Yun, okay, I got it. Good luck. There's nothing else. Jingyu secretly sighed in relief and stood up, then I'll go out. Xiao Yun, yes. Jingyu, thank you, Sister Xiao. Xiao Yun replied and watched Jingyu leave the conference room. She was absent-minded. In the end, she still didn't get anything out of him. Maybe it was a woman's sixth sense. Although Jingyu was very calm when he heard the name Jiao Shi, Xiao Yun felt that they didn't just look alike. There must be some kind of relationship between them. What kind of relationship could it be? Brother and sister. The next morning, in order to catch the plane, everyone in PG, including the coach and the manager, got up early. Qin Fei was woken up by Jingyu again. But this time, he woke up very quickly. Almost at the same time that Jingyu wanted to pull his blanket, he opened his eyes and grabbed Jingyu's wrist, giving Jingyu a fright. Qin Fei, who was lying in bed, stared at Jingyu's face for a while and couldn't help but laugh. You're in a good mood today. Jingyu replied with a smile, it's my first time playing in an offline tournament. I'm looking forward to it. That's not what you thought yesterday. Qin Fei said as he sat up in bed. Oh, is it that obvious? Jingyu subconsciously reflected on his performance yesterday. But before he could think about it, he saw the blanket slide off Qin Fei's body, revealing his attractive upper body. Jingyu's gaze fell on Qin Fei's body, his eyes drifting. Qin Fei looked at his reaction with amusement. Why aren't you leaving? Do you want to stay and watch me get dressed? Jingyu, who had recovered from his shock, turned around and left. I'm going down first. Before Qin Fei could react, Jingyu had already left the room and closed the door. Qin Fei couldn't help but click his tongue. It wasn't like he wasn't wearing underwear. Even if he stayed and watched him get dressed, it wouldn't be a big deal, right? After a while, the 7 people successfully boarded the plane. Before the plane took off, Fong Luofan hurriedly sent the tournament flow chart he had just received to their group. Jingyu opened the chart and saved it locally. Then, he opened it in the photo album and looked at it carefully. A total of 8 teams advanced to the knockout stage. After 3 rounds, the champion would be decided. The first round was a BO3. PG, A&E, and SOS didn't meet any of them. It was obvious that the officials had purposely arranged this. PG's first opponent was a team called DJSS. They didn't know how strong they were. The second round of the semi-finals was also a BO3. If PG advanced to the semi-finals, their opponent would either be PH or PUPJ. PH was a new team that had just been formed this season. PUPJ was a veteran team that had been formed for a long time and had never made it to the quarterfinals. The third round of the finals was a BO5. They didn't know which team would advance to the finals and become PG's final opponent. Jingyu was still looking at the tournament flow when Qin Fei, who was sitting next to him, suddenly opened the voice message Fang Luo Fan sent in the group. DJSS's mid laner is quite troublesome. I'll tell you the details when we get to the hotel. For now, everyone turn off your phones and rest. Jingyu subconsciously turned his head and looked at Qin Fei. Brother Fei, aren't you going to sleep? Qin Fei yawned. I'm just about to sleep. Luo Fan, that bastard, is so annoying. Can't he wait until we get to the hotel to talk about this? Did he have to flirt with me on the plane? A voice full of resentment immediately floated from behind. It was Fang Luo Fan. Hey, I heard you. Qin Fei, I'm going to sleep. Good night. Jingyu == Qin Fei immediately fell asleep. He closed his eyes and fell asleep in a short while. 2 hours later, Jingyu woke him up and exchanged a few moves with him while he was still in a daze. This time, across the corridor, Yi Hong, who was sitting opposite the two, saw the whole process of Jingyu waking Qin Fei up with his own eyes. He couldn't help but sigh. Amazing, amazing. As expected, you have some skills. Jingyu, are you very good at fighting in real life too? Jingyu decided to play dumb. I don't know if I haven't fought before. It's just a conditioned reflex. Yi Hong, amazing, amazing. You can tie with Brother Fei even with conditioned reflexes. No wonder your reflexes are so fast in the game. Jingyu continued to play dumb. Maybe. After getting off the plane, Xiaoyun first took the group to a hotel near the competition venue to make arrangements. Then, they went out for lunch and arrived at the location of the photos and videos at 1 p.m. sharp. Before taking the photos, Xiaoyun was worried that Jingyu wouldn't cooperate. She didn't expect that Jingyu would be the most cooperative one during the actual shooting. The style of the other members of PG. Cameraman, are your eyes open? Qin Fei, I'm sleepy. Cameraman, open your eyes for a while. Just for a while. I'll snap it. It'll be quick. Qin Fei, shut up. You're so noisy. Cameraman, Yi Hong, this isn't good. Is my face that square? Cameraman, this. How about I change the angle? Yi Hong, why is it still so square? Is there something wrong with your camera? Cameraman. Inwardly, he was freaking out. Isn't there something wrong with your face? Luo Yiming, you have to make me look more handsome. Definitely. Cameraman wiped the sweat off his forehead. I'll try my best. Luo Yiming, no, this one won't do. It makes me look like a delinquent. I want the feeling of a flamboyant personality. A flamboyant personality, understand? Cameraman, delinquents are quite flamboyant too. Luo Yiming, huh? Cameraman wiped the sweat off his forehead. I'll try my best. Hanlang, why is my angle so different from theirs? Cameraman. You're so tall. Are you 9 meters? Can you squat down a little? Hanlang, wouldn't that make me look less imposing? Why don't you make yourself a little taller? Cameraman put down his camera and quietly went to get a stool. Then, it was finally Jingyu's turn. Cameraman, raise your head. Jingyu obediently raised his head. Snap. Another shot. Cameraman, turn your head a little. Just a little. Jingyu obediently turned his head. Snap. Another shot. Cameraman, you look so obedient. Can't you act a little more fierce? After all, PG is a super fierce team. Jingyu raised his hands and formed claws. Ow, cameraman. Inwardly, aw, I'm dead. How can he be so cute? He's so cute. Aw. Jingyu, you forgot to take a picture. Cameraman, it's okay. The first shot was pretty good. Come over and take a look. What do you think? Jingyu obediently came over. It's good. You did a good job. Cameraman. Inwardly, ah. PG's jungler is a little angel. Qin Fei, who was watching everything from the side, couldn't help but laugh. Ha, this wolf in sheep's clothing. Chapter 61. After the individual photos were taken, PG stood in 2 rows under the instructions of the cameraman and took a group photo. Thus, the photo session came to an end. Next up was the filming of the opening video. The rules for the opening video were as follows. All the members of each team would be in the camera, and one of them would be chosen to face the camera and say something to the other teams. Who should they choose? The other teams looked at each other and were hesitant. However, PG's team had a completely different style. Luo Yiming, me. Pick me, pick me. I've already thought of what to say. We're definitely going to be the champions. Watch me take you all to the top. Yi Hong. Please don't, this flag is making me nervous. Han Lang, I'll do it. I'm 1.9 meters tall. Just by standing there, I can scare the other teams half to death. Yi Hong, can the cameraman capture his face? What? Only his chest. Okay, pass. Next, Brother Fei. Qin Fei, TSK, a bunch of noobs. What's there to talk to them about? Yi Hong. You'll get beaten up if you do that. Fong Luofan was also annoyed by these people. He placed his last hope on Jingyu. Jingyu, say something. Luo Yiming, Jingyu, show them what you've got. Yi Hong, yeah, little Jingyu. When it comes to showing off, no one can beat you. Jingyu, == he really didn't want to talk to his teammates at all. However, when he saw that the camera was facing him, Jingyu sighed in his heart. He put on a very innocent expression and said blankly, huh? I already used Heart of Ice on purpose. How can you still die? Yi Hong, ha 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 ha. What the fuck do you mean by using Heart of Ice? Luo Yiming, there's nothing wrong with that. Jingyu said that his Heart of Ice was the weakest. I'll remember that for a year. Han Lang, I'll remember this for the rest of my life. However, after the update, Heart of Ice is no longer the weakest, right? Luo Yiming, I'm really looking forward to the reactions of the other teams when they hear this. Ha 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 ha. Jingyu shrugged. Draw hatred. There was nothing to be afraid of. In PG, he was just like his mother, fearless. Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh when he saw his, I have someone backing me up, so I'm not afraid of anyone, look. When he was well behaved, he was like a rabbit. When he was coquettish, he was like a fox. Occasionally, he would have a determined, fearless, and even ferocious side to him. This person was really interesting. Just like that, the video was recorded happily. After everyone returned to the hotel and packed up their luggage, Fong Luofan finally had the chance to talk about the match. Everyone in PG, except for Xiao Yun, gathered in Fong Luofan's room and stared at his laptop. Fong Luofan, the other members of DJSS's team aren't that good, but their mid laner is this Am. You have to pay attention to him. The screen was playing a video of DJSS's match. From the spectator's perspective, M used his Scarlet Fury to get close to the enemy's top laner. He used 2 skills and 1 skill to control the top laner while dealing damage to the enemy's backline, taking the enemy's archer's head. Then, he immediately moved to dodge the mage's big move and turned around to kill the mage and top laner. When he saw that the enemy jungler's health was low, he decisively followed up with a normal attack. In the end, he happily got a quadruple kill. Luo Yiming, fuck. Yi Hong, amazing. Han Lang, amazing, amazing. Fong Luo Fan, Am's movements are very agile and his skills are very accurate. You can see that his hand speed is very fast and he doesn't make any mistakes. Not only in the early stages, but his performance in the later stages is also very stable. He can be said to be the biggest dark horse in this season other than Team PH. What should I do? I'm starting to worry. Yi Hong felt a lot of pressure. Little Jingyu, hurry up and show off. Let me have some confidence in myself. Jingyu, this mid laner is very good. I feel like he's better than Brother Yi. Yi Hong, but his teammates are really mediocre. Jingyu watched the video seriously and didn't hear what Yi Hong said. DJSS's top laner is too weak. If he didn't retreat just now, the archer wouldn't have died. The support's rhythm is also hard to explain. And this jungler, I feel like his awareness is okay, but the timing of his rush isn't right. It feels like he's a beat slower. This team is completely led by M alone. Fong Luo Fan, yes, I heard that M is DJSS's captain and commander. This team is indeed led by him alone. Qin Fei, oh, that's a pity. Poach him to replace Yezi. Yi Hong, hey. Qin Fei was obviously joking, but he deliberately said seriously, but we already have a commander. Our commander can beat him, so forget it. Fong Luo Fan helplessly stared at him. In any case, we can't let our guard down in tomorrow's match. Especially Yezi. Play more steadily in the mid lane. Don't be reckless. Okay. Yi Hong replied gloomily. He decided to teach him how to play mid laner tomorrow. After the meeting, PG's players went back to their rooms. Their club didn't lack money, so they each had their own room. Because there were no computers in the hotel, they couldn't train, so they all went to bed early. The next morning, after breakfast, the 5 of them carried their usual keyboards and mice and rushed to the competition venue under Xiao Yun's lead. Fong Luo Fan went out early in the morning. He was the commentator for today's competition. The venue for the LDPL elimination competition was not big. The seats for the audience were only 5 to 6 times the number of seats for the players. There were only about 300 empty seats in the entire venue. After all, it was the first offline competition. They weren't sure how many people would come. Wouldn't it be awkward if only 100 people came after booking more than 1,000 people? However, it was obvious that the officials had put a lot of thought into the layout of the venue. The whole venue was filled with a sense of technology. There was a huge screen in the air. Even if one was sitting at a position furthest away from the screen, one could still see the situation on the screen clearly. It was like watching a movie. PG arrived the earliest and was the first team to arrive at the scene. They wandered around the venue unscrupulously. They touched the computer, moved the mouse, and sat on the gaming chairs to experience life. After doing what they should and shouldn't do, they finally welcomed the second team. The 2 teams met on the field. They looked at each other curiously. Which team was this? In the end, Luo Yiming from PG's side was the first to speak. Who are you? And, what happened to your eyes? One of the opponents was actually wearing a black eye patch over his eyes. The words, "Strangers are not allowed," were written all over his slightly young face. The next second, that person said seriously, "You actually found out. I won't hide it from you. I'm actually the inheritor of the true evil king's eyes." Jeez. Yi Hong exclaimed. "You're Momo's Jeez, right?" Jeez, whose identity was instantly exposed, said, "Fuck. How did you know? Are you also someone chosen by fate?" Ha 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 ha. I thought you were a Chinibu on the internet. I didn't expect you to be so Chinibu in real life. Yi Hong went forward and patted the young man's shoulder. "Hello, nice to meet you. I'm PG's mid laner, Leafs. You can call me Yezi. I really like watching you play." "Fuck. PG." Jeez expressed that he was shocked. His teammates were also shocked. "Fuck." Jeez reacted quickly and asked excitedly, "Which one of you is Jingyu? Is Jingyu here?" Jingyu, who was called out, blinked. He hesitated for a moment before weakly raising his hand and pointing at himself. "Me?" In the next second, Jeez pounced on Jingyu. "Ah! Jingyu! I'm your die-hard fan. Give me your autograph. I'm starting to practice Heart of Ice now. Although I lost this season and can't use Heart of Ice, I'll definitely make a comeback next season. Using Heart of Ice to Pentakill is so fucking awesome. I #yen%. Jingyu, =_= he didn't expect Jeez to be so Chinibu and a chatterbox. Just as he was about to ask him to calm down, he felt his body lighten. Jingyu blinked in confusion. Qin Fei grabbed Jeez by the back of his collar and dragged him far away. Qin Fei warned him, "If you touch my jungler again, I'll teach you a lesson." Jeez was terrified. "Big brother, I was wrong. I won't do it again." The second team to arrive was actually Momo. This was something no one in PG had expected. Momo had already been eliminated in the group stage, so she came as a spectator. The teams that advanced to the knockout stage had their own seats. Momo could only sit in the spectator seats. However, the match hadn't started yet, so she could sit wherever she wanted. Thus, Momo's entire team sat next to PG. The two teams chatted happily, especially Luo Yiming and Jeez. Before they met, Luo Yiming had threatened to kill Jeez. However, when they met, they chatted more happily than anyone else. Qin Fei and Yi Hong sat further away from them. Yi Hong couldn't help but sigh. Momo's team members are really young. Are they still in high school? Qin Fei yawned lazily. Who cares? Half an hour before the match started, PG's 5 players were called backstage by the staff. The other teams also arrived one after another. Unfortunately, they couldn't meet each other yet. Jeez followed his team and settled down in the spectator seats. After a while, he suddenly exclaimed, "Jingyu hasn't given me his autograph." His best assistant, Kins, looked at him in disdain. "Why do you want his autograph? If it were me, I would have taken a photo with him." "Fuck. That makes sense. Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Kins, by the way, Jingyu is completely different from what I imagined. He looks so obedient." "Geez, I want to know who the person who almost beat me up is. He's a little handsome." "Kins, cough, I want to know too." Half an hour later, the first offline LDPL competition officially began. Contrary to everyone's expectations, other than the empty seats reserved for the 8 qualified teams, all the other seats in the competition grounds were actually filled. There were even people who entered the venue one after another, standing and waiting for the competition to begin. At 9 p.m., accompanied by passionate music, the lights dimmed and the spotlight locked onto the host. Then, the music stopped and the host's clear and magnetic voice sounded. "Hello, everyone. Welcome to the LDPL knockout stage. I am the host, Yi. It has been 3 years and 3 months since the first Devil Lord Professional League began." Yi used his seductive voice to say a bunch of touching and hot-blooded words before finally getting to the point. Now, let us invite the 8 teams that have advanced to the knockout stage to enter. Chapter 62. The first team is the second-place team from Group A and E. Following Hye's words, the big screen suddenly lit up and the photos of the 5 players were displayed side by side. From left to right, they were top laner PL, mid laner Wing, archer GY, jungler Fly, support High. The 5 of them had the same style. They were all wearing white clothes and looking seriously at the camera. It was as if they were preparing to carry out a dangerous mission. Between the photos, there was a tearing effect, revealing the blue sky and white clouds behind. It gave people the feeling that this was a team that wanted to fly into the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Whether it was the name of the team or the IDs of the members, they were all related to the Sky team. Hye A&E is a very old team. They have already participated in the Pro League for 4 consecutive seasons. In the previous 3 seasons, they had reached the top 8. Their current best result was 5th place in the second season. Following the introduction of the host, the 5 members of A&E entered the stage one after another. They were all tall and skinny boys around 20 years old. Hye, this team's style is more cautious and steady. The players' survivability is stronger and they are good at chasing and attacking. Now, A&E's players have arrived. Let's welcome them to their seats with a round of applause. Intense applause sounded, accompanied by the background music of high morale. The 5 people in the arena bowed to the audience and walked to their seats. Hye, the second team, is the first-place team from Group A, PG. When the host shouted this sentence, he didn't know if it was his misconception, but he felt that the applause in the stadium became more intense. Coincidentally, the music reached its climax. The photos on the screen were replaced with PGs. They were also displayed side by side. From left to right, they were top laner Sleep, mid laner Leafs, Archer 1, Jungler GF, support HHH. The red and black tones and the explosive special effects formed a sharp contrast with A&E's photos. Qin Fei squinted his eyes. His expression was lazy. He was like an emperor looking disdainfully at everything, sleepy. Yi Hong looked at the camera. His gaze was sharp as if he would kill someone in the next second, angered by the photographer. Luo Yiming slightly raised his head. His expression was fierce like a ferocious beast, enough personality, enough to be flamboyant. Han Ling's face was expressionless and cold, as if he was unapproachable. Is this photographer good or not? However, there was one photo that didn't look right. Jing Yu was looking at the camera calmly. Even though he was wearing the same red and black clothes and had the same explosion effects around him, he still looked innocent and ignorant. Not long after the PG photos were released, there was a series of gasps and screams. A&E's side was also in an uproar. Fly, fuck, this face, Wing, beating us up is simply, Qin Fei's appearance was impeccable. When Jingyu first met him at the entrance of the PG club, he was captivated by his appearance and stared at him for a long time. Yi Hong's face was a little square, giving people a mature and steady feeling. His appearance was slightly inferior to his 4 teammates, but he was the type that was more pleasing to the eye the more you looked at him. Luo Yiming was the youngest member of the PG team. Although the photographer took a fierce picture of him, because of his soft face shape, he gave people a childish and fierce feeling, which was a little cute. Han Ling's face, when he wasn't smiling, was a living example of a domineering CEO. In addition, Jingyu could wear a wig and a dress and become a good-looking crossdresser. Hi, TSK, is PG here to compete or debut? PG is a new team established last season. It's their first time participating in the Pro League, and they've made it all the way to the top 8. Their current best result is 8th place in the 3rd season. After a pause, he said, "This team's style is quite fierce. Every player's ability to harvest is very strong. When PG participates in a match, the score is usually shockingly high. Now, PG's members are walking towards us. Let's welcome them to their seats with a round of applause." With Ye's introduction, the applause became even more intense. "Yihong, wow, are we that popular? Luo Yiming, they must be attracted by my good looks. Hanlang, they must be attracted by Brother Fei's good looks." Hanlang couldn't help but sigh. What kind of world is this? Nowadays, all the good-looking people are gay. Jingyu thought he had misheard and cast an incredulous look at Hanlang. Seeing that Hanlang didn't notice him at all, he turned his gaze to Qin Fei. However, Qin Fei didn't seem to have heard him at all and was even yawning. Jingyu wanted to ask Hanlang, what did he mean by that sentence just now? However, because of the situation and the sensitivity of this question, he chose to keep quiet in the end. Forget it, I'll ask him later. If he didn't mishear or misunderstand just now. If Brother Fei was really, then would he be able to pay attention to the stairs? Qin Fei's voice suddenly sounded, startling Jingyu. He instinctively looked down at the ground and didn't trip on the stairs in front of his seat. "Yi, next up is the second-place team from Group B, PH." As soon as he finished speaking, PG's photo was replaced. 5 photos of PH appeared side by side on the screen. All of them were wearing blue and black colors and the background was made with special ice effects. The entire team gave off a cold and harsh feeling. Yihong stared at the screen for a while and suddenly exclaimed, "Qingzi. Luo Yiming, eh? Seems like it. Hanlang, and that jungler, Xiao Wei." Jingyu was confused. After a long time, he couldn't help but ask Qin Fei next to him, "Brother Fei, who are they talking about?" Qin Fei wanted to reply, "I don't know," to save time and effort, but for some reason, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue and responded patiently, "QZ Qingzi, before you came, the top laner in our team couldn't keep up with the pace and was kicked out by me. That Xiao Wei was a jungler in our team last season." "Oh." Jingyu understood. "Ex-teammate?" "Not really." Qin Fei replied, "They didn't sign a contract with PG, so they can only be considered as people who played together before." Jingyu, "Oh, I see. PH is a new team that was just formed this season. They fought their way into the knockout round and can be considered the biggest dark horse of this season. Their style is more aggressive, especially their top laner and jungler. Their play style is very aggressive. I'm looking forward to their performance in the knockout round. Now, let's give them a round of applause and invite them to take their seats." The applause received by the new team was obviously much less than that received by the top 8 teams. Fortunately, the players of PH didn't care. They walked to their seats fearlessly. When they walked past the 5 players of PG, one of the players of PH seemed to stare at Qin Fei. Jingyu was stunned. He instinctively looked at Qin Fei and saw him looking at the photo on the screen leisurely. It was as if he didn't care at all. Jingyu thought that he had seen wrongly. However, the next second, he heard Yihong and Hanlang talking. "Yihong, Qingzi just stared at Brother Fei, right? Hanlang, he's really angry at Brother Fei. Yihong, that's normal. If I could have signed PH, I would be angry too if I was forced to PG and was kicked out by a bastard called Qin Fei. Luo Yiming, Brother Fei is really heartless. Yihong, what are you talking about? Brother Fei didn't even put it in. How could he pull it out?" Qin Fei, fuck. Qin Fei was also impressed by his teammate's blabbermouth. "Can you two be more filthy?" Hanlang, speaking of which, I remember that Qingzi's background is quite complicated. He always brings his brothers to fight everywhere. I hope that after we beat them, he won't bring his brothers to kill us. Luo Yiming, Yi Hong, no way. Qin Fei was silent for a while before he said calmly, after the match with PH, everyone stay in the hotel. Don't go anywhere. Yi Hong and Luo Yiming and Han Ling. Jingyu, == hey, are you serious? He Yi, next up is the fourth team. First place in Group B, SOS. He Yi, this team is quite old. Like A&E, they have participated in the Pro League for 4 consecutive seasons. Their best record is 4th place in the first season. He Yi, healer support is SOS specialty. They always use healer support in every match. Like A&E, they are a team with a high survival rate. He Yi, let's give them a round of applause and invite them to take their seats. SOS photo was in a jungle camouflage. The post-processing was not bad, but because the team members were not very good looking, the visual effect was a little lacking. Yi Hong, wow, we finally see a team with a higher age group than us. Wasn't that so? The members of SOS were all around 25 years old, and one of them looked like he was almost 30. Han Lang, no wonder their hand speed is getting worse year after year. Then, the host, He Yi, introduced the 5th and 6th teams. The 6th team was DJSS, PG's opponent. They were the first team from Group C. The content of the host's introduction was similar to Fang Luofan's analysis. In short, this was an explosive team led by a sorcerer. Jingyu paid special attention to Am's photo and real person. He was a tall and serious young man who did not seem to be much older than Ji's. The 2 teams from Group D were not famous. In Qin Fei's opinion, the situation in Group D was completely noobs. If any team in Group D entered the elimination round, they would only be crushed. The host could not introduce anything and hurriedly skipped over. After all 8 teams entered the arena, it was finally time for the exciting video segment. He Yi, as the first offline competition of the LDPL, we are fortunate enough to invite the top 8 teams to record an opening video for us. The video records what the top 8 teams want to say to the other teams. What will they say? Without further ado, let's take a look. Chapter 63. Following the impassioned voice of the host, the opening video that the officials had spent a week to produce was played on the big screen. The video began with a beautiful animation. Azrael, Heijiao, Kamal, Sword Burial, these powerful and domineering demons appeared one after another. The beautiful background and dazzling special effects were too much for the eyes to take in. The animation ended with Nine-Tailed Fox's big move. It was so shocking that it made people want to see more. Following that was the video of the top 8 teams. The order of the videos was based on the final ranking of the previous season. The first video to be played was the video of the previous season's first place, Mai. The atmosphere in this cautious and defensive battle team was harmonious. At the end of the video, it was their captain and mid-laner who gave a declaration of war. If you have the ability, try and drag us down from first place. His arrogant tone showed the fearlessness of an esports player. Following that was the video of the previous season's runner-up, Kid. This team was known for their military style and harsh training. Everyone in the video was staring at the camera like a tiger staring at its prey, as if they were staring at the championship trophy. The one they chose to speak was their sea shooter. His tone was 10,000 times more arrogant than Mai's captain, don't block the way. This time, the champion will be us. Last season's 3rd place was Jock, a team that liked to stir up trouble. Their words were also full of their true colors, competition. You can't beat us. How about dancing? As Jock's mid laner spoke, he immediately danced awkwardly on the spot. In the end, he pointed to the camera with both hands. The fourth player, Ball C's captain, was their jungler. This young man, who had the title of the best jungler in the country, faced the camera with a confident smile. As long as it's a prey that I've locked onto, it won't be able to escape from my grasp. Fifth place was Rule, and the one who announced this was also their captain. He played in the support position and announced with a serious face, "This season, we will win." The sixth team, SKR1, was known for their flexible lineup. The one who made the announcement was their top laner. Guess what our lineup will be this season? Seventh place, Ain craned her neck to wait for their video. PG also craned his neck to wait for his video. However, no, there was none. After the video of SKR1 ended, there was a summary from each person. My mid laner, Season 4, here we come. Kids Archer, Season 4, here we come. Jock's mid laner, Season 4, here we come. BL C's jungler, we're waiting for you in the points competition. Rules support, we are waiting for you in the points competition. SKR1's top laner, we're waiting for you in the points competition. It was over. Perfect. Ain. PG. Luo Yiming, well, where are our people? Yi Hong, didn't you hear them say, we'll wait for you in the points competition? People like us who are still struggling in the knockout stage probably don't deserve to be cut together with them. Han Lang, then why are we still filming? Since you filmed it, you must be using it, right? Yi Hong, maybe. I just don't know where it will be used. While they were discussing, the host had already finished saying a bunch of blood-boiling words and announced the official start of the fourth season of the LDPL's knockout stage, the first offline competition. Then, a staff member walked in front of PG and gestured for the five of them to go on stage. Only then did PG realize, that's right. Their competition was the first round. The first round of the knockout stage is about to begin between PG and DJSS. Before the competition begins, let's watch a video together. Following the host's words, the big screen lit up again. After the 5-second introduction animation ended, the faces of DJSS's team appeared. DJSS. On the big screen, 5 teenagers were sitting side by side. One of them suddenly stood up and walked towards the camera. He raised his hand and pointed the camera at himself. He smiled evilly. Are you afraid to meet us? PG's team, we're not afraid. DJSS. Are the officials doing this on purpose? Are they trying to stir up trouble by releasing the video recorded by both sides before the battle? Then, the camera cut to PG's side. It was a mess. The 5 of them randomly found a seat and sat down. They were quite scattered and sat in all sorts of strange positions. As the camera moved forward and moved, PG glanced at the camera casually, as if they did not care about the camera at all. Finally, the camera focused on a clean-shaven young man. The young man looked at the camera blankly at first, then smiled and said in a very relaxed tone, I've already used Heart of Ice to throw the game. You have to let me have fun. Don't die too quickly. DJSS. Jingyu, =_= neither DJSS nor PG expected the video to be played in such a manner. This way, their declaration to the other teams became a declaration of war against each other. The smell of gunpowder instantly became strong. DJSS was so regretful that his intestines turned green. If they had known this would happen, they would not have recorded such a sentence. Asking PG if he was afraid of meeting them. Wow, they must have lost their minds. However, the other teams and the audience did not even look at them, let alone criticize them. They were all discussing PG's video. Is he serious about using Heart of Ice to throw the game? Fuck, this is such a slut. This face and this sentence belong to the same person. At the same time, the bullet screen on the live broadcast was also restless frowny face using Heart of Ice to throw the game. I believe it. Ah, Jingyu is so handsome. This side profile is too good. The comments below the video were also soaring at a terrifying speed. Frowny face. When I saw the photo, I naively thought that Jingyu was a little angel, but when I saw the photo, I recalled Jingyu's slutty voice and felt that something was wrong, until, when I saw the photo, I couldn't imagine that he was the one who controlled the pentacle with Heart of Ice. But this slut is too demonic. My husband is still my husband, slutty as always. Today, I finally understand what it means to have the face of an angel and the slutty words of a demon. Mama, have you seen an angel turn evil? For a moment, the discussion about Jingyu was overwhelming, both inside and outside the stadium, online and in real life. This esports player who looked like an angel when he was quiet and shocked the audience with his slutty words was just as unbelievable as the Heart of Ice that he controlled. How many people were deceived by his photo and how many people were shocked by his slutty words in the video? Luo Yiming couldn't help but laugh as he replaced his keyboard. Ha 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 ha. I knew they would react like this. Yi Hong also couldn't help but laugh. Little Jingyu, look at how many people you've scared when you're slutty. Jingyu sighed helplessly and didn't want to say anything. If it weren't for the fact that he had been playing Heart of Ice for a long time and had developed a thick skin, at this moment, he really wanted to find a hole to hide in. It was too embarrassing. Qin Fei looked at him in amusement and said in a voice that only he could hear, "Don't mind it, you're not afraid of being criticized if you have the ability. In esports, being a noob is the original sin." Jingyu tilted his head and looked at him, smiling. Don't worry, since I dared to say it, I'm not afraid of being criticized. Ha! Qin Fei turned his gaze back to his keyboard, his emotions fluctuating. These words were domineering. He liked it. The host, He Yi, had already watched the video before the start of the match, so he was spared. He wasn't shocked by the huge contrast between Jingyu's before and after. He happily took in the audience's reactions, giving them enough time to recover from the contrast, and then opened his mouth again. Now, both sides have adjusted their equipment, logged into their accounts, and are ready for the match. Let's give a round of applause to Luo Fan and Yo-Yo to commentate for today. Accompanied by a burst of intense applause, the spotlight shifted to Fong Luo Fan and his partner Yo-Yo, who were sitting at the back of the stadium. The two wore more formal clothes today, one black and one white, complementing each other. On both sides of the stadium, where the two teams were sitting, a transparent cover suddenly rose, covering the two teams to achieve the purpose of soundproofing. Then, Fong Luofan's voice sounded. Hello everyone, I'm Fong Luofan. I'm very happy to be the commentator for the first offline match. Yo-Yo, hello everyone, I'm Yo-Yo. This is my first time commentating for an offline match, I'm a little nervous. Fong Luofan, it's okay, just commentate as usual. Yo-Yo, yes, yes. Fong Luofan, this match is between PG and DJSS, so I won't introduce PG too much. They were in the top 8 last season, so those who follow the LDPL should know about them. DJSS is a new team centered around explosive mages. Now, both sides will draw for their sides. Yo-Yo, DJSS drew the blue team and got the first move. PG's luck isn't very good. Fong Luofan, DJSS has the right to ban demons first. The first demon they banned is Heart of Ice. After Fong Luofan read out the name of the demon, his eyes widened in disbelief. When he heard that Heart of Ice was strengthened, he knew that Jingyu's Heart of Ice would definitely be banned, but he did not expect it to be so fast. The first ban in the first match was given to Heart of Ice. It was unbelievable. Not only was Fong Luofan surprised, but the audience was also surprised. There were sounds of discussion everywhere. What about PG? Luo Yiming went, holy sh*t. Luo Yiming, holy sh*t, the first ban is given to Heart of Ice. That's a little too much. Yi Hong, that's right. They actually didn't let our little Jing Yu go easy on them. That's too much. Han Lang, since the other side is going overboard, we'll go overboard too, ban sword burial. Jing Yu was about to say something and tell them not to get too excited and to ban the strong mid laner first, but before he could say anything, Luo Yiming had already quickly banned sword burial. Jing Yu. Okay. Yo, PG's first ban is given to sword burial. As expected of PG. Since you banned me as a jungler, I'll also ban you as a jungler. So bold. Fong Luofan, but PG's choice in this match wasn't very wise. Against DJSS, it's better to ban the strong mid laner. Now it's DJSS's turn to ban demons. Who will they give the second ban to? Whoa, it's Lilith. Yi Hong, okay, 2 of them are gone. Luo Yiming, I'm guessing mine will be gone soon. Han Lang, you can use my life to fight. Luo Yiming, with the way Flower in the Mirror is playing, I really don't dare to use Wind of Condensation. Yo, PG's second ban is given to Hejiao. After Nine-Tailed Fox was removed, Hejiao has indeed become a bug-like existence. I think it's time for Hejiao to be removed. Fong Luofan, DJSS's third ban is given to Dark Cupid. It seems like they're planning to take either Kamal or Centaur as the bottom lane. Yi Hong, okay, 3 of them are gone. Wait. Which 3 players did they ban? Han Lang, Heart of Ice, Lilith, and Dark Cupid. Yi Hong, holy sh*t. Luo Yiming, holy sh*t. After confirming that he wasn't hallucinating, Yi Hong stared at the computer screen in a daze. It was as if he could already see his heroic figure flying with 5 kills. My life has been released. Chapter 64. Seeing that Yi Hong was about to slam the table and shout, "Watch my pentacle carry," Jing Yu immediately poured cold water on him. Brother Yi, don't get too excited. Hearing this, Yi Hong's heart skipped a beat. Before he could respond, he heard Jing Yu ask hesitantly, did the opposing mid laner use Nine-Tailed Fox in the previous match? No. Qin Fei was the one who responded. After saying this, Qin Fei paused for a moment and calmly added, but we can't rule out the possibility that he will use it. In this match, DJSS had the first pick, so they had the right to pick first. If their mid laner had Nine-Tailed Fox, then Yi Hong, who rarely played against his own Lifebound, would have a hard time. Nine-Tailed Fox was troublesome for other teams, and it was the same for PG. But if PG banned Nine-Tailed Fox just in case, and the opposing team did not intend to use Nine-Tailed Fox, then Yi Hong would probably regret it when he thought about it later. Jing Yu looked at the last empty ban slot and could not make a decision for a long time. In the end, Yi Hong made the decision for him. Ban Kamal. The opposing team banned Yiming's Lifebound, so we have no reason to release Kamal. Even if the archer is weakened, it will still be troublesome. Okay. Jing Yu was convinced. He moved the mouse, selected Kamal, and clicked confirm. He knew that although Yi Hong said it seriously, he just wanted to use his Lifebound in the Pro League, just like how he wanted to use Heart of Ice in the Pro League. Putting himself in Yi Hong's shoes, he decided to satisfy him. However, one should not raise flags. Most of the time, the more one was afraid of something, the more it would happen. Not long after Jing Yu banned Kamal, Nine-tailed Fox's avatar in the selected area dimmed. She had been selected. The person who chose her was the mid-laner of DJSS, M. Fuck. Yi-hong couldn't help but slam the table. Jingyu also frowned and clicked his tongue. Nine-tailed Fox being robbed was the worst possible outcome. Yi-hong had never fought against Nine-tailed Fox before. Even he lacked experience in ganking this magical beast. After all, even among pro players, there weren't many who could play this magical beast well. And those who could play this magical beast well had a zero chance of obtaining it in the pro league. After Yi-hong finished cursing, he quickly calmed down and sighed inwardly, sorry. Jingyu was stunned for a moment and didn't react. Why are you apologizing? Yi-hong smiled helplessly. Apologizing at this time was indeed not his style. Or rather, it was not the style of PG. After all, it wasn't the first or second time that PGs would randomly ban and pick randomly. In the end, they would be more scared than hurt, and they would even sweep all the way to victory. However, this time was different. This was an elimination match. Who didn't want to be the champion of the league? However, there were some feelings that didn't need to be shared with others. Faced with Jingyu's question, Yi-hong didn't explain. He calmly analyzed the weakness of his magical beast. Nine-tailed Fox's defense has been cut in half. So, as long as I can control it, you can definitely kill it with a combo. Come on, little Jingyu, okay? Jingyu didn't care about Yi-hong's momentary abnormality. After obediently agreeing, he began to think about how to deal with PG's lineup. He didn't hesitate for long. After all, the direction was clear, the mid-laner had been robbed, and the archer had to be robbed. Yiming, Centaur. Luo Yiming gestured an okay sign, give me the troops, the nine-tailed demon fox is just a matter of an arrow. For the other position, choose Satan. Jingyu spoke again. Qin Fei grunted and locked onto Satan himself. Fong Luo Fan, nine-tailed fox has been robbed by Am. This is a big threat to PG. However, PG's response was quite calm. He immediately locked onto Satan and Centaur. Qin Fei's Satan is excellent at tanking damage and chasing, while Centaur is a strong archer second only to Kamal and Dark Cupid. Based on the current lineup, both sides are evenly matched. Yo, yes. After the update, Nine-tailed Fox's survivability has been greatly reduced. Once it is closed in, it can be instantly killed. It's a double-edged sword. After a pause, DJSS has locked onto the second monster. Top laner Azrael. The other position is Flower Petal of Datura. Yuyu's tone was obviously a little surprised. Seeing Flower Petal of Datura, Fong Luo Fan also looked surprised. DJSS is using an assassin as a jungler. If I remember correctly, this is the first time they've used such a jungler this season. Yo, this is also the first time AMM's nine-tailed fox has appeared. DJSS's team is really good at hiding their strength. On PG's side, rather than being surprised, he felt more uneasy when he saw Flower Petal of Datura. Yi-hong, I think that in this match, they'll either push us to the ground and grind us to death. Hanlang, is it more likely that it's the former? Jingyu was silent for a moment. Ignoring the two, he straightforwardly ordered, lock Scarlet Fury and Mermaid. Yi-hong and Hanlang locked onto Scarlet Fury and Mermaid respectively. At this point, PG only had one jungler left. Qin Fei glanced at the lineup and frowned slightly. You're using Moonshade Spider. Jingyu replied with a Luo Yiming, with Moonshade Spider weakened, it won't be easy for us to play CC with this lineup. Can we do it? Jingyu, I don't know. Yi-hong, wow, I'm suddenly a little worried. DJSS chose Maha and Saria for the last two positions, while PG locked onto Moonshade Spider for the last position. Seeing this lineup, Fong Luofan couldn't help but frown. PG's lineup isn't easy to play against. Even Yo-Yo, who was new to Devil's Lord, could see that Satan can't tank enough damage, Scarlet Fury can't deal enough damage, and Moonshade Spider can't coordinate with a CC support. PG only has an early advantage in the bottom lane. Won't it be difficult for PG in the later stages of the game? Fong Luofan, let's see how AMM's Nine-Tailed Fox plays this round. Following their analysis, both sides entered the battlefield, and the match officially began. Jingyu planned to coordinate with the jungler. After clearing the junglers in the bottom lane, he immediately crouched in the bushes near the middle lane and prepared to gank the enemy's mid laner. Although Yi Hong lacked experience fighting against Nine-Tailed Fox, his mechanics and awareness were still there. After dodging Nine-Tailed Fox's skill, he immediately counterattacked. However, his opponent also zigzagged and perfectly avoided his skill. Both sides were in a stalemate for a long time. It was obvious that the enemy's mid laner was very vigilant. Even if Yi Hong purposely allowed his Scarlet Fury to be hit by Nine-Tailed Fox's skill and acted as if he was fleeing in panic, the enemy's mid laner was indifferent. He would rather hide under the tower and wait for the minions than chase after him. After several failed attempts, Yi Hong was at his wit's end. Jingyu couldn't possibly stay in the bushes forever. Therefore, he teleported across the middle lane and prepared to farm in the top lane. However, almost at the same time as he teleported, a small purple flower floated over, flower petal of Datura. Jingyu was shocked. He reflexively moved his mouse and had Moonshade Spider dodge the flower petal of Datura's teleportation. Then, he turned around and launched a combo attack. He used Spider Web and Bite to reduce the flower petal of Datura's HP to half. Jingyu's reaction is very fast. Fong Luofan couldn't help but praise him. Flower petal of Datura's timing to rush out can be said to be quite good. However, Jingyu still reacted in the shortest time possible by dodging and counterattacking. Now, Flower Petal of Datura has used Blink to escape to the bottom of the tower. Nine-Tailed Fox's second skill is still there. Moonshade Spider doesn't dare to chase after her. It decisively leaves and rushes to the top lane. Yo-yo, a frightening but not dangerous exchange. Neither side suffered any losses. Losses. Indeed, there were no losses. However, Jingyu was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Why is Flower Petal of Datura there? Her current equipment isn't good enough to gank, right? If even a jungler like him didn't know, how could the others know? The only thing he could do was guess. After suppressing the enemy's Azrael and clearing a wave of troops, Qin Fei calmly said, AMM knew that you were in the bushes. That's why they ignored Yezi's seduction. They even asked their junglers to squat in the bushes to catch you. Catch me? Jingyu was puzzled. Yes. They don't squat in the middle lane and only squat in the jungler. Are you familiar with this playstyle? Qin Fei chuckled. It's really. Jingyu remembered when he ganked the bottom lane. He didn't squat in the middle lane and only squatted in the jungler. This team studied us. Qin Fei said this sentence with great certainty. Not only did they study our playstyle, but they also learned and imitated a lot. Yi Hong imitated us. Luo Yiming, fuck, shameless. Jingyu =_ the facts prove that Qin Fei's analysis was correct. After 5 minutes of the match, the magic board refreshed and a small team battle broke out at the bottom lane. Just as Luo Yiming's team was about to snatch the magic board, Nine-Tailed Fox suddenly blinked in and used Fox Demon's Fury to send the Minotaur, Mermaid, and Moonshade Spider flying in different directions. Then, it immediately threw a fireball at the magic board and took away its last bit of health. Blinking into the middle of the battle was Yi Hong's favorite thing to do. He never got tired of it. Only Yi Hong dared to use Fox Demon's Fury, a life-saving skill, as a crowd control skill. He didn't expect AMM to learn it all. In the end, DJSS won the team battle by exchanging 2 for 3. The Minotaur, Mermaid, and Moonshade Spider were all lying on the ground. Yi Hong's Scarlet Fury escaped with only a sliver of health left. Han Lang, Yezi, is this AMM your fan? Yi Hong, wah, I don't want a fan who plays so well. It's too stressful. After 10 minutes of the match, the second magic board refreshed. DJSS's archer wanted to steal it but was discovered by Jingyu. With a series of combo attacks, the enemy archer and support were beaten to a pulp. At this time, the merfolk rushed in to protect the people, wanting to take the heads of the 2 people. They didn't expect the 9-tailed demon fox to flash over and directly stick to their faces. After the demon fox's fury flame, she followed up with a big move and added another skill. Good, the PGs were all left with only a sliver of health left. Moonshade Spider's skill was still on cooldown. The enemy's flower petal of Datura moved over and stacked poison crazily. Their hands went limp from killing. Yi Hong's Scarlet Fury was left with only a sliver of health left. He was about to return to the city, but when he saw the mahjong game in the bottom lane, he came over to join in the fun. In the end, he lost a kill. As the top laner, Qin Fei probably couldn't stand it anymore. He suddenly went berserk and jumped over the tower to kill the enemy Azrael. Then, he immediately rushed to the bottom lane, but it was too late. In the end, DJSS won the bottom lane team battle by trading 1 for 4. Total score, 7-4, DJSS in the lead with 7 kills. The MVP of this team battle was, without a doubt, AMM's 9-tailed fox. It was Yi Hong's usual trick again. When AMM used it on the PGs, the effect was so obvious that the PGs wanted to beat up their teammates. Luo Yiming, 9-tailed fox is so fucking disgusting. Yi Hong, shut up. You're not allowed to talk about my life like that. Han Lang, blinking in the face is so fucking disgusting. Yi Hong, no way. It's obviously so fun. Jingyu was getting a headache from their quarreling. Brother Yi, wake up. 9-tailed fox is your enemy now, not your life. Yi Hong, no. I'm not listening. TSK, I don't believe that I'll lose to him in a match. Ayaya, 9-tailed fox is so good looking. Jingyu =_= hey. Suddenly, Qin Fei couldn't take it anymore. He said in an impatient tone, don't you guys know that there's a recording for offline matches? Everyone. Chapter 65. There was a recording of the offline match. PG's team was shocked. Qin Fei couldn't help but click his tongue. I can see that you guys don't pay attention to the officials anymore. The recording of the offline match will be released after the match. After a moment of silence, Luo Yiming's horrified voice could be heard. Fuck. I think I said something dirty just now. Jingyu. You said it now too. Yi Hong, did I go crazy just now when I looked at my natal character? Jingyu, so don't do it again. Yi Hong, but 9-tailed fox is really good looking. Look at her waist, her breasts. Jingyu =_= Hanlang, it's fine if you didn't know just now, but take it easy from now on. Fuck. Flower petal of Datura. Yiming, run, I'll protect you. Luo Yiming, protect my ass, we'll die together. Jingyu, very good, he could already imagine how the netizens would react when the recording was released. It probably wouldn't be, ha 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 ha. It would be, ha 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 ha, crazy. Fong Luo fan, the score is 7-4, DJSS is in the lead. After the first two team battles, we can see that the DJSS team's playstyle is very flexible, especially AMM's Nine-Tailed Fox. They always catch the PGs off guard and make them unable to defend. After a pause, he said, "Personally, I think his playstyle is a bit similar to PG's Yezi. For example, he flashes and sticks to his face. Before today, other than Yezi, I've never seen any player use it so frequently." Yo, speaking of which, Flower Petal of Datura's gank was a bit similar to Jingyu's. Fong Luo fan, I can see that DJSS studied PG before the match. Their playstyle and rhythm in this match are all targeted at PG, so PG is having a hard time right now. It was indeed unbearable. Jingyu felt like they were fighting against a fake PG team. Surprise, face-to-face positioning and maneuvering, these were originally PG's characteristics, but now DJSS's team had completely copied them. Especially the mid-laner Am. His Nine-Tailed Fox was exactly the same as Yihong's Nine-Tailed Fox in Jingyu's memory. It was just as wild, but just as intimidating. After being killed 5 times by AMM's Nine-Tailed Fox, Yihong had no choice but to admit that his Scarlet Fury was no match for the opponent. "Yihong, tisk, I finally know how the other teams feel when they face my Nine-Tailed Fox, it's disgusting." "Luo Yiming, you're finally admitting it. It's really disgusting." "Hanlang, so there's a reason why Nine-Tailed Fox can't get down from the ban position. Even if it's nerfed, it's still disgusting." Yihong clicked his tongue again. "We can't hold on to the first tower." A few seconds later, PG's mid-lane tower was destroyed by the enemy mid-laner and jungler. The moment the tower fell, Jingyu's Moonshade Spider moved out of the bushes and spat out spider webs at the two players. Nine-Tailed Fox and Flower Petal of Datura were controlled by the spider webs. Both of them used dispelling the control, and Nine-Tailed Fox immediately flashed back to its own tower. Jingyu wanted to chase after it, but Flower Petal of Datura held him back. After calculating the economy of both sides, he realized that he could not win and could only retreat. After the first two team battles, PG's economy was far behind DJSS's, and they were having a hard time. However, there were exceptions. System, Satan, 1 kill. System, enemy Azrael has been killed. This was the third time Qin Fei's Satan had single-handedly killed enemy Azrael. Moreover, it was another tower kill. Fong Luo fan, Qin Fei's Satan is as ferocious as ever. Even though he's 1 level lower than Azrael and has 1 less piece of equipment, he still managed to tower kill Azrael. That's amazing. So cool. Yo had completely become Qin Fei's little fangirl. Every time I see Brother Fei tower kill, I feel so good. No matter what kind of monster he uses, he can play so fiercely. Fong Luo fan, Satan is indeed very suitable for tower kills, but Azrael has the advantage in lane fights. However, Qin Fei is able to make Satan look like Azrael. Right after that, PG also showed off his skills at the bottom lane. While Flower Petal of Datura was still in the middle lane, Hanlang's mermaid decisively blinked into the tower and spat out bubbles to control Maha and Sarier. Luo Yiming's troops immediately charged into the tower and attacked the two players crazily. System, Centaur, 1 kill. System, enemy Maha has been killed. The fragile Maha was almost instantly killed. Sarier tried to escape after the crowd control was released, but Mermaid increased her speed and led her troops to attack. System, Centaur, double kill. System, enemy Sarier has been killed. After the double kill, Mermaid protected the centaur with her shield and blinked out of the tower. She took a tower attack herself and only had a sliver of health left when she exited the tower. At this moment, the enemy's devil's snare petals arrived, wanting to take away their remaining HP. Almost at the same time, the Moonshadow Spider flashed and moved, rushing over as fast as it could. It took the brunt of the devil's snare petal's skill for the two of them, then immediately counterattacked. Flower Petal of Datura's cooldown was still not over yet. He could only watch helplessly as his health was quickly depleted by Moonshade Spider's ferocious combo attacks. In the end, his head was taken away by a single arrow from the centaur. System, Centaur, triple kill. System, enemy Flower Petal of Datura has been killed. Han Lang, beautiful. Let's go home. Luo Yiming, no. I want a pentacle. No one can stop me from getting a pentacle. Jingyu, wake up, you don't have enough health left. Yi Hong, I think you guys are going to die. Following Yi Hong's words, a demon with a wonderful figure suddenly appeared on the screen of the three players. Nine tails swept across the screen in a domineering manner, accompanied by a shocking skill special effect. System, Nine-tailed Fox, single kill. System, our mermaid has been killed. System, Nine-tailed Fox, double kill. System, our centaur has been killed. System, Nine-tailed Fox, triple kill. System, our Moonshade Spider has been killed. The PGs were treading on thin ice. They had worked so hard to get a triple kill, but it was all returned to them by Nine-tailed Fox's ultimate skill. The mermaid and the centaur only had a sliver of health left, and the Moonshade Spider was an assassin. It didn't even last a second after being hit by Nine-tailed Fox's ultimate skill. Jingyu pursed his lips. In fact, he had a premonition that he would die like this before he rushed to the bottom lane to save the others. However, he still rushed over with a trace of hope. In any case, a 2-for-2 was still a trade, and a 3-for-3 was still a trade. The worst outcome was that he would die together with DJSS. He had calculated very clearly. With Yi Hong's Scarlet Fury dragging Nine-tailed Fox down in the middle lane, even if it only controlled him for a second, it would be enough for them to scatter into the nearby bushes and click the return button. Even if they couldn't all escape, it would be good if one of them could escape. But in the end, AMM didn't give them any time to hide. Did this mean that Yi Hong's Scarlet Fury didn't control him at all? Brother Yi, you didn't control him. Jingyu couldn't help but ask. Yi Hong looked at Scarlet Fury, who only had a sliver of health left after being teleported back to the city. He wanted to cry but had no tears. I blinked over to control him, but before I could use my skill, he sent me flying with Demon Fox's flaming bullet. Luo Yiming, you blinked and sent flying. How are you so good? Han Lang, the opposing mid-laner, is amazing. His reflexes are already beyond human limits, right? Jingyu, I think so. He calculated that Brother Yi would flash over to control him, so he used his skill at that moment. Yi Hong, sigh, I feel like we're going to lose this round. Yi Hong's intuition was right. At the 25th minute mark, Am's Nine-tailed Fox had a quadruple kill in the middle lane. In the end, it was killed by Qin Fei's Satan, but Satan only had a sliver of health left and was easily killed by the enemy archer. It was another round of 1-for-4, and PG was almost out of patience. The DJSS team won and took down the Mystic Dragon happily. System, the Flower Petal of Datura has conquered the Magic Dragon. System, the Magic Dragon army is about to attack. Seeing these two system notifications, the audience couldn't help but think of a magical limerick in their hearts. They were looking forward to the scene of PG going berserk and turning the tables. However, PG wasn't interested. Even though Jingyu was shouting, "Don't give up, we can win." In his heart, he knew very well that they couldn't turn the tables in this round. There was too much of a financial gap in the early game, and now they couldn't catch up at all. If DJSS got the magic dragon, there was nothing PG could do. Even so, Jingyu still calmly commanded his players to clear out the magic dragon army. Fong Luofan, PG is still as efficient as ever in clearing out the magic dragon army, but DJSS's players are harassing them. Nine-tailed fox is attacking. Are they trying to force a team fight? On the live stream, M's nine-tailed fox suddenly rushed under the tower and used Fox Demon's Fury to break up PG's formation. He decisively used his ultimate. Then, Azrael entered the tower and tanked the damage, while Maha hid in the back and attacked like crazy. Scarlet Fury immediately returned the favor with an ultimate after landing. He wanted to kill DJSS's backline, and the centaur was right in front of Maha's face. However, at this moment, Charlie activated his ultimate and increased his health. DJSS seized the opportunity to attack. Han Lang had already tried his best. As a support, he had already used all the skills he should and shouldn't, but he still couldn't save his teammates. In the end, DJSS's forced team fight ended with a 0-for-5. PG completely lost their chance to turn the tables. In this match, PG was completely suppressed by DJSS from start to finish. No matter how calm Fong Luofan appeared, he couldn't help but frown. As a professional commentator, he wouldn't be biased towards any team. He could only give an objective judgment of the match. DJSS can go ahead and take the first round. PG's players floated in the air and watched as DJSS followed behind the Magic Dragon army and destroyed their defense towers one after another, finally destroying their territory. How should I put this? Yihong retracted his hands from the keyboard and touched his earpiece. My life is amazing. I thought he was going to say something. Jingyu's lips twitched. He resisted the urge to beat him up and said as calmly as possible, our lineup wasn't good to begin with, and we were targeted like that. It's normal for us to lose. But it's okay. We still have a chance if we win 2 out of 3. We must win the next round. If they lost to DJSS in the next round, they wouldn't be able to play this season. They wouldn't even be able to enter the points competition, let alone the championship trophy. So, they had to win. Qin Fei clicked his tongue and the expression on his face was a little irritated. Obviously, he was very unhappy. In the next game, if you take the Moonshadow Spider again, I will take the Catoptric Deflection. Jingyu froze for a moment and pursed his lips. Actually, he wanted Qin Fei to take Flower in the Mirror when he picked the demon in this round. However, their opponents in the knockout round were obviously not on the same level as their previous opponents. Was it really a good idea to swap positions with the support in such an important match? Wait, let me think, Jingyu said, his mind in a mess. Han Ling relied too much on the demon in his lane. The only one he could use at the moment was Azrael, and the enemy's top laner seemed to like using Azrael. Although they could target Azrael from the start, it was too obvious that DJSS was imitating them. What if he stole both Moonshade Spider and Flower in the Mirror after they locked onto Azrael? After a while, Qin Fei seemed to have calmed down a little. He also felt that it wasn't good to swap positions with Han Lang in the knockout round, so he said, or you can steal Sword Burial or Flower Petal of Datura. It depends on what the enemy bans, Jingyu said, sighing in his heart. Until now, he had no idea what lineup to use in the next round. He could only make a decision when he was actually banned. 5 minutes later, the second round between PG and DJSS began. As the loser, PG prioritized banning the demon. The first ban spot was given to Heijiao. Then, DJSS's first ban spot was given to Nine-Tailed Fox without any hesitation. Ha! Yi Hong smiled as if he had seen through the world of mortals. It's really impossible for me to get a life item in the Pro League. So annoying. Why did all of you get your life items, but I didn't? Jingyu revealed a somewhat conflicted expression, not knowing how to comfort him. However, before he could speak, he heard Yi Hong let out a light laugh. Don't mind it, I was just casually ridiculing him. Actually, I'm quite happy to see my life on the ban. It means that my strength has been recognized by the other party, isn't it? Jingyu instantly heaved a sigh of relief. Yes. Yi Hong looked away from his face and sighed helplessly. Then, he said in a firm tone, give me your soul for this round. Ha! Jingyu thought he heard wrong. However, Yi Hong's tone was unprecedentedly serious. If I can't beat Nine-Tailed Fox in a match, then I don't deserve her. I've seriously thought about it. If my opponent still uses Nine-Tailed Fox in the third round, I'll use my soul to match with your Moonshade Spider. Jingyu, wait. Why don't you just ban it? Yi Hong, a real man will never ban his life item. Jingyu, Luo Yiming felt as if his knee had been shot by an arrow. Chapter 66. Jingyu's Moonshade Spider's combo had been broken, and the only thing left was for the other team to dispel the crowd control. In order to allow the Moonshade Spider to complete the combo, PG had to use a control-type demon to trick the other team into dispelling the crowd control. There were not many control-type demons in Devil Lord. The most commonly used ones were the control-type support flower in the mirror and the control-type mid-laner's soul. Therefore, in a situation where he was certain that he couldn't take out Catoptric Deflection, Yi Hong's Elemental Soul and Jingyu's Moonshadow Spider was the best choice, and also the only choice. After thinking it through, Jingyu felt a little helpless. His teammates were always like this. They seemed to make unexpected decisions, but they were all tactics to win. But, after winning the second round, they would not ban themselves for the third round. Were they serious? The match had already started, so Jingyu did not have time to ask. After all, the third round would only begin if they won the second round. There was no point in asking Yi Hong if he was serious. In the second round, the lineups of the two teams were PG, Satan, Soul, Dark Cupid, Moonshade Spider, Saria DJSS, Azrael, Scarlet Fury, Centaur, Flower Petal of Datura, Mermaid. Seeing this lineups, Fong Luofan instantly heaved a sigh of relief. In this round, one got Dark Cupid, and AMM did not get a strong mid-laner. Their lineups are much more balanced than the previous round. Yo-Yo could not help but sigh. Yes, PG's lineups in the previous round were too difficult. In a situation where both teams were evenly matched, PG could only be crushed. Fong Luofan, AMM's Nine-Tailed Fox is indeed strong. Even with its defense greatly weakened, it was able to maximize the damage of Nine-Tailed Fox. This AMM player is not inferior to any of the mid-laners of the top 8 teams. In the previous round, the reason why DJSS was able to crush PG was because AMM was carrying the entire team. It could also be seen from the performance of the players. Unlike PG, who was constantly communicating, DJSS only had AMM to talk to. The others did not even open their mouths. Obviously, they were completely under AMM's command. Rather than saying that this match was a contest between two teams, it would be better to say that it was a contest between AM and PG. Fong Luofan. Alright, let's start the match. Let's see how the battle will turn out after the lineups change. Yu, this is the first time an elemental soul has appeared after being strengthened. I'm looking forward to Ye's performance. Speaking of which, Yi is the only one who has used an elemental soul in the Pro League, right? Fong Luofan, yes. Yezi's card pool is unfathomable. There's almost no mid-laner demon that he doesn't know how to use. Moreover, he doesn't just know how to use it. No matter what demon he uses, he will be able to maximize the value of that demon. The same skill could be used in multiple ways. There were so many combinations of skills that it felt like he was just randomly using them. However, he would always be able to achieve the best results. This was PG's Yezi. His ability to understand the game was definitely at the level of a genius. He was also willing to spend time experimenting. On the surface, he looked carefree and nonchalant. However, he was actually more meticulous than anyone in PG. To be honest, looking at PG's team, Yi Hong was Fang Luofan's favorite player. He liked his high IQ and EQ. The only worry was that his mentality was too easily broken. He would not be able to fight in the later stages of the game. However, looking at this match, Yi Hong's performance so far was quite stable. He seemed to be able to maintain his mentality well. Indeed, at this moment, Yi Hong's mentality was unprecedentedly stable. His mind was filled with the image of his soul pressing nine-tailed fox to the ground and rubbing it against him. In order to achieve this, he had to win this match. Therefore, he had to first press Scarlet Fury to the ground and rub it against him. Little Jingyu, come, Nakano combo. Yi Hong's tone was exceptionally excited when he said this. At this moment, Jingyu had just finished killing all the monsters in the jungle. He had his Moonshade Spider rush to the middle lane. Yi Hong, I'm guessing that Flower Petal of Datura is waiting there again. How about a double kill? Sure, Jingyu said. He was surprised. Your awareness is not bad. Why aren't you commanding? I can't do it. Yi Hong said this and did not say anything else. Did he have to say that he was the one commanding in the first few matches of last season's championship? Everyone knew that PG was crushed by the other 7 teams in last season's championship. There were a total of 14 matches, and they had a miraculous record of 14 consecutive losses. Jingyu did not ask any more questions. He crouched in the bush and took a deep breath. This match, he could not lose. He absolutely could not lose. DJSS was very strong, but the main reason was that AMM was strong. Therefore, he could not afford to make a single mistake in the gank mid lane. So far, including the previous match, Qin Fei's Satan had not been suppressed even once when he was facing off against Azrael. Luo Yiming, who had the Sagittarius, had also killed the opposing archer by leaping over the tower. In this match, he had Dark Cupid. It was impossible for him to lose. The main problem was the mid lane. In the previous match, the mid lane collapsed, and that was why he lost. This match, no matter what, he had to win the mid lane. Go! Following Jingyu's order, Soul, who was still killing off the enemy, suddenly flashed towards Scarlet Fury. First skill, Myriad Threads. Scarlet Wrath was entangled by the threads and couldn't move. After using this skill on her, the elemental spirit ignored her and used the second skill on the bushes beside her, Return of the Threads. The glowing silver thread wrapped around the devil's snare flower petals in the grass and pulled her out of the grass. Almost at the same time, the Moonshade Spider rushed over and bit Scarlet Fury. Then, the moment the effect of Myriad Threads disappeared, it cast a spider web at her. Chain control. Fang Luofan shouted excitedly. Soul's Myriad Threads has connected with the Moonshade Spider's spider web. Scarlet Fury is unable to move. She doesn't have much health left. Ah! First blood is born. Jingyu was highly focused and stunned Scarlet Fury with a series of combo attacks. Every attack hit her vital points, and she was finally defeated in one breath. System, Moonshade Spider, 1 kill. System, enemy Scarlet Fury has died. Almost at the same time as Scarlet Fury died, the control effect on the flower petal of Datura disappeared. She turned around and fled. She teleported and flashed, and ran far away in an instant. However, the moonshade spider seemed to be in a frenzy. It also teleported and flashed, and chased after her without hesitation. The flower petal of Datura was panicked. However, the defense tower on the top lane was right in front of her. As long as she escaped, System, Satan, 1 kill. System, enemy Azrael has died. Flower petal of Datura. Fong Luofan, beautiful. Not long after the match started, Satan pinned Azrael under the tower and kept licking his health. Then, just now, after Satan finished killing a wave of minions and reached level 6, he had an ultimate skill. He directly rushed into the tower and finished off Azrael's remaining health. Yo, Satan left the tower and rushed to the middle lane. The flower petal of Datura is pincered. With the moonshade spider below and Satan above, the flower petal of Datura, who was sandwiched in the middle, felt despair. In the end, Satan drained most of his health, and he was killed by the moonshade spider with a normal attack. System, moonshade spider, 1 kill. System, enemy flower petal of Datura has died. Yo, wow. This round, the PG has completely risen. 3 kills at the beginning of the match. Fong Luofan, yes, very good. Let's take a look at the replay. Look at this. After the soul type controlled, Crimson Rage, he threw the second skill into the bushes. This meant that the PG planned to gank 2 targets from the very beginning. Then, here, after Moonshade Spider killed Scarlet Fury, he chased after the flower petal of Datura. To be honest, this was not a wise move, but the direction he chased after the flower petal of Datura was very intriguing. It seemed like he wanted to block the escape route of the flower petal of Datura. At this moment, Satan used his ultimate skill and killed Azrael. Yo, so, Luofan thinks that this was the PG's plan from the beginning. No way, this is too far-sighted. Fong Luofan smiled. With Jinyu around, nothing is impossible. As the coach of the PG team, he knew the members of his team very well. He knew very well that the 3 kills just now were all part of Jinyu's plan. That was indeed the case. At the beginning of the match, Jinyu asked Qin Fei before he went to help the archer get the red blood. Can you kill Azrael at the 5th minute? Qin Fei calmly replied with one word, yes. It was as if what Jinyu asked was something that anyone could easily do. However, many professional players couldn't even reach level 6 in 5 minutes. With Qin Fei by his side, he always felt at ease. After receiving a positive answer, Jinyu did not have any doubts about Qin Fei. He followed the plan and forced the flower petal of Datura to the top lane. Qin Fei did not disappoint him. At the 5th minute, he killed Azrael and attacked the flower petal of Datura from both sides. Every PG player did not play according to common sense, but they were all synonymous with miracles. The moment he killed the flower petal of Datura, Jinyu could not help but feel a little emotional. Although his teammates always gave him a feeling that they were unreliable, he had to admit that each of them was very strong. They were all very strong. At the 7th minute, Dark Cupid suppressed the enemy and allowed Jinyu's Moonshade Spider to take down the magic board without any interference. The magic board was activated and flew straight to the middle lane. With it taking the damage, the revived Scarlet Fury did not even dare to enter his own defense tower. He shrank back and anxiously ran around in circles. See, you can't do it without Nine-Tailed Fox. Yi Hong looked at the other party who wanted to hit him but couldn't do anything. He couldn't help but gloat. Little Goldfish, Nakano Tandem, come again. Before Jinyu could respond, Han Lang could not help but retort, Yezi, your tone. Jinyu hasn't even said anything yet, why are you saying it first? Yi-hong, tisk, you don't understand how I feel right now. Yi-hong could not help but laugh when he thought about how he would be able to use Soul to grind Nine-Tailed Fox into the ground, conquering his own life and taking revenge for the first round. Just thinking about it made him feel good. Of course, this round had to be stabilized first. At the 15-minute mark, the middle lane was a huge team battle. Soul started the team battle with a big move, controlling all the DJSS members until they could not move. Then, with Satan's big move and Dark Cupid's crazy output, Jingyu's Moonshade Spider rushed up and used Shadow Flash, Spider Web, Bite, Demon Transformation, Inescapable Net, Myriad Spider's Bite, Gluttony, Spider's Shadow Perplexing Track. After a series of combo attacks, he fled without even looking back. System, Moonshade Spider, 1 kill. System, enemy Scarlet Fury has died. System, Moonshade Spider, double kill. System, enemy team has died. System, Moonshade Spider, triple kill. System, enemy Flower Petal of Datura has died. System, Moonshade Spider, quadruple kill. System, enemy Mermaid has died. System, Moonshade Spider, quadruple kill. System, enemy Azrael has died. Ah! Jingyu's Moonshade Spider, quadruple kill. Io shouted excitedly and almost slammed the table and jumped up. It's here. Jingyu's crowd control one-wave rush. Fong Luofan was relatively calm, but his face was full of excitement. Soul and Moonshade Spider's coordination is too good. After Soul was strengthened, the damage of his big move increased significantly. With the cooperation of all the PG members, it was almost an instant kill. Those who were watching the live stream couldn't help but spammed 66666. The audience in the stadium exclaimed and roared one after another. As Jingyu's little fan, Ji stood up from his chair and shouted, Jingyu is awesome. Moonshade Spider is awesome. Magic Dragon Bloodline is awesome. Beside him, Kins raised his hand and covered his face with a look that said, I don't know this person beside me. After PG's entire team wiped out DJSS, their HP was above the safety line, and they easily took down Magic Dragon. After that, DJSS had no way to retaliate. And all of this was because of the successful gank at the beginning of the match. If they hadn't successfully killed Scarlet Fury at the beginning of the match and suppressed their opponent's economy, PG wouldn't have been able to win so easily. AMM is very strong, Yi-hong commented. But we're not weak either. In a fight between strong opponents, the strength of the magical creatures was unreservedly displayed. If I had Nine-Tailed Fox, I wouldn't have left a single kill for them. Yi-hong, who had gotten high from the soul, said. At the same time, he set a flag. Before the start of the third match, Jingyu asked Yi-hong again, are we really not banning Nine-Tailed Fox? Yi-hong's answer was, as long as the opponent doesn't ban your Moonshade Spider or my soul, there's no need to ban Nine-Tailed Fox. Nine-Tailed Fox's survivability is much worse than Scarlet Fury's. Even Scarlet Fury couldn't break through our crowd control one-wave rush. Nine-Tailed Fox will only have a harder time fighting. That seemed to make sense. But Jingyu was still a little worried. He turned to Qin Fei and asked, Brother Fei, what do you say? Before Qin Fei could reply, Yi-hong complained, didn't I already tell you the reason? Why are you still asking Brother Fei? Don't you trust me that much? I don't trust you, Jingyu answered straightforwardly without any hesitation. Yi-hong shut himself up. Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh, you have to pick yourself up from where you fell. Winning and losing is important, but it's a game. Being happy is more important. If you're not happy when you win, it's meaningless. Jingyu frowned slightly. He obviously didn't agree with this answer. what if we lose because we're happy? Qin Fei, then it means we're not strong enough. Jingyu. He actually had nothing to say. Qin Fei tilted his head and looked at Jingyu's speechless expression. He couldn't help but laugh and decided not to tease him anymore. He replied seriously, "Don't look at us like this. Whether it's me, Yezi or Old Han, we all really want to be the champion." Yezi's analysis was right. The combination of Soul and Moonshade Spider just happens to counter Nine-Tailed Fox. If the opponent doesn't ban Soul or Moonshade Spider, then it's fine even if we release Nine-Tailed Fox. I see, Jingyu was convinced. Yihong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why don't you believe me when I say the same thing, but you believe Brother Fei when he says it? Hanling, what kind of tone did you use just now? Don't you have any idea? Speaking of which, Jingyu suddenly realized the bug in Qin Fei's words. You just said that you, Brother Yi, and Old Han all want to be the champion. What about Yiming? Qin Fei, oh, he's in charge of Wave. Jingyu, == after a short break, the third round between PG and DJSS began. After 3 rounds, both sides were tired. Qin Fei even started to yawn. However, Yihong, who was easily affected by the long duration of the competition, was very excited. He wanted the elemental soul, he wanted the elemental soul, he wanted the elemental soul. Important things should be said 3 times. Even if he couldn't get his natal item, it would still feel good to beat up the person who stole his natal item. In the end, DJSS banned Heart of Ice, Lilith, and Dark Cupid. It was exactly the same as the first round. They didn't ban Moonshade Spider or Soul, so PG didn't ban Nine-Tailed Fox either. Then, when it was time to pick up the demon, DJSS took the first position and instantly locked onto the Soul. Everyone, huh? When it was PG's turn to pick the monster, Yihong instantly locked Nine-Tailed Fox. Then, Yihong looked at the nine-tailed, scantily clad, curvaceous woman on his screen. He was stunned for a long time before he found his voice. Am I dreaming? Can someone pinch me? Chapter 67. The moment they saw DJSS lock Soul, all the PG members were a little stunned. It wasn't until Yihong reflexively locked Nine-Tailed Fox that everyone reacted, oh my god. The other party had really locked the elemental soul and even released the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox. Yihong, who had gotten his wish, felt like he was dreaming. Who's going to pinch me? Hearing this, Luo Yiming made a move to pinch Yihong, but Yihong nimbly dodged. Don't. You're pinching me too hard. Hanlang, is DJSS's team crazy? They're using whatever we're using. Why don't they just change their name to PG2? Luo Yiming, ha 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 ha. How's PG2? Qin Fei, I told you, this team has studied us, especially that Am. Nine-Tailed Fox completely copied Yezi's playstyle. Yihong, hey, don't talk about him as if he's on the same level as me. He's a knockoff, I'm the real deal, okay? Only Jingyu cared about the opponent's lineup. So, they're going to use Moonshade Spider this round and imitate my control of One Wave Rush? Qin Fei, looks like it. Luo Yiming, then should we snatch Moonshade Spider? Qin Fei, don't. It's too risky to use Moonshade Spider when Soul is already snatched. As soon as Qin Fei finished speaking, Jingyu locked Sword Burial. Sword Burial. Qin Fei was stunned, he thought he would use Flower Petal of Datura. After all, compared to a warrior-type jungler like Sword Burial, Jingyu preferred an assassin-type jungler. The other PG members were in disbelief when they saw Jingyu lock Sword Burial. Luo Yiming was the first to cry out in surprise. Ha! Aren't you going to play Flower Petal of Datura? Jingyu calmly looked at his computer screen and gave a 3-word answer. I want to win. Jingyu's desire to win was very strong. This was something the PG members had long realized. However, before today, no matter how much he wanted to win, he had never chased after a powerful version. Was it because he felt that his opponent's strength, so he decided not to go easy? Everyone in PG guessed and saw the other side lock Shinigami and Centaur after some hesitation. Whoa, I thought they would try to steal Satan. Yihong said, looks like PG2's imitation isn't complete enough. They only copied me and little Jingyu. Han Lang hit the nail on the head. They can't even beat our brother Fei with Azrael. Isn't Satan a death wish? Luo Yiming, that's right. Is our brother Fei someone that can be imitated? TSK, Qin Fei felt a chill run down his spine. Can you two stop bragging? If you blow me up, who's going to take the damage for you? Jingyu couldn't help but laugh. They're not bragging. It's the truth. Qin Fei, Yihong, wow, this bragging, Han Lang, it's so fresh and refined, it's so flawless. Luo Yiming, brother Fei, blow him up. Qin Fei was speechless for a moment. Then, he couldn't help but laugh. When Jingyu finally reacted, he lowered his head and pretended that nothing had happened. Fang Luo Fan, PG has locked Satan and Maha. Both teams' top laners are still the same as in the previous 2 matches. In this match, DJSS has a greater advantage in the bottom lane. Yo, however, PG's Yezi has 9-tailed fox. Won't the mid lane have an advantage? Not necessarily. Fang Luofan insisted on his objective view. It's obvious that DJSS is trying to imitate PG's strategy in the previous match. They're using Soul and Moonshade Spider to control the flow. If DJSS jungler has mastered Jingyu's self-created combo, then this strategy is perfect for countering 9-tailed fox, who has low health and low defense. Ah, so you're saying that DJSS is purposely releasing 9-tailed fox? Yo was shocked. But it's Yezi who has 9-tailed fox. Everyone knows that Yezi's 9-tailed fox is very strong. It's almost unbeatable. Fang Luo Fan, AMM's 9-tailed fox is also very strong. Maybe they're confident because they know how to play it. As for DJSS's actual thoughts, they could only find out after listening to the recording of the match. The commentator's guess was right. After PG locked onto Satan and Maha, DJSS immediately locked onto Moonshade Spider. In the end, both teams' lineups for the third match were PG, Satan, 9-tailed fox, Maha, Sword Burial, Saria DJSS, Azrael, Soul, Centaur, Moonshade Spider, Mermaid. When the characters entered the battlefield, Yihong said in a very pretentious tone, PG2, you're a lucky team to be able to witness my 9-tailed fox. Although Luo Yiming didn't get an origin item, he was happier to see Yihong get one. Congratulations, PG2, you're about to experience the fear of being dominated by 9-tailed fox. Han Lang, hahaha. After this match, PG2 is probably going to shut himself up. Jingyu, who was listening from the side, felt helpless and wanted to laugh. Does anyone still remember the original name of this team? Qin Fei, who cares? Beat PG2 in one go and let me go back to sleep. Jingyu == okay. Jingyu, PG2, I'm coming. Luo Yiming, oh. Jingyu is finally going to show off. Han Lang, okay, it's in the bag now. Yihong, hahaha, I'll take this pentakill. Jingyu, let's see who has the ability, hehe. With Jingyu's voice, the atmosphere of the entire team instantly became much more relaxed and lively. Everyone was rubbing their fists and rubbing their palms, waiting for the start of the match to go all out. A few seconds later, the battlefield loaded and the two teams rushed to their respective jungles. After helping the archer get the red blood, Jingyu immediately sent his sword burial to the middle lane. Not going to the jungles, but gank. Yo-Yo thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. However, just as Nine-Tailed Fox rushed to the middle lane to clear the enemy, Jingyu's sword burial suddenly rushed out and went straight for the bushes. His target was the Moonshade Spider in the bushes. Fong Luofan, both junglers chose to gank first, but sword burial made the first move and caught the Moonshade Spider off guard. Yo-Yo, Nine-Tailed Fox used a skill. It hit the Moonshade Spider. Soul also used a skill, but missed. On the huge screen, Nine-Tailed Fox zigzagged and brushed past Soul's crowd control skill. Before Soul could change targets and use a second skill on Sword Burial had already disabled the Moonshade Spider. In the nick of time, the Moonshade Spider flashed over the wall and hid in its own defense tower. Sword Burial, on the other hand, did not seem to have any intention of pursuing the enemy. He zigzagged in the opposite direction, dodged Soul's crowd control skill, and rushed into the enemy's jungle. Was he trying to counter the jungles? Fong Luofan could not help but laugh. Every time Jingyu gets Sword Burial, he will counter the jungles. Yo-Yo, he's a warrior-type demon, so his survivability is much better than an assassin's. So Jingyu ganked the middle lane to counter the jungles. That's right, that's it. Moonshade Spider returned to town with low HP, Azrael was pinned down by Satan, and Soul did not have the ability to solo Sword Burial. No one was watching over the enemy's jungle. Jingyu allowed his Zhongjin to unscrupulously farm a wave of wild in the enemy's jungle. After killing the last monster, the recovered Moonshade Spider rushed back to its own jungle, and Soul cooperated with him to close in on Sword Burial. Jingyu hurriedly used discipline to kill the monster and sneaked into the middle lane. Along the way, Soul seized the opportunity to cast crowd control. Jingyu seemed to know that Soul would cast crowd control at that moment, perfectly dodging with a displacement skill, and then crouched in the bushes in the middle lane. Soul hurriedly cast a second crowd control skill into the bushes, and Jingyu did not hesitate to use Blink. He flashed from one bush to another, toying with the two of them in the palm of his hand. One wave rush. First, you'll have to crowd control me. Jingyu accidentally got high and said a few words. Then, he said, Brother Yi, let's fight. Okay, Yi Hong, who had been waiting by the bushes for a long time, heard the order and flashed his Nine-Tailed Fox to appear between Soul and Moonshade Spider. Second skill, Nine-Tailed Fox's Fury. Soul and Moonshade Spider were sent flying in different directions by the powerful flames. First skill, Fox Fire. A scorching fireball smashed into Soul, instantly taking away 1/3 of his HP. Almost at the same time, Zhongjin attacked. He activated a skill, Sword Aura Possession, to strengthen himself. A series of combo attacks hit the elemental Soul, causing his HP to decrease at a terrifying speed until it finally reached 0. System, Sword Burial, 1 kill. System, enemy Soul has been killed. First blood was born. AMM's mid laner, the team leader and commander, was the first to fall. Fong Luofan couldn't help but sigh. A control-type magical beast requires the player to have a strong prediction ability. Actually, AMM's prediction ability is not bad. The few times he used his skills, he grasped the timing quite well. However, Jingyu's prediction ability is not inferior to his. He can always use displacement or flash to escape at the crucial moment. Yo, that was too thrilling. If Jingyu didn't successfully dodge just now and got Soul crowd controlled, then it would be a different story. Seeing that Soul was dead, the Moonshade Spider wanted to escape, but his current position was very delicate, Nine-tailed Fox was blocking in front of the enemy's defense tower, completely blocking his nearest escape route. Thus, if he wanted to escape, he could only go to the top lane or the bottom lane. But DJSS's top and bottom lanes were very difficult to fight. If he went over now, not only would he not be able to save himself, he might even drag his teammates down with him. Fight! Without any instructions from the Moonshade Spider made a decision on its own and bit at Nine-tailed Fox. However, Sword Burial moved over at this moment and used its second skill, Block, perfectly blocking his skill attack, and immediately counterattacking. The Moonshade Spider, who had nowhere to run, could only struggle with all his might. In the end, Nine-tailed Fox, whose second skill cooldown was over, finished off its head with Fox Demon's Fury. System, Nine-tailed Fox, 1 kill. System, enemy Moonshade Spider has been killed. Okay, from now on, I'm going for a pentacle. Yi Hong boasted. None of you are going to steal my kills. Jinyu sent his Sword Burial to the enemy's jungle to steal loot while laughing and saying the same thing. Heh, it's up to each of you. Chapter 68. Before the start of the third round, M really thought that he could suppress Yi Hong's Nine-tailed Fox. After all, he had spent a lot of time studying and imitating all the magical beasts that Yi Hong had used before. Whether it was Nine-tailed Fox, Scarlet Fury, or Soul, he was familiar with all of them and was good at them. Therefore, he thought that since Yi Hong could suppress his Scarlet Fury with Soul, why couldn't he use Soul to suppress Yi Hong's Nine-tailed Fox? Nine-tailed Fox's survivability was much worse than Scarlet Fury's. Once it was controlled, there was basically no chance of survival. Then, when it was time for the actual match, Soul released myriad threads, and Nine-tailed Fox perfectly avoided the attack with snakeskin movement. Elemental Soul staked everything on this and flashed over, wanting to use inextricable threads. He thought that this would be foolproof. Even the Moonshadow Spider hidden in the bushes rushed out, ready to take the heads. Unexpectedly, when the two demons arrived beside the Nine-tailed Fox, before they could even use their skills, they were sent flying by a fox's raging flames. Nine-tailed Fox followed up with a big move, one skill after another, and the two of them were left with low HP. How many years do you think I've been playing Nine-tailed Fox? Yi Hong's fingers nimbly tapped on the keyboard, all kinds of positioning and combos were at his fingertips. Okay, it's a double kill. As he spoke, he was just about to take the heads of the two magical beasts when a Sword Burial leisurely passed by. System, Sword Burial, 1 kill. System, the enemy's soul has been killed. System, Sword Burial, 2 kills. System, the enemy's Moonshade Spider has been killed. It was indeed a double kill, but unfortunately, the heads weren't his. Yi Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Little Jingyu, Jingyu, push the tower. Yi Hong. Coming. The two of them worked together to take down the enemy's tower in the middle lane. Then, Nine-tailed Fox returned to the city to recover while Sword Burial continued to farm without restraint in the 4 jungle zones. It had only been 10 minutes since the start of the game, but PG's economy was already far above DJSS's. The top lane was a repeat of the previous 2 matches. Qin Fei's Satan had pinned Azrael under the turret. The revived Moonshade Spider wanted to help, but it ended up being pinned under the turret as well. After all, after being killed several times by Sword Burial, his level and economy could no longer catch up. As always, Luo Yiming on the bottom lane was addicted to dealing damage to the enemy's face, and Maha's specialty was that he had short arms and high damage. Although he wasn't the strongest archer in this version, he was unexpectedly very compatible with Luo Yiming's style, and he didn't show any fear when facing enemies. In this match, PG completely suppressed DJSS in the top, middle, and bottom lane. DJSS was having a hard time. At the 17-minute mark, PG had taken down DJSS's second tower in the middle lane. When they discovered that DJSS's archer and jungler were playing magic in the bottom lane, they immediately gathered in the dragon pit to steal the dragon. "Take it down in one go," Jinyu said as he let his sword burial shuttle through the bushes nearby to prevent DJSS from sending people to steal the dragon. Of course, DJSS wouldn't let them steal the dragon. Soul, who was crouching in the bushes, saw sword burial coming and cast his skill, Inextricable Threads. "It's under CC." Yo-Yo exclaimed. Soul has CC ed sword burial. But sword burial can dispel CC ed. Ha! It's useless. Jingyu's sword burial could have dispelled CC ed, but he didn't use it. He waited until the CC's effect was dispelled, and then let sword burial, which had half of its HP, relocate into the dragon pit. At this moment, Moonshade Spider, who had taken down the magic board, rushed over. Under Azrael's protection, Soul chased after sword burial into the dragon pit. PG's team immediately stopped attacking the dragon and focused their attacks on the two of them. Nine-tailed Fox unleashed its ultimate skill, its 9 tails wildly attacking Soul. Soul also unleashed his ultimate skill, Puppet Necklace, reflecting all the damage done to him. Sarier also unleashed his ultimate skill, locking his HP and increasing his HP. Soul's reflection was ineffective and Nine-tailed Fox was protected. The series of ultimate skills was dazzling, but in the end, no one lost much HP. Finally, Moonshade Spider arrived. Soul immediately unleashed his second skill, Return of the Threads, trying to trick PG's team into dispelling the CC ed. However, sword burial blocked it. Another skill that didn't work, and AMM was going crazy. Moonshade Spider couldn't wait any longer. He used Shadow Flash and Spiderweb to control PG's team. However, before he could continue his combo, PG's team dispelled the CC ed. Sword Burial's dispelling skill was used at this moment. After using it, he immediately moved to Moonshade Spider's side and attacked it with a combo. The rest of PG's team also seemed to have received instructions, and focused their attacks on Moonshade Spider. The poor assassin, Brittle Skin, didn't even last a second before he was beaten to the ground. System, Maha, 1 kill. System, enemy Moonshade Spider has been killed. The jungler is dead, attack the dragon. Jinyu ordered. PG's team ignored Azrael and Soul. They didn't even pay attention to the team that had just arrived, and continued to attack the dragon. They were being ignored. The team wasn't convinced. They charged into the dragon pit, intending to kill Sword Burial. However, they were sent flying by Nine-tailed Fox's flaming demon flare. Then, Satan changed his target and used all the skills that he hadn't used before. Finally, he used Great Sweep to kill the team. System, Satan, 1 kill. System, enemy's team has been killed. The magic dragon's health dropped rapidly. DJSS's survivors stopped harassing PG and started attacking the magic dragon. When the magic dragon's health was low, they used their remaining skills. However, Sword Burial's punishment took away the last bit of the magic dragon's health, and their skills all missed. System, Sword Burial, conquer the magic dragon. System, the magic dragon army is about to attack. Yo, PG got the dragon. Fong Luo Fan, that's the design of LD, no skill can compete with the jungler's punishment. Yo, so, Sword Burial saved the CC removal for the Moonshade Spider so that he could kill the Moonshade Spider. Fong Luo Fan, yes, once DJSS's jungler is dead, no one can use punishment. Yo, oh my god. Jing Yu is too farsighted. Fong Luo fan, haha, maybe this isn't even considered thinking for him. Wasn't CC removal meant to deal with the Moonshade Spider's combo? He knew that the Moonshade Spider would come for the dragon after taking down the magic board. Of course, he saved the CC removal for him. Jing Yu's plan was that simple. However, most players' first reaction after being CC'd was to remove it. Even if they knew that the Moonshade Spider would come for the dragon, they wouldn't dare to risk their health. After Jing Yu's sword burial was CC'd, Sol and Azrael took out more than half of his health. After taking down the magic dragon, PG and the others immediately changed their target and started harvesting DJSS's survivors. Qin Fei's Satan was at the front, Luo Yiming's Maha and Yihong's nine-tailed fox were at the back, Hanlang's Sarier was in charge of increasing his speed and activating his shield, and Jing Yu's sword burial was in charge of killing. They worked together and killed DJSS's survivors one by one with an unstoppable momentum. They arranged everything clearly. In the end, they traded 0 for 4, allowing DJSS's support to escape with only a sliver of health left. Yi Hong looked at the number of kills his team had taken. He didn't even have as many kills as Satan, let alone 5 kills. Yi Hong was speechless. TSK, you guys are too much. It's rare for me to get a nine-tailed fox. Can't you guys let me perform well? Hanlang, you used a weakened nine-tailed fox to suppress a strengthened soul. Be content. Qin Fei sneered. Who's not letting you perform? You haven't played CC'd for a long time. Who are you trying to blame? Jing Yu couldn't help but laugh. Yi Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yo, after taking down the magic dragon, PG took down all of DJSS's towers in one go. I think it's time for another wave. Fong Luo fan, all members of DJSS have revived. Can they defend their last territory? On the huge screen, all members of DJSS who had revived were clearing out the magic dragon army in an orderly manner. Not only were they not messed up, but they were even more organized than before. They were almost on par with PG's. Due to its territorial advantage, it could return to the spring water to recover at any time. DJSS struggled with all its might. It used soul control on the back row of the PG while the Moonshadow Spider rushed up from behind. Finally, it was able to complete a combo and complete the double kill. Nine-tailed fox and Maha were the ones who died. The others were also left with only a sliver of health. Satan and Sword Burial worked together to kill the Moonshade Spider. They retreated under Sarier's protection. Attack the Phoenix! Jing Yu shouted. He and Satan rushed toward the underworld Phoenix in the middle lane. Both of them only had a sliver of health left. They had to constantly dodge the Phoenix's attacks. However, it didn't matter. DJSS was busy clearing out the magic dragon army and had no time to harass them. They could take their time. Finally. System, Sword Burial, conquering the underworld Phoenix. System, obtained Nirvana's Flame. Nirvana's Flame increases the speed of health regeneration. Can revive teammates directly. Can also resist one critical hit. All PG's members were revived. Satan and Sword Burial's health also slowly recovered. The 5 of them regrouped and charged toward DJSS's territory. This time, DJSS could not hold on and was killed by PG in the territory. Yi Hong's nine-tailed fox obtained a quadruple kill. Although he did not get a quadruple kill in the end, he was already very satisfied. To be more precise, the moment he obtained the nine-tailed demon fox, he no longer had any regrets. Perhaps this was the last time he obtained nine-tailed fox in this season. However, what did it matter? He would not be able to obtain it in the Pro League. He could still use it in normal entertainment. The two golden words, victory, appeared on the huge screen. It was dazzling and stunning. The stadium was filled with cheers. Many people stood up from their chairs like ZHAS and shouted at the top of their lungs. However, ZHAS shouted, Jingyu is awesome. They shouted, Yezi is awesome, Nine-Tailed Fox is awesome, PG is awesome. Fong Luofan could not hide his excitement. We won. PG defeated DJSS 2-1. Congratulations to PG for advancing to the second round of the knockout round. Thank you to both teams for giving us such an exciting match. At this moment, the transparent cover covering both teams opened. Both teams broke free from the atmosphere of the match. They were infected by the craze in the audience and felt their blood boil. Yo, after technical evaluation, the MVP of this match is Yezi's Nine-Tailed Fox. There was no suspense. Yezi's Nine-Tailed Fox was too good. AMM's elemental soul only controlled him once from the beginning to the end. Yi Hong was a little embarrassed by the praise. He raised his hand and scratched his face. He wanted to say something to express his current feelings, but before he could open his mouth, he saw a member of the opposing team take off his headphones and charge at him. What's going on? You can't beat me in the game, so you want to PK me in real life? Yi Hong turned to run, but Qin Fei grabbed him by the collar and pulled him back. Have some backbone. Qin Fei let go of Yi Hong after shouting. He stood in front of him and looked warily at the youth in front of him. This youth was DJSS's AMM. He was around 17 years old and his height only reached Qin Fei's collarbone. This youth, who always had a cold face in photos and videos, was clearly emotional. His face was slightly red and there were even tears in the corners of his eyes. Then, under Qin Fei's vigilant gaze, he looked in Yi Hong's direction and shouted excitedly, Brother Yi. I've liked you for a long time. You're too good. Can you give me an autograph? Yi Hong, 0-0. Chapter 69. Brother Yi, your Nine-Tailed Fox is amazing. I feel like I'll never be able to catch up to you. M suddenly choked up and covered his eyes. Wah, a 17-year-old youth cried like a 7-year-old after leading DJSS to lose to PG. Yi Hong stared at him blankly for a while. After making sure that he wasn't here to beat people up, he sighed helplessly and walked around Qin Fei. He raised his hand and touched his head. Okay, you can sign as many as you want. Wah, Brother Yi, you're the best. M couldn't wait to jump into Yi Hong's arms. I wanted a sign. My name is AI Min, AI as in AI Li, Min as in Agile. Okay. Little Min, I'll definitely sign it for you after the match. Yi Hong helplessly patted AI Min's back and gestured to the bodyguards that were about to surround them. The host was shocked by this sudden situation and took a while to react. So Am is a Yezi fan. No wonder his style is so similar to Yezi's. He took the microphone and walked onto the stage. That really scared me. I thought you were going to beat someone up after losing the match. So you were asking for Yezi's autograph. After the host's explanation, the audience who didn't know the situation immediately understood and sighed in relief. AI Min also felt that his reaction was a bit too much. He covered his eyes again and didn't dare to face the audience. To be able to have a good match with his favorite esports player, he felt that he had no regrets in his esports career. Especially when Yezi used his famous demon, Nine-Tailed Fox. After the two teams shook hands and bowed to the audience, the host had no intention of letting them off. He raised the microphone and asked PG, the next match is between PH and L. The winner will be your opponent in the next match. Do you have anything to say to them? The person who took the microphone was Luo Yiming, who was standing closest to the host. When he took the microphone, everyone in PG had a bad feeling about this. Sure enough, Luo Yiming's first words were, "Whatever, they're no match for us anyway." The audience booed, but there were also people who laughed and cheered for PG. Alright, there's no esports without flirting. It's rare to have such an opportunity. I'll just play all the flirting that I didn't play in the video to satisfy my craving. With that thought in mind, Yi Hong snatched the microphone. If you have the guts, release my nine-tailed fox again. Next time, I'll definitely get a pentacle. Han Ling also grabbed the microphone and joined in the fun. We will definitely win the championship this season. Then, for some reason, the microphone ended up in Qin Fei's hand. Qin Fei frowned. There's nothing to say. We're not so bad that we can't even make it through the elimination round. After saying that, he casually threw the microphone to Jingyu, who was beside him. Jingyu had already said something in the video, but since he received the microphone, he naturally had to say, "I hope someone dares to invade my jungle in the next round. Otherwise, I'll be too lonely." Wow, this tone is asking for a beating. The audience booed again. It was even louder than the booing Luo Yiming received earlier. Qin Fei, who was originally impatient, suddenly laughed. He had no idea that the cameraman had taken a close-up shot of him. Then, the audience gasped in unison and the bullet screen fell into a frenzy. Ah! Brother Fei is too handsome, my god. Oh my god, Brother Fei is inhumanly handsome when he laughs. Mom, I saw an angel. Is Brother Fei laughing because of Jingyu? Now that you mention it, Brother Fei and Jingyu look so compatible standing next to each other. Jingyu finished his rant and walked in front of the host with both hands holding the microphone. When he handed the microphone to the host, he smiled and said, "Thank you." Even though it was very soft, it was still captured by the microphone. Oh my god, Jingyu is too obedient. Flirtatious and obedient. Little angel Jingyu, oh. Take care of this smile. I'll protect Jingyu's smile. Just like that, the bullet screen that was spamming 66,666 for PG's actions in the game was instantly drowned by a group of people who didn't know better. People who didn't know would think that this was a variety show instead of the live broadcast of the 4th season of the Devil Lord Professional League. The host, who received the microphone, smiled awkwardly but politely. His original intention was to let PG encourage his opponent. Even if he said, "We'll be waiting for you at tomorrow's match," it would have been fine. PG made a flirtatious remark. This rhythm. After every match, the winning team would probably imitate them and make flirtatious remarks without restraint. The host wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked in front of the 5 members of DJSS. As the captain and commander of this team, Ai Min's emotions seemed to have stabilized a little. His 2 red eyes made him look like a rabbit. Coupled with his childish face, he actually looked a little cute. The host asked them, "Even though you lost to PG, you still won a match against him. This means that you are a very strong team. Furthermore, you are still young and have a bright future ahead of you. Is there anything you want to say to PG? Or you can tell him how you feel right now." Ai Min took the microphone. After a moment of silence, he smiled helplessly. It's like this, we're still in our 2nd year of high school. Next year, we will be in our 3rd year of high school. We have to take the college entrance examination, so, after this season, DJSS is preparing to disband. Once this was said, there was an uproar in the audience. They couldn't believe it. So this was DJSS's last match. What a pity, they were so strong, especially the mid-laner AM. Ai Min was obviously reluctant to part with him. As she spoke, her eyes started to tear up again. I really like playing professionally. I really like it. I really want to continue playing like this until the end of my life, but, before he finished speaking, the microphone was snatched away. AI Min was stunned for a moment. He turned his head in confusion and saw Yi Hong's face. Yi Hong looked at him and smiled. Then, he said into the microphone in his hand, "Do well in your exams. After the exams, if you still want to play professionally, come and join PG." AI Min. Hearing this, before the audience could react, PG's teammates couldn't remain calm. They all rushed to the microphone and howled. Luo Yiming, what? Yezi, you're retiring. Han Lang, that's great. Such a reckless mid-laner should have been replaced long ago. Amidst the boos, Yi Hong resisted the urge to beat up his teammates and roared, "Who's retiring?" A normal person's first reaction would be to be a substitute or to form a second team. How come you guys are saying that I'm retiring? Luo Yiming immediately looked disappointed. What, you still want to play? Han Lang sighed, I was happy for nothing. The audience burst into laughter. The host couldn't help but laugh as well. AI Min, who had been crying just a moment ago, raised his hand to cover his eyes and laughed uncontrollably. The sad atmosphere was swept away. As the losing team, DJSS didn't feel depressed at all after losing the game. AI Min's teammates patted his shoulders and back and cheered for him, "Go little Min. Do your best." Just like that, PG's team publicly poached a strong esports player during the live broadcast of the elimination round. The audience, both inside and outside the screen, laughed like crazy. Frowny face. Poaching people online is okay? What kind of idiots are PG? Ha ha ha, is this team trying to make me laugh to death so that they can inherit my ant flower? I'm looking forward to the recording of the competition more and more. No one knew that over at Momo's team, ZHIS had suddenly become very quiet. Until Kins, who was sitting next to him, nudged him with his shoulder and whispered, "What are you thinking about?" ZHIS snapped out of it and whispered back, "If we still can't make it to the top 8 next season, our team will have to." Kins interrupted him, "Jing Yu still owes you an autograph, right?" ZHIS paused for a moment. Yeah. When you ask for his autograph, ask for his contact information." Kins smiled as he said, "Even if you have to roll on the floor and act cute, you have to be shameless and ask for it, okay?" Jeez. PG's competition for the day had ended. They could choose to stay on the field and watch the competition or go back to rest. As a team with more freedom, the 5 players naturally had to take care of their own areas. Qin Fei wanted to sleep, so he went back. When Jing Yu saw him leave, he left the field with him. Yi Hong stayed to give AMM an autograph and share his experience with him as a mid-laner. Luo Yiming, who couldn't sit still, of course chose to stay and watch the competition. Han Lang was still worried, so he stayed with him. After that, the match between PG and LL ended with a 2-0 victory. PG won 2 matches in a row and advanced to the second round. After watching the competition, the PG players who stayed on the field only had one thought: what the fuck? Another knockoff team. If DJSS and PG were imitating each other's playstyle, then PG and PG were similar in terms of playstyle. They were fierce, fast-paced, and unstoppable. However, this was understandable. After all, Qingzi and Xiao Wei's playstyle was similar to PG's. That was why they had tried to get them to join the team. Who would have thought that after being chased away by Qin Fei, they would form their own team? Yi Hong couldn't help but click his tongue. To be honest, it doesn't feel good to be imitated. AI Min felt like she had been shot in the knee. "I'm sorry." Yi Hong patted her head. "However, not everyone can imitate my playstyle." "You're really good." AI Min's face suddenly turned red. thank you, Brother Yi. Yi Hong, it's okay. It's been proven that knockoffs can't beat the original. We'll win the next round. At the same time, Luo Yiming and Han Lang went online to check PG's team name. When they saw that the team's full name was Play Happily, their expressions became a little strange. Luo Yiming, what the fuck? We're called Play Gaily, they're called Play Happily. The translation is the same, okay? Why don't they just name themselves PG too? Han Lang replied seriously, we've already defeated PG2. This is PG3. Yes, PG3. Luo Yiming slapped his leg, that's too much. Not only are they imitating our playstyle, they're even imitating our team name. Let's see if I don't crush them in the next round. This time, Han Lang did not respond. Instead, he looked up at the sky. He just wanted to know if the top laner of PH, Qingzi, who had a lot of bad records, would really bring a group of people to kill them after they won against PH. Chapter 70. The first day of the elimination matches ended smoothly. The 4 teams that advanced to the second round were PG, PH, ANE, and SOS. Other than PH, the other 3 teams were in the top 8. Even PH, out of the 5 of them, 2 of them had fought in PG, a top 8 team. After commentating for an entire day, Fang Luofan finally returned to the hotel to rest. He sat on the sofa and took a sip of water. He couldn't help but sigh. As expected, the teams that made it to the end of the season are still these few teams. Jingyu had followed Qin Fei back to the hotel early, so he didn't know the situation of the other 6 teams. When he heard this, he couldn't help but ask Yi Hong beside him, Brother Yi, who is our opponent for the next round? PH, Yi Hong replied. The one with PG's former teammates. Jingyu knew that his words weren't accurate enough, but it was more or less the same. Is this team strong? Before Yi Hong could answer, Luo Yiming beat him to it. How strong do you think a team created by someone who was kicked out by Brother Fei because they were too bad at the game? Jingyu, it wasn't just Luo Yiming, even Hanling said, their style is quite similar to ours, but in my opinion, we're the ones who are fierce. They're the ones who are reckless. They don't use their brains when playing. If it weren't for their mechanics, I really don't know how they made it to the elimination rounds. Jingyu wouldn't say that. When he heard Han Lang's evaluation, the first thing he thought of was Luo Yiming. They don't use their brains, but their mechanics are okay. They're all in. Yi Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He couldn't help but complain, hey, can you two not be so subjective? I know you don't like PH's style and team name, but you don't have to say it to this extent, right? Han Lang, what do you think? Yi Hong coughed lightly and analyzed seriously, top laner Qingzi, there's only one word to describe him, reckless. He can still suppress his opponent when he has the economic advantage, but if he doesn't, he'll just be sending himself to death. There's no way he can beat Brother Fei. Jungler Xiao Wei had some skills, but his awareness was too poor. Our Jingyu could easily crush him. As for the others, I don't know them. But looking at their performance today, they didn't stand out at all. They were even worse than Momo. TSK, Qin Fei couldn't take it anymore. What's the point of saying so much? They're just a bunch of newbies. Jingyu, ===, he could tell that none of PG's members put the team they were going to face tomorrow in their eyes. If what they said was true, it felt like tomorrow's game would be a one-sided one. But it was better to listen to what the coach had to say. Jingyu turned to look at Fang Luofan, hoping that he would say something different. For example, you can't underestimate anyone in PH, or you have to give it your all in every game. However, after Fong Luofan took another sip of water, he casually said, "There's no pressure to play against PH, as long as you don't go crazy. There's still some time, let's review the game against DJSS this morning." Even the coach, this time, Jingyu had no choice but to believe that PH was really weak to a certain extent. Oh, it was a pity that the new devil had to be released after the elimination round. Otherwise, he could have used it tomorrow. While his mind was still wandering, Fong Luofan had already analyzed PG's performance in the 3 games today. Overall, it's okay, it's considered normal. You lost the first game mainly because you didn't expect your opponent to use Nine-Tailed Fox. Yezi, you're worthy of praise for not having a mental breakdown after the first game. Keep it up. After a pause, he continued, but I still have to say something. Even if you used Scarlet Fury against Nine-Tailed Fox, you shouldn't have been suppressed to this extent. Look here, Fong Luofan pointed at the video on his laptop and analyzed it seriously. Yihong sat beside him, pretending to be listening attentively, but his eyelids were drooping. Fong Luofan had probably sensed the exhaustion of the PG team, so he spoke faster and more concisely. The second and third matches were almost skimmed over. In the end, he even said, there are videos of the matches everywhere. If you have any questions, you can look for them online. After that, he chased PG's entire team out of his room. It was only after Jingyu returned to his room that he realized that Fong Luofan might not have sensed their exhaustion, but that he himself was exhausted. After all, he had commentated more than 10 games today. After taking a shower, he dried his hair and lay on his bed. Before going to bed, Jingyu habitually took out his phone and logged into Weibo to check the comments under his Weibo. He saw that someone had left a comment, "Jingyu's voice is too recognizable." Only then did he realize that. That's right. The recording of the game. The day's game had already ended, and every game's video and audio had been released on various platforms. Jingyu went straight to LD's official Weibo and easily found the link to the recording of the game. He clicked on it nervously. Of course, he didn't want to listen to the recording of his team's game. On the contrary, he didn't want to listen to his own voice at all. It was too embarrassing. He was just a little curious about how the netizens would react after listening to the recording. Sure enough, it was similar to what he had expected. Frowny face, ha 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 ha. PG's team is poisonous. Oh my god, I'm laughing so hard. Yezi, I can't be confused by my own destiny. Oh my god, it's so good. Was the archer serious when he said he would die with the support? Ha ha ha, PG really has a lot of jokes. He could have made jokes, but he chose to play in the game. By the way, did Yezi set a flag? Yezi, I'll take the nine-tailed fox, I won't leave a single kill for the opponent. Oh my god, my kill. Ha 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 ha, Yezi is too funny. It feels good to slap yourself in the face. Jingyu couldn't help but laugh out loud as he read the comments. However, he soon came across some of the more unpleasant comments. I feel like PG doesn't care about the game at all. Is PG serious about the game? Especially Yezi and One, they feel like they're just being perfunctory. Compared to DJSS's recording, I don't think PG deserves to win. Jingyu frowned. He was still hesitating whether or not to explain when he saw other netizens' replies. Frowny face in esports, noobs are the original sin. PG is strong. If you don't like it, go and bite them. Regardless of whether PG is serious about the game, their strength is obvious, right? DJSS didn't lose in vain. It's not that the strong win, it's that the strong win. PG is better than DJSS, that's how it is. Jingyu sighed in relief when he saw these replies. Yes, PG is strong. His teammates were all very strong. Out of curiosity, Jinyu listened to the recording of DJSS's competition. Sure enough, AI Min's voice was the only one from the beginning to the end of the 3 games. Her tone was calm and her instructions were crisp. It was obvious that her awareness and prediction skills were very strong. She was talented, had fast hands, good mechanics, and had a steady performance in the game. Even if she was defeated, she would never be defeated and she would never be defeated. Needless to say, AI Min was a very capable player. She was only 17 years old. If they could really create a PG second team with him as the core, they would definitely be very competitive in the future professional scene. It was great that Yi Hong had such a fan. Jinyu had completely forgotten that he had entered PG by following in Qin Fei's footsteps. Actually, it was the same no matter what field it was. One group of people influenced and attracted another group of people, causing new blood to be injected into the field. The cycle repeated itself endlessly. The second round of the elimination round began at 1:00 in the afternoon of the second day. The second round of the elimination round was also called the semi-finals because the next round would be the finals. Qin Fei slept until 11:00 before he got up to eat. This time, he woke up naturally and was no longer sleepy. He even felt like he had nowhere to vent his energy. Thus, he made a great decision: 0 pH. 0. Jinyu thought he had heard wrong. 0 pH was not something that PG had never done before, but this was the semi-finals. No matter how weak their pH was, it couldn't be weaker than the grassroots team they had faced in the preliminary round, right? However, Qin Fei said in a very serious tone, "The opponent gave us such a team name to disgust us. If we don't 0 pH, how can we make them realize the difference between a knockoff and a genuine team?" Jinyu wanted to say something to wake him up, but before he could open his mouth, Luo Yiming interrupted him. "Well said. If we don't 0 pH, they won't know why the flowers are so red." Yi Hong also said, "They can only blame themselves for giving us such a team name to disgust us. Hanlang, we're already being discussed. If we don't disgust them, we'll write our team name backwards." "Write it backwards? GP, what?" Jinyu, == in the end, Jinyu did not find a chance to wake up his amazing teammates until the start of the match. Forget it, forget it. It's good to have fighting spirit. I'm very happy to commentate for today's match. Today's commentator was Aban. And Tangua, today's match is the semi-finals. Out of the 4 teams, 3 of them have made it to the top 8. Wow, it must be very exciting, Aban. The first match of the semi-finals is between PG and PH. Without further ado, let's take a look at the banned lineups of both teams. In the end, the demons banned by both teams were PG, Azrael, Heijiao, Kamal PH, Lilith, Nine-Tailed Fox, Dark Cupid. Then, when it came to the pick round, Jinyu chose to lie flat on the ground after seeing the lineups of his teammates. Qin Fei, Sword Burial, the number 1 jungler in the version. "I'm not going to tank this round. You guys save yourselves. I'm going to take the kill." Yi Hong, Soul, a control mid laner. "Even if I can't kill you, I'll disgust you to death. Come on, let's kill each other. Who's afraid of who?" Luo Yiming, Maha, the fastest archer. "I want a pentakill. Don't steal the kill from me." Hanlang, Wind of Condensation, hey, hey. Is it really okay for you to be a support archer? You're going to throw away your life just because you're going to crush the opponent. Jinyu looked at the lineups and felt a headache coming on. In the end, he chose Moonshade Spider, Control 1 Wave Rush. Who's crazier? Chapter 71. In the end, the lineups of both sides were PG, Sword Burial, Soul, Maha, Moonshade Spider, Wind of Condensation PH, Kwanggu, Peacock Plume, Centaur, Satan, Mermaid. This was the first time PG had used a two-shooter lineups. Aban was shocked. PG has two shooters, and the second one is a support. How are they going to fight this? Fortunately, as a professional commentator, he quickly calmed down. If that's the case, the two archers will fight each other for economy. The PG's bottom lane will develop very slowly, but once it does, its damage will be explosive. As soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped in the face. After PG entered the battlefield, Wind of Condensation did not go to the bottom lane, but to the top lane. The support shooter went to the top lane. Then what about Sword Burial? After helping the sorcerer get mana, Sword Burial dived into the enemy's jungle. Counter jungle. Okay, I've lost. Aban did not know whether to laugh or cry. The support shooter is developing in the top lane. In a solo counter jungle, PG's development will not be slow. In fact, it will crush PH. Tangua, the question is, can Maha tank the bottom lane 1v2? The camera cut to the bottom lane. Luo Yiming's Maha shot arrows at the creeps. After a while, the enemy's centaur suddenly shot an arrow at him. He easily dodged it with a slight movement, then continued towards the creeps. Without support, the speed of the creeps was a little slow. The centaur leveled up to level 2 first. He increased his speed and rushed towards Maha, wanting to take him down in one go. Maha made another slight movement and brushed past him. At the same time, he killed the last creeps and leveled up to level 2. He buffed himself and shot at the centaur. When the centaur was shot, he quickly dodged and counterattacked. However, Maha was obviously better at dodging and counterattacking. Every time, he could perfectly dodge the centaur's arrows and accurately hit his target. His every movement was minuscule, but the effect was remarkable. Yihong used Soul to toy with the opposing mid laner and even had the time to open the world map to check the situation at the bottom lane. He could not help but laugh. The opposing archer and support are probably doubting life right now. Han Lang, who was using the Wind of Condensation to deal with the enemy Kwanggu under the tower, couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Although RC is a little stupid, his skills aren't just for show. Luo Yiming was very happy to be praised. Of course, Jingyu felt a little helpless. Did you eat the phrase, "there's a hole in your brain"? However, it was true that with Luo Yiming's skills, PH's bottom lane combo would not be able to do anything to him. A 1v2 was not a problem at all. After all, he was best at tangling with the enemy in front of him. As for his weakness, it was also obvious that he had poor awareness. However, it was fine. He, the jungler, would make up for it. Jingyu had his Moonshadow Spider hide in the underbrush of the bottom lane. He calculated the timing, and in the instant Satan rushed out, he used Shadow Flash and Spider Web to control Satan, who didn't have time to do anything, in place. Before the control removal equipment was dropped, Satan could only watch as the Moonshade Spider beat him up. Luo Yiming's Maha noticed Satan and conveniently bayoued him a few times. The mermaid hurriedly raised her shield and tried to save Satan. However, the Moonshade Spider had reached level 6 and could switch forms. Demon Transformation, Inescapable Net, Thousand Spiders Bite, Gluttony, Spider Shadow Maze. System, Moonshade Spider, 1 kill. System, the enemy has died. System, Moonshade Spider, double kill. System, the enemy, Satan, has died. After the control effect disappeared, the support with low health tried to escape. However, before he could do so, Maha, Bayu, took his head. System, Maha, 1 kill. System, the enemy, mermaid, has died. 2 against 3, and it was a 0 for 3. The audience was in an uproar. The roars almost drowned out Aban's commentary. Aban, PG is too strong. He went 0 for 3 in the bottom lane right from the start. He asked someone to replay the previous scene. It's crucial for the Moonshade Spider to reach level 6 at this time. I'm guessing that this was within Jingyu's calculations. Jingyu is too strong. Tanghua could not help but exclaim, 1, this player is too amazing. He's a marksman, but he likes to stick close to his opponents. Aban, it's easier to hit at close range, but it's also easier to be hit by the opponent. However, even at such a close range, one was still able to dodge the opponent's attacks. It's obvious that he has fast reflexes. Yes, this was the PG position. A marksman with the agility of a wild beast, who could always predict the opponent's attack in the shortest amount of time and dodge in advance. He loved to stick close to his opponent's face and engage in close-range combat. When he first joined the team, Yihong teased him, only PGs like us can tolerate your playstyle. Hanlang, who had switched to support, raised a flag. Don't worry. My support is very good. I can protect you no matter how reckless you are. Then, he was saved by this rogue archer over and over again. Every time, Luo Yiming would stick close to his opponent and attract their firepower so that Hanlang could escape with his low health. Moreover, 9 out of 10 times, Luo Yiming would be able to escape with low health after sticking close to his opponent's face. He was not so stupid that he would rather sacrifice himself to protect his support, but he was confident that he could protect himself while protecting his support. He might not always succeed, but at least he had the ability to do so. PG's members were all quite unique. They never gave in to the established rules of the game, and always tried to figure out a playstyle that seemed to be unrecognized, but in fact could make the most of their value. Therefore, when Jingyu said that his most proficient magical beast was the Heart of Ice, the PG team easily accepted it. So what if he's good at Heart of Ice? In our team, we have a top laner who is good at everything, a mid laner who is cheeky, a marksman who likes to stick close to his face, and a support who can play from any position. Not long after the small group battle broke out in the bottom lane, Qin Fei's sword burial sneakily cleared out all of the enemy's jungles, and then finally returned to his top lane. He directly rushed in from the back of the enemy's tower, and attacked from both sides with Hanlang's wind of condensation. The poor Quangu had nowhere to run. After a struggle, sword burial finally took his head. System, sword burial, 1 kill. System, enemy Quangu has been killed. After killing Quangu, sword burial blocked a tower attack, then moved out of the tower and rushed to the middle lane with wind of condensation. The enemy mid laner seemed to have sensed danger. Even though he still had 2 minions left, he immediately turned and fled in the direction of his own territory. However, how could Yihong let him escape so easily? Sol directly flashed into the tower and used her second skill, Myriad Threads, to forcefully drag Peacock Plume back some distance. Then, she used inextricable threads to bind Peacock Plume and immobilize her on the spot. In order to catch up to this kill, Wind of Condensation not only used displacement, but also flash. In one breath, he arrived beside Sol and attacked Peacock Plume crazily. How could a weak mage withstand an attack from a marksman? Her health dropped at a frightening rate, and it was about to reach 0. At this moment, Sword Burial arrived, activated Sword Aura Possession, rushed under the tower, and killed Peacock Plume in 2 slashes, then moved out of the tower. System, Sword Burial, double kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has been killed. Seeing this scene, Yihong and Hanlang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Hanlang said, "I can kill the scorpions." There was no need to risk entering the tower, right? Yi Hong said, forget it, don't talk about it. Can't you see that Brother Fei is in high spirits? Qin Fei ignored their words and glanced at Jing Yu's kill count too. The number of heads he had obtained, too. However, Moonshade Spider had one more assist than Sword Burial. No problem, again. 10 minutes later, Frowny Face System, Sword Burial, 1 kill. System, enemy Satan has been killed. System, Sword Burial, double kill. System, enemy Quangu has been killed. System, Moonshade Spider, 1 kill. System, enemy has been killed. System, Moonshade Spider, double kill. System, enemy Mermaid has been killed. System, Soul, 1 kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has been killed. Qin Fei, Tisk, my kill. Jingyu, Tisk, Brother Fei has another assist. Yi Hong. Seems like he knows something. Han Lang. This. Who else would dare to steal the kill? Only the insensitive Luo Yiming was shouting blindly, you two killed all the PH players in one go, making me, the center of the team, feel like I don't exist. Qin Fei, shut up. Jingyu, let's see who's better. Luo Yiming. Ha. Something feels wrong. Speaking of which, aren't we supposed to fight dragons? After killing all the PH players, Qin Fei continued his tyrannical rampage in the enemy's jungle, while Jingyu swept through his own jungle. Both of them leveled up to level 13 at almost the same time. Then, it was another round of harvesting. System, Sword Burial, 1 kill. System, enemy Satan has been killed. System, Sword Burial, double kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has been killed. System, Moonshade Spider, 1 kill. System, enemy has been killed. System, Moonshade Spider, double kill. System, enemy Mermaid has been killed. System, Wind of Condensation, 1 kill. System, enemy Quangu has been killed. Ah, I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. Han Lang, who accidentally killed the Quangu, said. Good job. Why are you apologizing? Luo Yiming was confused. Yi Hong, who had returned to the city to recover, covered his face with his hands. Well, how about this, I'll go AFK with old Han, and you guys continue. Han Lang also returned to the city and covered his face with his hands. This game is too scary. Sigh, it's too difficult. It's the most difficult game in history. Luo Yiming, wasn't it good? What's going on? Who can explain it to me? Finally, Jingyu could not hold it in any longer and declared war on Qin Fei. We're only competing in kills, not assists. Qin Fei, TCH, I'm not competing in assists with you. He was lying through his teeth. Hearing these two sentences, Luo Yiming suddenly understood. Ah. Are you guys competing to see who can kill more people? I want to play too. Yi Hong did not know whether to laugh or cry. If the PH players heard this recording, they would probably vomit blood and die on the spot. However, this was also good. They were the ones who were angry first, so they could not be blamed for going crazy later. As for how they would face each other in real life after winning this game, let nature take its course. Chapter 72. Both the commentators and the audience were stunned by the outcome of the semifinals. Was PG too strong or PH too weak? Or was it easier to crush a team with similar styles? Tanghua tried to find an excuse for PH's poor team. PH was founded by the team's top laner, QZ. Before Jingyu joined PG, QZ used to be PG's top laner. Later, he failed to fit in with PG's team and had to leave PG. Then, he founded PH and signed up for this season's professional league. It must be very stressful to play against a team he used to be in the semifinals. Aban did not sympathize with PH at all. Before the start of the elimination round, I went through every team's experience. To be honest, I think PH was lucky to make it to the elimination round. The teams they met in the preliminary round were not strong. In the group stage, they were placed in Group B with SOS. In the end, they lost to SOS 1-2 and barely made it to the elimination round. After a pause, he said, "As a new team this season, it's quite impressive for them to win a round against a team in the top 8. However, those who have been paying attention to the previous seasons should know that SOS is getting worse and worse. Last season, they lost to PG and dropped out of the top 8. Well, after listening to your analysis, I suddenly feel that it's normal for PH to lose to PG. After all, PG this season is much stronger than last season." Tanguo realized that she could not save PH and decided to give up. However, even if they can't beat PG, they haven't gotten a single kill so far. Isn't that too pitiful? Yes, it was pitiful. It was so pitiful that the audience was already numb to PG's crazy killing mode. They no longer stood up and cheered like they did at the beginning. At the beginning of the game, the audience's reaction was like this: Jingyu is too good. Is Brother Fei finally going to dominate the jungle? Jingyu, go. Brother Fei is still your Brother Fei. At the end of the game, the audience's reaction was like this: oh, looks like PH is going to be wiped out again. PG is going to lose. PH, what are we eating tonight? Let's just walk around and eat whatever we can find. In the end, PG won 2-0 against PH. In the first round, PG only let PH get 2 kills in the second round, and it was Luo Yiming who gave it to him by jumping over the tower. In the first round, Qin Fei used sword burial and got a total of 12 kills. Jingyu also got 12 kills. However, the MVP award was given to Qin Fei. As a result, Jingyu kept pouting throughout the second round. In the second round, Qin Fei used Satan and got 10 kills. Jingyu used the Moonshade Spider and got 18 kills. Moreover, he was judged as the MVP of that round by the technical team. In an instant, his entire fish was healed. Qin Fei wanted to say that if he could snatch sword burial in the second round, he would definitely be able to achieve an even more terrifying result than the first round. However, when he turned to look at Jingyu and saw his satisfied expression, he suddenly did not care about anything else. He smiled helplessly and said, "You played well." Jingyu turned to look at him and smiled. You too. In contrast to the relaxed atmosphere on PG's side, Qingxi pulled off his headphones and smashed them on the ground after losing the match. Due to the cover, no one could hear what was going on inside. However, judging from the shocked reaction of his teammates, the headphones must have made quite a loud noise when they hit the ground. Qingxi was still not satisfied after smashing his headphones. He stood up and kicked over his gaming chair, and even threw his keyboard on the ground. The host saw the scene through the one-way glass and was shocked. What's going on? What happened? Come and take a look. The bodyguards around the arena immediately moved and surrounded the 5 players of PH. The spectators were also silent as they nervously watched the unforeseen event on the stage. Not long after, the transparent cover opened on both sides. PG's players left their seats and were shocked, and they saw the situation on the other side. Yi Hong, who was the most timid, immediately slipped behind the other 4 players. Luo Yiming frowned and cracked his knuckles, but no sound came out. However, he still had to act cool. What's going on? Do you want to PK in real life? After saying this, he retreated behind Qin Fei with a serious expression. If it's a fight, Brother Fei, go. Hanling also frowned and pulled Luo Yiming and Jingyu behind him. You guys hide behind Brother Fei and me. If a fight really breaks out, don't worry about us and just run. In real life, Luo Yiming could not bring himself to say things like, if we die together. When he heard this, he obediently nodded. Jingyu, on the other hand, did not say a word from beginning to end. When he left his seat and saw the opposing team surrounded by bodyguards, he did not even blink. Qingzi clearly did not expect his actions to alarm the bodyguards. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he naturally did not dare to make a move. However, he could not take it lying down. He raised his hand and pointed at Qin Fei and shouted, "You fucking know how to top yourself. And you fucking top yourself. Are you messing with me?" Qin Fei narrowed his eyes. He was too lazy to respond. You call people to come and go as you please. If you're not happy, you want people to scram. What do you think you are, an emperor? The more Qingzi spoke, the angrier he became. If it weren't for you, I would have fucking joined my team. Hearing this, Luo Yiming could not hold it in anymore. He hid behind Qin Fei and Han Lang and shouted back, "You'll be a substitute even if you join my team. You came to PG because you didn't want to be a substitute. Don't put all the blame on Brother Fei, okay?" Han Lang also said, "You're all adults. Can't you be more mature? It was your own decision to give up MY and come to PG. Before you came, our coach said very clearly that it was up to Brother Fei to decide whether you can stay or not. You agreed." Since his teammates had spoken, Qin Fei naturally could not pretend to be mute. He also said, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Let me ask you one thing, with the way you played today, what qualifications do you think you have to join PG?" This one sentence made Qingzi speechless. After a short silence, he tried to ask his teammates for help. "Xiao Wei, you say it." Xiao Wei, who had also been in PG, actually took a step back when he heard this. He had a look that said, "You can't see me." Qingzi was so angry that he wanted to beat him up. "Coward! Didn't you have a lot of fun cursing Qin Fei in private? You don't dare to do it in front of him." "No." Xiao Wei was about to cry. Tisk, so annoying. Qin Fei did not want to be entangled with this group of people anymore. He turned around and said, "Let's go, back to the hotel." This time, no one wanted to stay to watch the game. Everyone silently followed behind Qin Fei and walked to the side door of the stadium. The host scrambled to save the situation. It took him a lot of effort to persuade PH to leave the stage. He then asked the staff to check the damage to the equipment. After such a thing happened, Qingzi and the others held back their anger and sat in the audience. In the end, they could not hold it in and left the stadium one after another. The host hurriedly gave a look to a few bodyguards to follow them to prevent the two teams from causing trouble outside the stadium. After returning to the hotel, Qin Fei sternly gave the order, "Don't even take half a step out of the hotel." No matter how good he was at fighting, he did not dare to fight Qingzi head-on without knowing how powerful he was. The news spread quickly on the internet. Not long after they returned to the hotel, there were a lot of discussions on the forum, such as, PGs in the semi-finals defeated PGs not satisfied, scolding PGs after the game. The public opinion was unanimously on PG's side. I went to look up the full names of PG and PH, and then I found out. PH is too disgusting. It's good that PG didn't beat them up, but they still want to beat PG. In esports, noobs are the original sin. QZ wants to enter PG with such noobs. Who gave them the face? You can't beat them in the game, so you want to PK them in real life. Don't be an esports player if you can't afford to lose. Reading these comments and replies, PG's mood improved a lot. Nothing happened in the afternoon. At night, except for Brother Fei who was still sleeping, the other four gathered in Yihong's room to play the mobile version of Devil Overlord. The full name was Devil Overlord, Demons Contend for Hegemony. Yihong, Yiming, why did you die again? Luo Yiming, I must have played a fake Dark Cupid. Hanlang, do you think you're playing the PC version? Take it easy. Jingyu, it's okay, I'll carry you. Yihong. Why did you die too? Jingyu, TSK, I must have played a fake Heart of Ice. Yihong did not know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, after losing 3 rounds in a row, the 4 of them uninstalled the game. Yihong, sigh, it's hard to play if it's simplified. Jingyu, if only Brother Fei played with us. Luo Yiming, my mouth is so dry. Hanlang, Yezi, go get Yiming a glass of water. Yihong, why does it have to be me? Luo Yiming, I don't want to drink water. Do you have drinks? Jingyu hesitated for a moment. I want a drink too. Why don't I go downstairs and buy some? You guys can tell me what you want to drink. Yihong, aw, that's good. Thus, the 3 of them reported all the drinks and snacks they wanted to drink to Jingyu. Jingyu remembered everything after hearing it once. He took his phone and took the elevator downstairs. The 3 of them continued to chat. After a while, Luo Yiming wondered, where did Jingyu go to buy drinks? When is he coming back? Speaking of which, he's such a nice guy. Yihong, yeah, little Jingyu is a nice guy. He never loses his temper or throws a tantrum. He takes the initiative to do a lot of things. Hanlang, he gives off a very obedient vibe. Judging from his temperament, he doesn't seem like an orphan struggling to make a living at all. Yihong, speaking of which, I've always suspected that he's a rich kid who ran away from home. Think about it, before they could analyze the situation, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Yihong was stunned for a moment. He walked over to the door in confusion. Who is it? It's me. A one-word response with a familiar domineering tone. Brother Fei. Yihong opened the door. It was indeed Qin Fei standing outside. He still seemed a little sleepy. He yawned as he walked into the room. He looked around and said, "You guys are pretty brave. You guys played a mobile game in Rio. Aren't you afraid of being scolded by the coach?" After he said this, he suddenly froze for a moment. He asked in confusion, "Where's Jingyu?" Yihong hadn't realized what was wrong. He casually replied, "He went out to buy drinks." Fuck. Qin Fei cursed and turned to leave. As he left the room, he shouted without looking back, "I told you guys not to take even half a step out of the hotel. Where's your brains?" Then he slammed the door shut with a bang. Yihong. Oh no. Will little Jingyu be in danger? Chapter 73. Jingyu took his phone and took the elevator downstairs. There were not many things in the hotel's supermarket, so he chose to go to a nearby supermarket. Drinks, snacks. Oh, and some wet wipes for Brother Yi. After checking everything, making sure he did not miss anything, Jingyu paid for it with his phone. After the waiter helped him pack the bag, he smiled and thanked him. Then he took the bag and left the supermarket. It was already very dark, but the street was brightly lit. Jingyu walked in the direction of the hotel as he recalled the competition. He felt that his life had never been so fulfilling. He looked up at the twinkling stars in the night sky and took a deep breath. For the first time, he felt that it was great that he was still alive. Then, he lowered his head and met 5 pairs of unfriendly eyes. Ha! Jingyu stopped in his tracks. He confirmed again that there were indeed 5 people standing in front of him, and their gazes were indeed on him. There was no mistake, their target was him. The faces of the 5 people were unfamiliar. They were between 20 and 30 years old. Judging from their clothes, they were the type who often hung out outside. Jingyu frowned and tightened his grip on the bag. Looking for me? What's the matter? He had to figure out their purpose first. Did they randomly pick a target to rob, or was it because of PG and PH today? Or, were they sent by that person? The person walking in front narrowed his eyes and raised his chin. He said in a tone that said, "I am the best, you are PG's new jungler, right? Come with us." Jingyu looked at him calmly. Why? No reason. The other person sounded impatient. Come with us. Don't worry about anything else. He paused. Oh, don't worry. As long as you are obedient, you won't get hurt. So, you want to kidnap me to threaten Brother Fei? Jingyu felt that this was the most likely scenario. After all, PH's QZ hated Qin Fei to the core. Her ultimate target would definitely be Qin Fei. Or maybe she wants me to disappear for a while until the end of the finals. That didn't seem likely. Rather than letting PG lose without a fight, the government would probably call the police to find his whereabouts and confirm his safety. Hearing these 2 guesses, the other party seemed to be stunned for a moment before saying, "Oh, you don't seem to be afraid at all." When I heard the recording, I thought she was a slut. I didn't expect her to be so calm in person. Bitch. Jingyu resisted the urge to hit her and quickly scanned the surroundings with the corner of his eyes. The path ahead was blocked, and the left was not easy to go around. He could try to go to the right, and if it really didn't work, he could run back and look for an opportunity to break through. Okay, the plan worked. The league tournament was not over yet. He did not want to fight with anyone. It would be bad if he was banned. Therefore, the best choice was to retreat and hide in the hotel. With that thought in mind, Jingyu grabbed the shopping bag tightly, took a deep breath, and silently counted down from 3 in his heart. When he counted to 1, he suddenly dashed towards the space on the right side of the 5 people. You. The 5 people obviously did not expect him to suddenly make a move. Fortunately, they reacted quickly enough. The person closest to him directly greeted him with a fist. You want to do this the hard way. Jingyu lowered his body and dodged the fist, but the second person directly reached out and grabbed his arm. Not good. I'm still too slow. Jingyu quickly turned around and used his shoulder to hit the person's arm hard, forcing him to let go. He then continued to run forward, only to find that someone had run in front of him at an even faster speed, blocking his path. Jingyu wanted to retreat, but found that there were people behind him. After a moment of hesitation, he was surrounded by 5 people. Sigh. He sighed and slightly loosened the hand holding the shopping bag. In the end, he still had to fight. You're so uncooperative, it's difficult for us. One of the 5 people cracked his knuckles. Another person directly ordered, knock him out. While there's no one around. It'll be difficult if there are more people. Okay, I'll do it. The person who said this rushed in front of Jingyu and threw a punch. However, almost at the same time, Jingyu let go of his hand and let the shopping bag fall to the ground. Then, he grabbed the person's wrist, put his other hand under the person's armpit, and turned around. Shoulder throw. Ah, Jingyu, kill. Enemy passerby A was dead. Fuck you, the second person was enraged. He also rushed towards Jingyu and punched him in the face. Jingyu received the punch and did not even blink. He suddenly tilted his head and just missed the punch. He grabbed the person's arm and used the inertia to throw the person in front of him, causing him to trip over the person in front of him and hit him hard. Both of them groaned at the same time. Jingyu, double kill. Enemy passerby B was dead. Fuck, let's go together. With this roar, the remaining 3 people rushed towards Jingyu. Jingyu expressionlessly calculated the 3 people's positions and the speed at which they were approaching him. At the perfect moment, he leaned back and avoided the 2 people's fists. Then, he used his hands to support himself on their shoulders and jumped up. He retracted his legs and kicked out forcefully, hitting the person in front of him in the chest. That person lost his balance and fell backward. His back made close contact with the ground. Jingyu, triple kill. Enemy passerby C was dead. There were only 2 people left. After Jingyu landed, he grabbed the 2 people's arms and pulled them hard. Then, he suddenly let go and rushed forward. He grabbed the shopping bag on the ground and ran towards the hotel. Due to inertia, the 2 people's bodies collided with each other. After the collision, it was too late for them to chase after Jingyu. The 3 people on the ground stood up one after another. Although they were not injured, they did not look good. Fuck, he's trained. Forget it, don't chase. Even if you catch up, you won't be able to beat him. Just like that, Jingyu escaped safely. He slipped back to the hotel. When he pressed the elevator button, he was so nervous that his heart almost stopped beating. When the elevator opened, he immediately got in and kept pressing the close button. He waited until the elevator door really closed. Then, he let out a long sigh of relief. Soon, the elevator reached the 3rd floor. Ding! There was a soft sound. When the door opened, Jingyu looked at Qin Fei outside the door. Qin Fei looked at Jingyu inside the door. Both of them were stunned. It was only when the elevator door started to close that Qin Fei reacted. He reached out to block the door. With his other hand, he grabbed Jingyu's wrist and dragged him out of the elevator somewhat rudely. I told you not to go out. I'm sorry. Jingyu had just gone through a big escape and was now panting heavily. Noticing that he was out of breath, Qin Fei suddenly realized something. He grabbed him by the wrist, turned him around, and dragged him to his room without any explanation. Jingyu followed him passively while holding up the shopping bag in his other hand. This, I haven't given them, give your ass. Come here, I have something to ask you. Oh. Just like that, Jingyu entered Qin Fei's room together with the shopping bag in his hand. After Qin Fei closed the door, he let go of Jingyu's wrist and turned to look at him. The word unhappy was written all over his face. However, the first words that came out of his mouth were these 4 words. Are you hurt? Jingyu was stunned for a moment. He felt that this question was a little subtle, but he still instinctively replied, no. How many people did they have? 5. Jingyu realized that something was wrong after he answered. How did Qin Fei know that he had met people? Was it because he was panting too hard just now? In fact, before Jingyu answered 5, Qin Fei wasn't sure if he had really met people. He was just trying to get information out of him. He didn't expect that he would really get something out of him. Qin Fei couldn't help but click his tongue. Did they fight? Jingyu's hand that was holding the bag tightened. He turned his head slightly and said, no. Look at me and answer. Qin Fei almost shouted this sentence. Jingyu was shocked. He instinctively turned his head to look at him. He wanted to say, no, again, but he couldn't make a sound. Qin Fei had to ask again, did they fight? Jingyu pursed his lips. In the end, he said weakly, yeah. Were they hurt? Qin Fei continued to interrogate him. Jingyu said, no, I knew what I was doing. At least there was no blood. Qin Fei asked, were there any surveillance cameras around? Jingyu said, no. Qin Fei asked, where are they? Jingyu said, not many. So there were people. Qin Fei frowned. This was a little troublesome. However, before he could think of a solution, he heard Jingyu say, there were 2 women. They were walking with their backs to me, so they probably didn't see me. There was also a grandfather and a granddaughter. They were talking to each other. Even if they did notice me, they probably only saw my back when I was running away. Also, my clothes today are quite ordinary, so they should be fine. After hearing this, Qin Fei was stunned. He looked at Jingyu in disbelief. He couldn't believe that he could notice so many details when he was surrounded and had to fight. This observational ability, yeah. He couldn't help but laugh. You're very skilled, aren't you? You must have fought a lot in the past, right? Jingyu pursed his lower lip and turned his head away again. He didn't respond for a long time. Brother Fei wouldn't hate him, right? After all, he had always given people a very innocent feeling. Although he didn't mean to, he did deceive the group of teammates around him. While he was still self-reflecting, a hand suddenly appeared on his head. Qin Fei raised his hand and touched Jingyu's head. He said softly, you're lucky this time. Leave the rest to me. Don't worry, it won't affect tomorrow's competition. Jingyu felt the sensation on his head, and his nerves immediately relaxed. He even closed his eyes in comfort. Qin Fei withdrew his hand. City B is Qingzi's territory. There are many people he can order around. So, until the competition is over, you're not allowed to go out alone. Do you hear me? Okay. Jingyu nodded obediently. Qin Fei, then I want to ask, who did you learn your skills from? Jingyu hesitated for a moment. He raised his eyes and looked at Qin Fei. He quickly looked away and finally responded with 2 words. Self-taught. After a pause, he took a deep breath nervously and spoke again. His voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Brother Fei. Can you keep this a secret for me? Qin Fei raised his eyebrows. What is it? I fought with someone, and... Jingyu carefully looked at Qin Fei again. He lowered his head. Also, I used to fight a lot. I don't want Brother Yi and the others to know. Qin Fei, oh, why should I promise you? Actually, even if Jingyu didn't say it, Qin Fei wouldn't tell anyone else. However, for some reason, Jingyu's current state made Qin Fei want to bully him. Jingyu was indeed stumped by this sentence. He wanted to say something but stopped. Finally, he made up his mind and said, as long as you don't tell anyone, I'll do anything. You can do anything. Qin Fei repeated in disbelief. The expression on his face suddenly became a little strange. Then, for some reason, he raised a hand and poked Jingyu's chest with his fingertips. He deliberately drew it down. Really, anything. The thought-provoking action and tone made Jingyu's mind go blank for a moment. A few seconds later, his heart suddenly beat faster. He almost couldn't help but reply, yes, if it's you. I'll do anything. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.